On June 13, 1996, 18-year-old Angie Dodge was found stabbed to death in her Idaho Falls apartment. Police launched a homicide investigation, soon learning that Angie had been assaulted before her death. In 1997, Ben Hobbs was charged with sexual assault in Nevada. Idaho Falls police questioned him and his friends in an attempt to connect him to Angie's murder. One of the friends who's interviewed is Chris Tapp, who's also provided a DNA sample.
Let's backtrack a little bit. Maybe this will try to maybe help you. Okay. Okay. You're there at the river. Okay.
That's what I've been doing in my own head. I was down at the river because I know you have to show up with them.
Okay.
That was the given right there.
Okay. What does he look like? We talked about this at the house a little bit, remember?
Yeah.
Okay, so what does he look like?
He's not really tall. I mean, he's shorter than I am.
How tall are you?
I stand about 6'2", 6'3".
Okay. Is he as tall as Ben?
Ben's about as tall as I was.
Okay.
No, I'd say he's a little bit shorter. But not quite much. I'd probably put him around the 5'10", 5'11", 6 foot.
Okay. 5'10" to 6 foot. Okay. What color is his hair? Pink? Purple?
Like a brownish shade?
Brownish?
Yeah. There's like dark brown, light brown.
Mm-hmm.
What's in between dark and light? Middle?
Brown? Mm-hmm. Okay, look at my hair. Darker or lighter?
A little bit darker.
A little darker than my hair?
Yeah.
Okay. How long?
Probably about as long as my hair is now.
Okay, so it's pretty short.
Yeah.
Pretty short.
Still short. You
How
know,
do you have a part? I mean, what was the style?
same word style I have.
And what style do you have?
Baseball hat.
What kind of style was he wearing his hair? Was he wearing his hair?
Dressed, you know, like he combed it. I know that don't help much, does it? He combed it.
I mean, I comb my hair.
Yeah.
You comb your hair. I mean,
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, brown short hair.
Like it's slicked back.
Okay. Look at that. Okay. What was he wearing that day?
Pants.
I hope so.
Levi's.
Long or short?
It was long. It was cold.
Okay. Shirt.
Just a t-shirt.
What kind? What color? What did it say?
Like a white t-shirt or something.
Okay, a white t-shirt. What was the writing on?
Well, that's when you're... I don't know.
Long sleeve, short sleeve.
Short.
Okay.
I know been about some music.
Okay. Was he wearing a sweatshirt, sweater, jacket, or nothing?
I don't think he was wearing nothing.
Okay. Mustache, glasses, scars, tattoos,
Nothing I really...
beard, unshaven, shaven.
Shaven, I guess you put it.
Okay, kind of like what you and I are right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's clean shaven. No stash.
No.
No goatee, no nothing. No
No nothing.
sideburns.
No nothing.
Did he have sideburns?
No.
Okay.
I think when I was down with the 70s.
Baseball hat? No baseball hat.
No.
No hat. You said seconds ago, you know.
You like I have style I wear it.
So no baseball hat.
No.
Shoes?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of shoes? Boots?
Tennis shoes.
Okay.
High tops.
High top tennis shoes.
Yeah.
What color?
White, I think. That's something I don't look at as
The
shoes.
brand?
Yeah.
Any idea? No.
I don't look at
Any
shoes.
type of- Okay.
Yeah.
No idea the brand.
I don't pay attention to that.
Okay. How much do you think you weigh? Stocky, slim, skinny, strong, muscular, medium, fat?
Medium, I'd probably put it.
Okay.
I'd say a little bit bigger than I am.
Both here?
Yeah, just not by much though.
Sure. How much do you think you weigh?
Right now I weigh about 170. Still around my mark now.
So he's fairly good size
Yeah.
kid. How old do you think this kid was?
Not old, to be honest with you.
10, 11?
No, not that young either. I'd put it between the ages 15 and 18, like that.
Yeah. I mean, you're running the show here. I wasn't there.
Right, and that's my thing, is just trying to catch.
15 to 18.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Could Chris have brought someone?
My homeboy Chris? Or me?
You.
No. Anytime I went down the river, I was with by myself. Or I was already with people.
Because your homeboy, Chris.
Nope, I don't think he had his truck then. It don't matter anyway, he lost his truck. You got hit for a DUI the other night.
And how old is your homeboy?
Mine?
Yeah.
16.
And he got the DUI?
Uh-huh.
Not cool.
No.
Could this person, possibly, this person you just described here?
You need?
No. Could this person here you just described could have been your homeboy Chris?
No.
Could have possibly been?
No.
The age is pretty close, right?
Yeah, the age was close. It ain't my homeboy Chris though.
Okay. Could have been?
No.
Okay.
I'd put that in the bank.
Okay. And this guy. What is it with?
That much I don't know.
Where'd Ben drop him off at? After everybody left and whatnot. Where'd you drop him off at?
At his house? I know that's a lot of help, ain't it?
It's a start. It's a start.
On the street corner now. At his house. I didn't pay attention. I know.
Well, you're there when you dropped him off. So what area of town were you guys in when you dropped him off?
Honestly,
you're there, Chris.
I know, but Jared, you gotta think. That was how long ago for me?
Well, yeah, but
it's
like a major event in Chris's life right now.
drop off some dude?
No.
No.
Well, sure it is. Especially after what just happened, So, what area of town was it? Which side of the river? Let's start with that.
I don't know. I don't. I don't.
Is the kid still living at home, I take it, with mom and dad? The area of town that you guys were in, did it look like,
Mom and Dad's house?
Yeah.
I'd call it Mom and Dad's house, I guess.
Okay, all right.
I don't know what you call it.
Well, if you got a kid that's, between 15 to 18, more than likely, could he be staying home, or...
He could be staying at home.
Okay.
I didn't ask.
Well, I know you didn't ask. But, if you were there, you said you weren't paying attention. Whereabouts, what area of town was it in?
Well, you can scratch off the west side.
Okay.
Where my mom, that part of the area. You
Okay.
can scratch that off.
Okay, it's off.
Now I'm the only person that's over there.
Hands off.
Do you sign? The Lord, did you sign? I didn't pay attention. I didn't ask. Wow.
Where does he work? Where does he go to school?
I don't know. I don't ask dumb questions. To me, they're dumb questions.
Well,
Only questions
but
I
you know what the questions are, though, Chris?
Right, is my credibility.
Well, no. I mean, it's small talk. I mean, you're picking up all this stuff, you know.
Small talk.
Small talk. I mean, between everybody. I mean,
You want to know
especially, you know, when you meet a person for the first time. I mean, doing a little bit of small talk. I mean, just.
Do you get high? My small talk is different than what other people's small talk was.
Maybe, but still.
I'm sorry, I want the people to drink. Do you get high? Want to go get high? That's my small talk.
Okay.
I don't ask. Do you get school? Do you go to? I don't care about that.
Right.
My main concern back then was: do you get high? Do you buy drugs? Do you drink beer? If you do any of them three, hey, right on. I'll sell you some dope. I'll go drink beer with you. Let's go get high. That was my small talk.
Okay.
It was.
Have you sold him dope before?
No.
Jeff sold him any dope before.
No.
Part of town?
East side? You know, that really helps a lot, don't it?
So was he there when the evidence got rid of too? I'm assuming so. I mean, it just stands to reason, makes sense that three of you together, the three of you were there, three of you got rid of the stuff, and then concocted your alibis, and you know what I mean? Before everybody went their separate ways. Just makes sense.
Sure. Y'all win.
Okay, we win. So what's the name?
Just take me to jail.
I don't want to do that.
I don't want you to do it either.
Well,
To be honest with you. I like to go home. Got the subway on the way there. Did I answer that question?
give me some information. We'll get you some lunch. Cool? Fair
No,
enough.
I'll wait. I ain't no more junk food unless I have to.
I didn't say anything about that. But
Okay.
I'm saying, let's get this done and over with so we can go get something to eat.
Okay, what do you want? The name, the evidence. God, I gotta quit asking that dumb question, don't I?
We're there.
God, I gotta quit asking dumb
Time
questions.
is here. We're there. You give me the names, we go to lunch. And then we do some house cleaning after that, and we be done. Okay? Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough. So, let's rock and roll. Okay.
That one just ain't feasible.
What?
I was gonna say Jeff.
Jeff, who?
That much I don't know. That's why.
Jeff Blackburn?
God, no.
Jeff.
I mean, I guess my thing is, you want the last name.
Okay,
you want the first name.
Yeah, let's start with the first name. I'm easy.
I know. I mean, and I'm trying to make it easy for myself too.
Well, and I understand.
But I'm just making it tougher and tougher.
Yes, you are.
The more
Yes, you are.
I guess the more I fight it, the more upset I get.
Yep. And that's not going to solve anything there.
No.
You know what you just told yourself?
I have no idea.
You just told yourself there's nothing else left to do but
Do it.
Yeah.
That's it.
You bet it is. You bet it is. We'll go buy you lunch. In fact, the Subway does sound pretty good.
Does that mean I get to go out, or do I have to stay in wait?
What Did you come clean with the names and everything?
Sure.
We're there. You and I will go out and eat.
Right on. From there, I'll just walk home. Thanks,
We'll take you to Subway.
Right on. From there, I'll walk home.
I mean, I trust you.
And my thing is, I trust you guys too at this point in time of my life.
Well, I hope so.
I mean,
I hope so. You need to trust us that, you know, we do see the big picture here a little bit more so than Chris.
maybe, Chris is always saying himself.
Well, and we're looking out for Chris too, believe it or not. Because I'm telling you, it's going to come crashing down on you, my friend.
I know.
Okay? It seriously is. There's no sense in you taking the heat for everybody. That is stupid.
And I'm not trying to take the heat.
Well, but in reality you are.
No.
Because you're not giving up the other guy's name.
And I'm not trying to fight it either. I'm really not.
So if you want to get pissed, I would get pissed at yourself. You know? I really would. And just, man, whatever that battle that's being waged within you right now, you gotta win. And you gotta win over that part of your body. You have to. For your own sanity, you have to. You gotta win it. Okay? That'll work. That'll work.
I'm just going to give off names in my head.
You want to whisper it in my ear?
I'm just trying to get the name, the right name, I guess. I have so many names trying to see one guy.
Try to put down last names if you can, okay? Best you can. Is it one of those four? Yes.
Okay.
I mean, is it one of those four that way?
Maybe, there's still names going through my head. I'm still trying to catch them and try to figure them out.
Alright. You got David, you got Jeff, you got Mike, and Gary.
Yeah.
You know, the other person that's floating around. What's that name?
Clint.
Clint?
Yeah. I don't know if I spelled it right.
Okay. I'm looking upside down. Oh, okay. Is that the name of this phone that you have?
That's one of them.
Okay. Anybody else? I mean, could it be one of these guys?
It's either yes or it's either no. I know.
You see where I'm coming
Yes, sir, I do.
So, is it one of those gentlemen right there?
That's the one that really sticks out.
Okay. And you selected Mike, is that correct?
Sure. That's what I selected.
Okay. Is that your name? Is it Mike?
It's the only name that, after the one that stands out, it's the only one that basically.
I mean, remember, you're in the car, you guys are
Yeah, I know.
I mean, passing bowls around and stuff.
I know, that's my thing.
And remember, Ben's there, okay? You guys are on the body, okay? Ben stabs her, okay? And this other guy, you know, he's getting hid from her, okay? And then you bail out. I mean, Ben's going to call out his name and say, hey, you know, take Chris's place, right?
It's Mike.
Okay. Mike what?
Mike something.
Okay. Mike, I mean, you know his last name. We're there.
I know, and that's my thing. Last names I'm not too keen with.
Well, I understand. but you're going to be able to call upon your reserves and, get it out. Think that's Subway?
Hey, yeah. They delivered?
You said,
No, I ain't going to
before I come back, I want that last name. Where's the last name?
Hey there.
Nickname?
Nothing.
Do you know what's coming? Well,
You know what's coming next?
no.
No.
I mean, nickname?
No. Honestly, I only have the only nickname. Everyone else got called by their first name or last.
Okay, so it's Mike. Wait a minute. What's right here?
Toodles.
What'd you write there?
I was starting to put another name.
What is it?
George, but
George.
yeah, then just nothing clicked.
Is that Audie George?
No,
George and Audie?
that's
Or is this a different George?
just some name that comes with him as George.
Okay. Okay. So are we still with Mike?
Yeah, that's
Okay. You told me something interesting. With Steve.
what I say now.
Well, you told me that, you held her up and you cut her. And then, you told us at one time that they threatened you. In fact, you told me just a few minutes ago that, with the car and stuff, they threatened you. What they threatened you with.
My life?
That's obvious. And you complied. Of course. Right?
That's true.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Words, I guess verbally. That's the only way I put it.
Who was threatening you?
Ben did.
Okay. And you.
Not much as Ben. That's all I ever saw. Like you said, we all went our separate ways. So me and Ben stuck together.
So, this guy you described, is it Mike?
My best recollection, yeah.
Right. Do you feel bad about what happened?
Today? Or
No, overall.
overall?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel bad overall. I mean, I explained that before, and I do feel bad. I mean, if I didn't feel bad, then I wouldn't try to, I don't know what's the wrong thing for, try to work at anything.
Mm-hmm.
I would just say, fine, put me in jail and take care of it. I wouldn't try to help myself get better.
Getting better is pretty important, isn't it?
For me, it is, yes.
Because you have a conscience.
Unfortunately.
No. Do you know why we have a conscience?
Because we're human?
Mm-hmm. That's very human. Do you know why we have a conscience? Where do you think the conscience originated from?
Probably our morals and our values, what we learned. What is right, what's wrong.
I'm talking before that.
And for that, God?
Exactly that. Why do you think God gave man a conscience?
What determines what is right and what is wrong?
Exactly. Every single person that's been born on this earth was born with a conscience. Did you know that?
But just some people choose not to use it or listen to it than others.
You're right. You're right.
I mean, people who can kill out of cold blood or whatsoever just don't care. They don't pay attention enough.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you this. There must be this. There's one side that we haven't discussed about this whole thing. We've talked about the personal side. You know how I've always kind of talked, the inner war that's going on inside of you and the weight and kind of
How does it feel for the other side?
Right.
And for the other people involved?
No, we're talking about we're talking all on the temporal side, the worldly side. But there's another side that we haven't even, the God side. How everything looks in His eyes. You know what I mean?
Mm.
How does that make you feel? What's your thoughts there?
About God, I mean, it's just what we're looking for. He knows I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He knows I'm sorry. I never wanted any of this to ever happen.
Mm-hmm.
If I knew it would happen, I would have been there. I would have done something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
what do you think you have to do to reconcile this with God?
basically make everything right. My opinion of it all. I mean, what I've learned after so many years of this and that, basically, confession would be a good thing for me right now. Go to confession. I mean,
What religion are you?
I'm Catholic. Maybe go to confession. And not sit down and confess. So,
Doesn't matter who you confess to.
as long as I confess to somebody, I guess that's the idea of it all. That's what I've always done.
Yeah.
As long as I confess to somebody. Because God knows what's going on and what's happening.
Exactly. I have 2 lives. Not a lot of people are aware of it. And it's something that I don't always go out and brag about or anything like that. I try to draw attention to myself. I have 2 lives. I have the work side, and then I also have the church side too.
Someone would live like it.
Yes.
I've been going to home with everybody else. For a little while, I used to go down and listen to the missionaries who used to take us out and watch. Listen to it. I was trying to learn about them, even if we didn't go from that field. I was trying to learn about the religion. Trying to understand it.
What do you know about the LDS faith? Do you know how the hierarchy is over there?
Yeah, who has the right to baptize, how it happens. Yeah, I understand all that. They explained that to me last time I saw them.
In the LDS church, I'm a bishop. Okay. Which means I'm over a ward.
Right.
Which we have about 530 people in that ward. And people, in fact, had a couple come in last night. I mean, when they want to make things right with God, sometimes they can come in and confess, if you will, to the bishop. In this case, myself. Now, I cannot give them a complete forgiveness of what happened. Only one person can do that.
Yeah.
Exactly. But I can forgive them as far as the worldly or the church, as far as the church goes.
Right.
And in the confession part, it's just it's a part of the holy process. So it doesn't matter what religion you are, the repentance process is because this, what you and I do as far as some of the things here on this earth really doesn't matter, because what matters is someday we're going to have to stand before the man.
Yeah, he's going to judge us.
Exactly.
And that's it right there.
And that's why it's pretty important, the punishment that we get here on earth, we have to go through. At times, that's just part of the repentance process. We have to feel sorry for what we've done, what you've done, right?
Yeah.
You confess what you've done, which isn't always easy. We've been working on that. You got to make restitution, okay, or restore that the wrong you did. Okay. This case is kind of tough because Ange can be restored. I mean, she is, but she can't be here on earth, right?
Yeah.
But
I can.
You do everything you can to right
What was wrong?
that wrong.
Or, I mean, in olden times, I could offer myself to the family.
But they don't, no, they don't do that.
No.
But you're right, you're exactly right. And then after you try to make the restitution to restore that, then you don't do it again.
Right.
You forsake it and forgive yourself if you can. And that's basically, you meant by the steps we repent. It's how I see it. And I think you're there. And see, you don't want to keep telling you look at yourself in the mirror, you're the only one that's going to look back. You can lie to me, you can lie to Ken, you can lie to Steve, you can lie to Mom, you can lie to whoever.
But I can't lie to myself, because I'm always with myself.
And you can't lie to God. Because someday,
He's going to say, hey!
I mean, no matter what happens on earth, there's nothing compared
to what you can do later on.
Well, and you know what the hell is.
Yeah.
Do you know what my spin on hell is? It's going to be more of a mental type thing. It's not going to be like a fire brimstone. The hell, I think, is going to be knowing what you should have done, could have done, and you chose not to do it. Especially after this life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's kind of my spin on things. And that's what the hell's going to be. Just knowing it.
Could have done this, could have
I
done
had
that.
every opportunity to live right. I had every opportunity, See, that's kind of the side that we haven't talked about.
Never thought it'd be thought up.
What?
Never thought anything like that would be thought up. Anyone views about religion.
If you look at it, religion is a part of all of our lives. Regardless of whether you're Catholic, Baptist, LDS, Methodist, or whatever, we all believe in God.
Some of them may not be the same God, but
Yeah.
they all believe in one certain sort of way. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of that, researching on religion, trying to find the peace I get.
James Wood, David did Gerald Wood, that's kind of the news story. Trying to make some amends and kind of do the religious type thing. That's why you have so many chaplains now in some jails and prisons because guys finally are saying, okay, I need to come clean and change my life over a little bit. Yeah. You said a second ago, that you've been trying to find that peace. So you've been searching for some religions, right? Different religions.
Trying to figure out, I guess, trying to figure out which one would give me the right answer I wanted to hear. That's about it.
I seriously believe that, through your studies in that, you're going to eventually find out. Because God would want you to find out. He's as merciful as the Bible says he is. And I think, to be honest with you, it kind of is applicable here too.
It is. I mean, trying to do what I'm doing is basically, a confession of what I've done, and trying to make myself right, by trying to make things right. I mean, it is.
That's where your body's doing the things it's doing, It's basically your inner soul, your spirit saying,
I mean, what you did ain't right, but I'm trying to make it right now. Yeah, it's taking time.
You're right, it has. But that's okay too. Okay? I mean, this has been a long process that we've all been through, and that's okay. That's your way of dealing with this thing that happened. Okay? You've done what you're supposed to be doing, and you need to be commended for it.
And my explained Kurt was just I'm upset, cheating.
I don't blame you, but I want you to put yourself in our position.
Yeah.
Okay?
I understand where
Work to you too.
Right.
I want you to be in there.
I understand where you guys come from.
We're like majorly. We've spent I don't know how many thousands, tens of thousands of dollars on DNA testing and different thing, man hours and whatnot in this. The stuff that you've been giving us, each time we've talked to you, you've given us a little bit more. You went from no involvement
Nothing.
to getting in my face saying, I don't know anything, to, okay, to where you're starting to come clean on some of the stuff. But you're still holding back. Okay, Chris, and we know it. Evidence has shown it. Okay, everything is bringing this out. Okay, I'm serious.
So be it. I mean,
Okay.
I'm willing to work with you guys. I don't know what the hell you guys want from me, but I'm trying to give it to you. I mean, it's all I can do.
Okay. That's all we want you to do is continue to try. Okay. But I'm telling you, we're not there yet.
That's cool.
Okay. I mean, we're not
Can
there
I
yet.
just go back to the beginning? I was never there. I wasn't involved. Can we just start way back then?
Now, talking with the prosecutor. Okay. First of all, more than likely you never left the apartment. Second of all, Jeremy Sargis, there's a dang good chance he wasn't there. Third of all, there's definitely another person involved that you haven't told us about. There's definitely another person involved that you have not told us about.
Okay.
The evidence has borne that out.
Okay.
All right. Talking with the prosecutor. Okay, this contract is dissolved.
Yeah.
Okay, right now the way it looks, you're going to jail and in prison. Okay.
He said I wasn't going to jail.
Not today.
Oh.
Okay, because he understands the medical things that's going on in your dad's life and everything else. Like I say, he's a compassionate man, but
It still doesn't matter.
yeah, you don't screw with him. Okay, so that's hanging over your head right now. Now, in talking with him, hypothetically, if Chris Tapp was holding on to Angie as she was being cut, and then some other stuff was going on, or if Chris Tapp took part in the knife in any way, shape, or form in cutting her, okay?
But I didn't.
Would you listen?
Okay.
Okay. Hypothetically, I said.
Okay.
If you took part in any of that, that's okay. Because you're still here, you're still showing some good faith that you want to cooperate, and the prosecutor will reconsider another possible. Exactly.
Right.
So if Chris Tapp was involved in any way more than what you told us, which it sounds like you possibly were, okay, to some degree, okay, a new contract could possibly be constructed.
Right. But why would I pass the lie detector test then,
You
Jerry?
didn't. You have not passed the lie detector test.
I passed the last one?
No, you did not pass the last one. In fact, Detective Finn, he'll go over that with you. You did not. You passed it on one question, one particular question, but it was still, actually, your last polygraph was probably the best polygraph you've had thus far, but it still showed that you were being deceptive. Seriously.
Because he would have, we can discuss it and stuff.
On one question, perhaps.
Okay.
And he'll go over that with you, okay, Chris. He'll go over that. Alright. But I'm trying to lay all the cards out. Okay?
Right. That's understandable.
Just trying to lay all the cards, and that's kind of where we're at. Okay. The door isn't shut yet, but it's starting to close.
Back to square one.
And that's not cool, because we need to try to get everything out, get it worked on, so we can construct a plan. So Chris Tapp knows what's up. So you can take this, put it off to the side, so you can concentrate on your old lady and on your dad and everything else. You know what I mean?
So I shouldn't go get a job, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say that. What I'm trying to say is, you need to know where you're going. And you won't know where you're going until
Everything gets
out.
until other people come forward or whatever. I'm basically the main, what's the word, I guess probably where I want to put it is probably a scapegoat or.
No, you're not a scapegoat. You were there. I mean, you're there. You're not a scapegoat, Chris, at all. You're there. You're up to your eyebrows and all this. Okay. I mean, you were there. Now, scapegoat is someone that we're trying to put the blame on. That didn't have any involvement.
Right.
You're involved. And there's another person involved.
And I wish I knew who it was, because I would tell you. I really would, Jared.
Okay. You were there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We've got evidence on a crime scene that shows that there was another individual there. The evidence has shown that it was not only Hobbs or Sargis or Tapp. There's a fourth person there. Okay, the evidence is showing. Chris Tapp was there. Chris Tapp, you know who that other person is. Now, apparently, you're having like some major struggles in giving up that person for whatever reason. If it's out of fear, out of loyalty, out of whatever. But
none of that no more.
well, something's there because you're not giving up that other person, Chris.
I would if I could, Jared. I would. Jesus Christ, I would. But I know I can give you every goddamn name in the book.
The facts still remain, and they are facts. It's not probable cause, but it's facts.
Right.
Chris, you were there. Another person was there. It's time to meet the two together. Because if you want anything to help you, you got to give us that information. And that's all there is to it, man.
I know this.
We know you were there during the whole time. I mean, things just aren't adding up.
Well, let's go. Round, what is it, 73?
Sure.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
What do you want to know?
Can you start talking?
I don't know what the hell you want.
I told you what I want. There's another person involved.
I wish I could give you that name. I already told you that. I wish I could, but I don't know who it is. Honest truth, I don't. If I did, I would.
We can't run away from the facts. We can't.
That's understandable.
We cannot. We cannot ignore it. And I mean, I think what it's going to come down to, Chris, is, this is it. This is the whole show right here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, you can song and dance your way and, tiptoe around a lot of the other stuff, like we've done up to this point. But I'm trying to tell you, Chris, the door is closing.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so evidence shows that there's a fourth person there or a third person. We can't even prove that Jeremy was there. For all we know, that was the lie that you gave us. That you screwed with us about. And that, let me tell you, my friend, we put a lot of time and effort in that lead, running down Jeremy and doing DNA and stuff like him. I don't know if you realize how much DNA costs, but it costs some serious money to have DNA run. Okay. And his alibi's looking like it's checking out.
So be it.
But the bottom line is this, Chris. The bottom line is this. Okay?
I don't know what the hell.
Chris, you told us Jeremy Sargis was there. You not only told us that he was there, but he took an active part in it. Now we're finding out that Sargis probably wasn't there and that you were screwing with us.
I'm not screwing with you.
What is it, Chris?
I don't know what the hell you guys want.
Okay, was Sargis there or not?
To my recollection, yes.
Okay.
What?
Listen, you're the one that's providing the details. You're running the show here, not us. Okay? You're running the show, Chris. You tell us things, then it's our job to verify if it's true or not. That is our job. We need to verify that. Before we go and put our butts out on the line and make an arrest, we got to have our ducks in a row. So when Chris Tapp tells us things, we think, great, cool, that sounds pretty good. I think he may be telling us the truth this time. We go check it out, and it's bogus.
I'm trying to give you everything I can remember. What more?
Okay.
I mean, that's it.
Okay, let's do this. Okay? Let's go ahead and let's put you on the polygraph.
So be it.
Okay? And let's go from there, man.
So be it.
Cool?
All right.
All right. We're not the bad guys here. You're not the bad guy here. Okay? There's one thing we're after, Chris, and that's truth.
That's understandable. I'm trying to give it to you.
And I understand. And I appreciate your help in doing it. So you've done a wonderful job in the past. All we want is the truth. Okay? You still cool?
I'm fine.
Are we cool?
Okay.
Here, when this is all over, I don't get high anymore.
We'll go drink a few beers.
We'll go do something seriously. But Chris, I cannot stress the importance
Of me telling the truth.
of what we're doing here.
I know.
I mean, it's vital. See right here? I wore this just for you.
A few things.
See what that is?
Little angel.
Guardian angel. I'm kind of like your guardian angel right now. Ken Brown is pretty ticked right now. You know, everybody's kind of hammered at Chris right now because we felt that we got screwed big time. Okay? Because you haven't come clean with everything, and you know we're kind of getting led on a little bit. And essentially, I'm kind of the last hope.
That's fine. I mean, I'll do this again.
Okay, fair enough. That's all we ask, okay, man?
Yeah.
All right. Go see if Steve's ready, okay? Okay, you ready?
No, but might as well try it.
I mean, we're there, right? It's okay to feel the way you do. It is. It's okay. All right? Now, I've already got you there. I've already got you involved. Okay? We knew that pretty much from the beginning, to be honest with you, Chris. Okay?
I mean,
Actually, we've known this for quite a while.
probably since the day one.
And we're just trying to, let you kind of work at it through your own speed. Work it out in your mind and whatnot. And we're there. Okay? The time is now. Okay? So, lay it on me, bro. Lay it on me.
I mean, what you want? I don't know.
Okay. So, everybody who's up in the department again, their names are Chris Tapp.
Unfortunately.
Okay.
Ben.
Now, are you sure Ben's there?
Yes.
You're
positive?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Ben Hobbs.
And some dude.
Well, come on, Chris. Not some dude. Come on.
Like I said, Steve.
Well, Steve. Come on. I mean, we're there, Chris. So you got Chris Tapp, you got Ben Hobbs, and you got who's the third person? It's all right. I mean, the ball game's over. The jig's up. So, I mean, just get it out and let's move on to the next phase, okay?
I mean.
Yeah, you do. Let's just get it out so we can move on to the next phase. Here.
What's the next phase?
Huh?
What's the next phase?
Then we're going to get into the actual thing that happened to her. Then, okay, we got about 4 phases here. Okay, so we're right at the first phase. Then we're going to move on up.
Yeah, we skipped to the second and third.
No, then we're going to get you out of here. Okay. Then what we're going to do as soon as we're done with about the 4th phase, when we're through there, then we're going to call Kip up. We can start formulating the plan.
Before he shows up, can I just leave?
Yeah, Chris.
It's lunchtime. We gotta have lunch.
that we can work on. Okay? So, Chris Tapp, Ben Hobbs, let it out. Let it out. You're there. Let it out. You're there. Let it out.
I know.
Yeah, let it out.
I know I'm there.
Okay, so there's nothing else, Stephen. Nothing more you need to hide behind. You know what I mean?
I know.
I mean, just we're there. Okay. It's the right thing. You know it's the right thing. Conscious is telling you it's the right thing. Okay. So let's get past that one. Let's move on. So. Okay. It's gonna be okay. I promise you. Chris, I promise you. You know me. I'm gonna fight for you. Everything I can. All right. So you gotta help yourself. And you gotta help me again. Okay. All right. Name wasn't Steve, was it? No, it wasn't. Was it?
It's the only one that comes to my head. I'm from my
Come
head,
on,
and
Chris. Come on.
honestly, Jared, I just don't know.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Chris, you know. Come on. You know. Let's go. You know. Let's go.
I'm not trying to hold it back either. I'm not.
Yeah, you are. Come on, Chris.
I'm trying, Jared. Come on.
I know you're trying. But all I'm trying to tell you, okay, the time is now.
I know this.
Alright? I mean, we're so close to wrapping this thing up. We're so close of trying to put closure in your life. That's all we're trying to do here. Okay, we're trying to put closure in Angie's. We're trying to put closure in yours, in the families, Just trying to put closure for all this stuff. Okay? Okay? You're running out of options, Chris. I mean, you're doing everything you can.
No, it's not.
Possibly not trying to, to give him up. I mean,
It's not even trying to give him up, Jared. It really isn't.
I mean, we're so close. Would you agree?
Okay, closer than you guys were before.
Well, sure we are.
No.
But closer, closer for you too. Chris, we don't want you to tell us what we want to hear. I'm looking more at a personal level for you. Okay? I've been through hell. I know that feeling. I know the war that's raging in your heart and your mind right now. And it's no fun. And I can promise you, that hell that's going on inside you right now is far worse than anything that could ever happen to you, Chris. That is far worse. Just that inner hell. It's far worse than anything that could ever happen to you. So try to get this stupid thing out.
No.
Get it out and open it. Everything. It's okay. It's alright. Okay? Just take that deep breath and just this door. It's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. And remember how good you felt before, when you finally were, disclosing some of the stuff? It's like, man, some of that weight's being lifted off your shoulders, okay? Let me take that weight off of you. Okay? Let me do that. Allow me to help you. Okay? Allow me to help you. I'm here to help. I mean, I've got my hand out. I'm trying to pull you out here, okay?
And I'm trying to give you that name. I really am. But like you said, I don't want to give you the wrong name or anything else.
Okay? Just take it a step further. Should we go to phase 2 for a minute?
Sure.
Okay. Alright? What happens if I were to tell you that we have evidence that you pointed that you took a pretty active part in this, okay?
Okay.
Alright?
Okay.
I mean, you told us in the house that you were there, you're the one that held her down, that Ben asked you to kind of help. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Okay. Now you're going to say that there's evidence saying that I'm the one who did it. I'm the one who stabbed her. Incident. I'm just thinking of the worst possible scenario.
Okay.
Am I close?
Well, probably. But that's okay.
Last time I ever think negative.
But that's okay. Remember what we talked about in the car?
I mean, and that's my thing. I didn't cut her. Anyone who knows me would say that. I can't kill somebody.
Did I say you killed her?
No. I mean, I wouldn't cut her. Nothing. I can't even hurt anybody. To be honest with you.
Well, you guys were high at the time.
It still doesn't matter.
Well, sure it does.
When I'm high, I'm a peace-loving person.
Well, but I also know I've been caught up in the moment too before, Chris. And I'm trying to tell you, okay? And like Steve told you, okay?
It was just okay.
Your principal there. I mean, you're holding her down, okay, while she's being cut. You're holding her down while she's being
Cut.
And
From the start of the sexual shit.
okay. Okay, you're there. We're no different. We're no different if Chris has got the knife in his hand. We're no different. Okay?
Right.
We're no different if Chris stuck her once. No different.
Dude.
Well, what do you mean it is?
Well, what? I'm still going to get what? Murder now instead of accessory?
No, Chris, what? Talk to me here, okay?
I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the worst.
Well,
worst cases.
let's think of the worst case. Okay? So what? What if? Okay? What if? What if you did? Okay? Cut her once. Okay, so you cut her once, okay? Remember what I told you about? Thing with Kip? Okay. We need to construct a plan. Okay, if you cut her, okay, so you cut her. You know, if you stomped up and down on her chest, okay, so you stomped up and down on her chest. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
It doesn't matter. What matters is the truth. Okay? That's what matters. We can take care of the rest later.
Right.
We can.
I'm going to say, I know I didn't cut her. Okay? Maybe I did threaten her.
Well, I'm sure you did. I mean, come on, man. I mean, you're the heat of the moment. She's putting up the fight. Ben's screaming at you. You know, you're caught. You're right there in the middle. Right? Sure you are. Sure you are. Okay? You're high at the time. I mean, things are just going fast and furious, and you're wondering, oh my hell, what is going on? What am I doing? And then, man, you get caught up in it, and you know, and you just.
That's not my style. That's not me.
I'm Chris. I promise you, all this that you did is not you. I'll give you that. Holding her down is not you. You know, doing all this other stuff is not you. I will give you that, Chris. Okay? This is just an isolated incident. This is a one-time only, you've never done it before, and you're hating yourself for even doing it. But the fact is that you did do it, so let's do it. Let's, get into it. Okay? Of course you're threatened. Of course you're threatened. Okay? It's obvious. Okay? That's all right. So you threatened her. Okay? If you cut her, you cut her. I mean,
Right.
If you cut her, you cut her. No big deal. You're dead hell. It's all right. Okay? All right. Okay? So you had to hold the knife. Okay?
Honest, I did threaten her.
Well, I know.
I didn't threaten her with that.
Surely Ben passed the knife off while he's. You know what I mean? I
But
mean,
I didn't.
it's pretty tough to screw a chick, with a knife in your hand. I mean, come on, you and I have been there. So he passed the knife off to you, obviously. Okay, and it's all right, Chris.
I didn't take it. God damn.
Did I say you took it?
No, but
It's like, here, hold this. Well, screw. I know you didn't take it.
I didn't hold it. Nothing. I did threaten her. Okay.
Okay, what'd you say to her?
Shut up. I mean, but I did threaten her.
Okay, did you have your hand over her mouth? Did you put something over her face at all to kind of tell her, to keep her shut up?
No, it was just the tone, actions, I guess.
Okay.
Is the proper way of putting it.
Okay. Did you say,
shut the fuck up? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Shut up, bitch, we're going to kill you, that type of stuff? What?
I just told her shut the fuck up.
Okay.
I mean,
at what point in time did you tell her that? What process of the whole thing did you tell her that?
honestly?
Yeah.
At the beginning.
Okay. How far at the beginning?
When Ben first got her on the ground.
Okay. Okay. So, let's walk through it. You and Ben and the mystery person.
Right, let's just go with that right now.
Okay, well, I'll go with that right now. So you and Ben and the mystery person, you walk in. Okay, take me through it.
We walked in, and everything, like I said before, is the truth about, Ben and her starting into it,
Mm-hmm.
getting into it. Ben took her to the ground.
Okay. Refresh my memory. Okay, so the three of you are in there. He and her get into it. What does he do? How does it escalate? And what's the conversation surrounding?
Basically, the ordeal, the
Okay.
breakup of the marriage.
Okay.
That's
So how does it escalate?
attitude.
Okay,
Both.
attitude.
Attitudes.
And?
Probably over drug related.
Okay, what do you mean?
On Ben's part, attitude more.
Was Ben wasted at the time?
Yeah, we were all fucked.
With?
Marijuana.
Just pot?
Yeah.
Okay. So the three of you are all messed up, right? Okay, and then what? So the attitude starts shining through, then walk me through it.
And wrestled her to the ground. Well, I took her to the ground. Let's put it that way, not wrestled.
Okay. Has the knife been taken out at this point in time? Or did he just take it down?
Honestly, the knife sort of been, not. I'm trying to remember.
Did both of you take her to the ground?
No. I didn't come around until Ben had her on the ground. And Ben was asking for help.
Okay. Had she been cut at this point in time? No. Okay. So she hadn't been cut at all. So Ben takes her down to the ground. Why did he take her down to the ground?
Attitude, anger, frustration.
Okay. So he took her to the ground.
Yeah. Then he asked for help.
Okay. So he asked for help, and what did you do?
Being a dumb, I guess.
Well, we'll talk about that later. Okay.
Being dumb.
Okay, so what did Chris do?
I went over and helped because I didn't know what Ben was going to do.
Okay.
So I would grab the arm,
So he grabbed her arms.
Yeah.
Then what?
That's when Ben bought the knife.
Where did he bring out the knife?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what?
And then we started with it. Like he's gonna cut her
How was he? Where was he at?
on top of her.
How? Was he straddling her? Was he laying on her?
Straddling her.
Okay.
One leg on one side, the other leg on the other.
And what's the mystery person doing at this point in time? What part does he have on her?
He's just standing there.
You sure?
No. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about anything. To be honest with you.
So what's the mystery person doing?
Egging Ben on.
Egging him on. What's he saying?
Come on, do it.
So, Ben's straddling her, out comes the knife, Chris has got a hold of her arms. Then what? And he's threatening her. Right? Is that what you said? Okay. What's he threatening her? What's he saying to her?
That he's gonna cut her.
That he's going to cut her. Why?
Anger.
Okay, so the anger. Why is he threatening her with the knife?
I guess he wanted her dead, right?
Okay, well, but he had to been asking for something, or you know what I'm saying?
It was basically anger, Jerry.
Okay.
It really was. That's what the main thing was started off on, was anger.
Okay, so he's got the knife, he's pissed off, he's angry, he's threatening her, then what?
That's when he,
That's what he wants.
that's what I didn't even say. Yeah, I guess that's when I did my threatening.
Okay. So she's getting kind of mouthy and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. So then you yelled at her?
Yeah, until it shut up.
Okay. Then what?
That's when Ben started to lose it, I guess.
Well, I bet he did. I bet he did. That's what happened.
He started to take off her shirt and my short sweats.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying, he's gonna give it to her.
What were you doing? Okay.
A little bit of bulb trying to plead with Ben, telling Angie to shut up.
Okay. Because you know he's kind of out of control at this time?
Yeah.
Okay. So he's pulling down her sweats. Then what? The mystery person's egging him on. Then what?
I'm not gonna say he guessed. That's a bad word right now.
Yeah. No, we're talking facts here now.
He started to do her.
Define do.
Sexually.
Script.
Yeah.
Okay. Mystery person. What's the mystery person doing at this point in time? He's got to be involved by now. What's he doing?
Helping Ben.
What do you mean helping Ben?
I wouldn't put it help. I don't know how you put it. I really don't.
So Ben's screwing her.
And he's doing his sexual thing to her.
Like what?
Getting a blood.
So Ben's screwing her. And another person's sucking on her, sucking on him.
Yeah.
Okay. Or she's sucking on him.
She's sucking on him.
Okay. At this point in time, did you have to threaten her to suck him off?
No.
She's not doing it willingly.
He's doing a portion of his own.
Okay. So, what? Where's the knife at this point in time?
On the ground? No, it's not.
Are you holding the knife while they're doing her?
No.
I mean, it stands to reason, to be honest with you. If you're holding the knife, I mean, so she's not moving while he's screwing her.
How am I
while
going
you
to hold
got
down
your-
both her arms?
Well, I don't. Maybe
I
you
mean,
could hold them with your knees or
no.
something. I'm just saying, she's not going to do anything if you got the knife up to her throat. You know what I mean?
I'm not doing that.
Okay.
At that point, I knew it was getting too far out of hand.
Yeah. And now you can't stop, can you? Because, you know, you're in pretty deep. You got sucked in, so you can't stop. You know what I mean? With the bros. Yeah, I know. Okay. Help me. Let me help you.
Ben cuts her.
Where?
In the chest area.
By this time, he's out of her, or is he still in her?
He's out.
He's out? Okay. And what's the third person doing?
Still trying to get off.
So, he's in her mouth when Ben cuts her, stabs her? Is that what you said? Is that a yes?
Yeah. Okay. Cut, stab, and poke, and
In what part of her body?
the upper part.
Okay. And you still got a hold of her arms at this point. Is that correct?
And after he did that, I let go of her arms.
How many times did you stab her before you let go?
That first time.
Okay.
Honestly, that first time. Because by then I knew it was way out of hand.
Yeah. So he stabs her, then what?
Starting to cut her throat.
What is she doing at this point? And what's the mystery person doing?
He took over my job. As you call it, my job. Does that make any sense whatsoever?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
It sure does.
I don't know if I phrased it right or not.
So you kind of moved out of the way for a minute,
Yeah.
and this other person started holding her down after he stabbed her. And then what?
You know, threats was obvious that he was going to kill her.
Mm-hmm.
Or right there, please. He was going to kill me. He didn't come out with it.
And that probably happened too. Okay, so then what?
You know, just threats. I didn't know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I kept trying to plead.
Mm-hmm.
I said, hey man, this is enough. Well, I'm going to go to jail for a long time. Come on, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
You know, listening to me.
Mm-hmm. Heat of the moment right now. Okay, then what?
That's when he cut Abby's throat.
That's when he cut her throat. Okay? How many times did he cut her throat?
All I saw was once.
What direction did he cut her throat? Remember? I mean, you're standing right there, you're watching it, you're pleading with him to stop. Okay?
One thing. Just that.
Okay? Then what?
I went out.
What do you mean you went out?
Went out of the room.
You didn't leave the apartment though. So you stand there watching what's going on?
No.
You kind of moved to the farthest part of the bedroom there?
I just moved out of the room, period.
Okay.
I did go out of the apartment.
Okay, but let's don't go out there yet. Let's
Oh,
stay where you're at. Okay? So you're up there, Ben screwed her, the other guy screwed her in the mouth, while you're holding her down, and starts threatening her, stabs her in the chest. You, at that point in time, moved off of her. The other guy started holding her down, and then Ben cut her throat. Is that correct? Is that
Yes.
how I understood what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, when we were in the house, you said that the other guy was jerking off on her. Is that correct? Okay, tell me about that one.
When you're standing over,
At what point in time was he jerking off on her?
when he was holding
When who was holding her?
that guy.
Hey, wait a minute. You're contradicting yourself. Help me
I
understand.
don't even.
Well, I know. Help me understand. I want to make sure I get the story right. Okay? In the house, you said the guy was standing over and he's beating on. Okay. And now you're saying that he did it while he was holding her down. It's important that we understand these facts, okay?
I know. I mean, I understand it, Jared. I really do.
Okay, so what's he doing?
He just got off. I mean,
Okay. Well, it's obvious he got off, but
I didn't.
but where did he get off on her?
I'd say upper half of her body. That.
Well,
Do you
don't look at me.
I
I wasn't there, Chris.
answer it.
No, I wasn't there. This is your game here. I'm just trying to help you pull things out.
The upper half of her body. I mean, specifically, I don't know where. I didn't stop and look.
But you did witness him
Yeah.
beat off.
Yes,
Okay. So then the three of you left. Three of you got in the car and you drove off north towards Anderson.
they got in the car. I didn't get in. That's when I got threatened. So I didn't know what I was going to do.
Oh,
And honestly, I didn't know what I was going to do either.
oh, sure. So then you guys drove off after you threatened him, and where'd you go from there?
I walked around.
So you didn't go in the car with him? I thought you told us in the car that.
I just said I didn't know.
Well, but Chris, you did.
Let's just put it hypothetically, I did go in the car.
Okay, hypothetical.
I mean,
And that, remember what we told you? It's okay if you did. It doesn't matter.
I know.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
But my thing is, I don't remember him dropping me off where I was living. I remember me just going there by myself.
Well, maybe you did. Okay, another key piece of the puzzle that's still missing. You know what that is?
What? Where all the shit?
Well, of course.
How'd I know that one was coming?
Well, because you know. And so,
I don't know. I mean,
of course you know. But Chris, this is the thing. Okay. Obviously, when you guys got rid of the stuff, it's in a place that it's retrievable.
I don't know. I never got rid of it, Jerry.
Well, okay, Chris. What if you did? What if you did?
Hey, what if I did?
What do you think will happen?
Nothing.
Nothing.
That's honest truth. Nothing.
Okay.
What, Jared, if I didn't know, I'd tell you.
You know what? You did tell me, though.
It's in the river. And that's
No, you did tell me a couple weeks ago when we talked that you did get rid of it.
and then I told you the truth was I didn't.
Well,
And
at
then
one point in time, your body said that you did.
no, I didn't.
Remember, you said, I tossed it. Those were your exact words. I tossed it. Okay, now, what is the big flippin' deal if you tossed it?
Nothing.
Okay. Are you afraid? No, since we got the cards on the table.
Am I afraid what? That my fingerprints are on it? No. I'm not afraid.
Because see, I don't care if it's on there or not.
Right.
I mean, it really, actually, if your fingerprints aren't on it, in a sense, that would make a lot of sense if your fingerprints were on it. So, you know, that's okay, Chris.
I mean,
All we're trying to do is just put all the pieces in the puzzle. We're close. We still got a couple of the pieces missing. Okay, we do.
But why do I always have to solve it? Why? I mean,
Do you know why? Because you're the man.
I'm the only one who's talking.
Well, no, you're the man that has a conscience. That's why. That's why you're the only one right now. And it's because of what you're doing right now that Chris is gonna help himself. Okay? These other guys, they don't have a prayer. Chris does. Okay? Chris does. Alright? So I know it's hard, and sometimes it may not seem fair that you have to do it all. But you know, you're the only one that's man enough to do this stuff and come clean. You're the only one that has a freaking conscience. You know what I mean?
I know.
So, so we're still missing the two pieces of the puzzle.
Who that guy was and where the evidence is. I already know this. And I'm getting so used to this.
You know, we could be done here real quick. You know what I mean?
I know.
Okay. We can be done. We can get hold of Kip, and we can say, okay, Kip, this is what's up so far, and this is what Chris is telling us. You know, start to put things together. Okay? But we still need those two. You know, if there are two minor pieces of the puzzle, we wouldn't be here.
I know.
You know, but unfortunately, they're pretty critical to the case. And not only that, but it's also pretty important to show your credibility, because you've lied so many times, and I shouldn't even say lied. You've kind of withheld things, okay? You've done it so many times that your credibility is.
That's why, I mean,
like this. You know what I mean?
if I knew where the evidence was, Jared, I'd tell you. I mean, but I don't.
Okay. Well,
God,
you
no.
have a general idea where the stuff is. You may not know exactly the exact location, but you have a pretty dang good idea where it's at, though. I mean, and that's stands to reason. You know? It just does, Chris. Okay? I believe you when you say you don't know exactly where it's at. I believe that. Okay? But you have a dang good idea.
Ben told me he got rid. Okay?
Okay?
I did ask where. And he never gave me a clear-cut answer. I mean, the only thing I ever understood was he put it in a place where it'd never be found.
Okay?
And
That could be in China.
if that's very true,
Well, I told you where it was.
he could have took it and buried it in his backyard, for all I know. He did not tell me where it was at. I swear on the Holy Bible, he didn't tell me.
It doesn't matter if you got rid of it.
I know.
Let me show you something. Okay, I'm trying to weigh out the lesser of the evils here. Okay. The lesser of the evil is where the stuff's at and what you guys did with it. Okay. The worst part of it is if we catch another lie with it about it. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's gonna screw you more than actually handling it or whatever.
Taking care of it.
Because
I know.
because you know as well as I do that we're gonna get all the pieces to the puzzle
I know
eventually.
this.
You know, Ben's gonna come clean. We're gonna get the mystery guy. You know, when you tell us his name, we're gonna talk to him. He's gonna give us the info, and sooner or later, we're gonna be able to get that evidence, and all the pieces of the puzzle are gonna come back. Okay.
I know.
And then what's gonna happen is Chris is still holding back a little bit, and these guys are gonna give us all the detail. And all I'm trying to do is give you an out.
Before. Hey, I know.
Okay, I'm giving you an out. And the out is that you can show that you can be trusted. That, okay, you did do something stupid, but that's okay. We're going to deal with it. But now you're trying to right that wrong. Okay, the best you can. And you have to have that element in there for Kip to help too.
I know.
And for me to help. You see what I'm saying? And Steve to help. I mean, you got to do it. You know, you just got to finally come clean with it all. You know, you got to quit doing the denial thing and just because it's going to come out, and I promise you, it's going to help.
I know.
Not only is it going to make you feel better. Not only is it going to make you feel better, right? But it's also going to help down the road too. Okay? You know what's right. And you know it's the right thing to do. So where are we going to find it? Where are we going to find it, Chris?
Turn.
I know you're trying. I know you're trying. I know you're trying.
I think the next day we're done. That's true.
Why do you think the knife is still with Ben?
Why? I saw it before.
You saw the knife when
When he was living alone. Everything was shit.
it was in his stuff? And?
The clothes?
No. Just, so you still think the knife's with him?
Somewhere he took it with him or he got rid of it. But I know I saw that knife. I know I saw a knife. Like that one you guys showed me. That's what I'm talking about.
I think so. Yeah.
Out of the 800 you showed me.
Okay. Where are we going to find the knife, Chris?
With Ben, this is about.
So you've changed the story 3 times now.
I just don't know, Jared. God damn it. I mean,
changed the story 3 times.
I'm just
Chris.
trying to help myself.
Okay.
And that's all I'm trying to do.
Okay.
It's just trying to get shit out of my head.
Okay. Speaking of that,
What now?
you know what time it is?
Lunch?
Just about.
No.
You know what time it is, don't you?
Give out that dude's name.
You're good.
Thank you very much.
You and I, we spent too much time together. We're starting to get on the same wavelength. You know it's okay to give him up.
Oh, I know it is.
Okay.
I know it
just
is.
tell your body it is. And let's do it. Let's get out of here. Okay? Come on, let's do it. Let's get out of here.
It wasn't us. I mean, it was going to people right now in my head. Not to point a finger at, just try to get all the names and everything clear.
Well, I can't help you with the name.
I know.
So,
I know only I can help myself.
and you know who it is, right? Just shake your head, yes.
Okay.
Well, you know who it is. You already told us that at the house. You know who it is. And remember, no goose chases.
I know.
I mean, you're running out of time and options here.
I know this, and that's why I'm trying to.
I know.
I'm not trying
Just finally convince yourself that it's okay to. I mean, because you know it all makes sense. I mean, it's right for you to do this. It's the very, very best thing that you can do. The very best thing you can do. And besides, Chris, I would sure as heck hate to have you take the fall for all of it when you shouldn't have to take the fall for all of it. And I guarantee you, my friend, if the other guy was sitting here right now, do you think he'd be saving your ass?
No, it's not.
No,
I'm not even trying to save his ass, Jared.
Well, that's what it appears.
I know, but it's not.
That's what it appears.
I'm not trying to save no one's ass.
Okay, but Chris, you know the name. Sure you do. I mean, you know the name. You've seen the guy before, several times before. I mean, he's hung with Ben. You know who it is. You know his first name. You know his last name. You know what he looks like. You know about where he lives. You know all this stuff, Chris. So, I mean, you know. So just tell your mind that it's time. So we can get on with this.
It's easier said than done.
Agreed.
I mean,
I'll give you that, but
easier said than done.
Mm-hmm. The name is crucial to your future.
I know.
Okay?
I know the name's crucial. I know it is.
Because do you know why? Because once we get the guy's name and we do the DNA check and it comes back to him, that means that, hey, Chris Tapp did tell the truth. Hey, Chris Tapp's got credibility here. Hey, that means Chris Tapp, we can work with him now. Right. So more than anything, the name is
the most important piece.
Well, it's going to help your credibility, you know what I mean?
I know. And
it's going to show that, hey. I mean, you do.
I know, dude. I mean, let's just go with that. I do know, okay?
But we can't go with that, Chris.
I know
we
that.
Can't.
I know. I know you need a name, everything,
yeah.
Your social security number, and...
Well, we don't necessarily need a social security number,
but
I do need, seriously, I do need his name in this.
I know, and I'm not trying to dick you around,
Well, you are dicking us around. Chris, you are. You're dicking us around right now.
Because I won't say his name.
Yep.
And my thing is, Jared, the name, nothing comes to my head.
No, but Chris.
What more do you want? I mean, if nothing comes to my head, what can I do?
Chris. Chris,
All right. But no name comes to my head.
Yes, you do have a name. Chris, you do have a name.
My name comes. I mean, but... There's no use in getting upset.
No, there isn't. Because you know the name, Chris. You know you know the name. Okay? We're not going anywhere until we get the name, Chris.
I know this.
All right.
And I'm trying to give you the name, but
Well,
nothing,
then just tell us the
nothing
name.
comes.
Chris, we could be out of here. Yes, it is. No, Chris, you're screwing with me now.
Yes, sir. Whatever you say.
Well, you know you are.
Yeah.
Well, I wish you could sit in my position and see the big picture here. I really do, Chris. I honestly wish you could. I see the big picture.
Then I'm trying to protect somebody.
Well, what I'm saying is that in order for you to help yourself, Chris, in order for you to help yourself, and I mean legitimately help yourself, you got to give up the name. You got to do it.
And I'm trying to not do it wrong either.
Well, and I know you're not trying to do it wrong, but I'm saying you got to give up the name. I mean, you were there. You guys were in the car. You've been together before. I mean, come on, Chris. You know who it is.
I've never been with the Jew before. If I was with the dude before, the name would roll off. Alright? But I was never with that dude before.
Okay. You're in the car with him. You guys are going over. You're talking about what's going to go down. I mean, you're there.
We're not talking about what's going down.
Well, I meant as far as going over to Angie's house and talking to her.
Yeah.
Okay? You guys are talking about it. Did this other guy take part in stabbing her? You're shaking your head, yes. Okay. At what point? And where did you stab her or cut her?
Alright, I'll try to start
Okay. While you're still holding her down at that point in time, correct?
Stupidly, yes.
Okay. So you're holding her down when Ben stabbed her, and you're holding her down when... What's his name? Oh,
It didn't hurt to try. I'll give it that.
So you're holding her down when the other guy stabbed her.
Yes.
It's there, Chris.
Then why won't I let it go?
I don't know.
Answer that.
Well, I don't know. I'm not a psychology major. Okay? I'm not a psychology major, but I do know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, you know his name. And you know where we can find him. And I mean, this, my friend, is the missing link. I mean, this is going to help Chris immensely. I promise you, Chris. I'm promising you with every ounce of strength I have that this is going to help you.
I know, but...
Okay? But there's no buts, Chris. There is no buts. Chris, you know who it is. Give him up so we can get on
I'm trying to
with the
give him up.
process here. Okay?
God damn, I'm trying to give him up.
But just do it. Just do it then, Chris. Just give him up. Just do it. I mean, there, just do it. So we can move on.
I know this. And I'm trying. In my mind, you know how many people is going through my head.
I'm sure you got a lot of the kids down there.
And I'm just trying to make sure it's the right one.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I really appreciate that.
buddies?
No.
Nope. Did one of your buddies get sucked in too?
No.
By chance?
Any loyalty I had to anybody, man, is gone. It's honest truth, it's gone. Any loyalty I had. Right now, I got my own life to think about.
Yeah, we do. We really do. And that's as serious as it can get right now.
I know, and I'm trying to save my own ass. I got so much going on in my life right now I need to be there for.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you do.
I don't want to be wrong either.
No, I agree.
Shit.
I'll be right back.
Okay, can I go to the bathroom?
Okay, let's backtrack a little bit. Maybe this will try to maybe help you. Okay. Okay. You're there at the river. Okay.
That's what I've been doing in my
Okay.
own head. Was
Okay.
down at the river because I know he'd have to show up with them.
Okay.
That's the given right there.
Okay. Let's. What does he look like? We talked about this at the house a little bit. Remember?
Yeah.
Okay. So what does he look like?
He's not really tall. I mean, he's shorter than I am.
How tall are you?
I stand about 6'2", 6'3".
Okay. Is he as tall as Ben?
Ben's about as tall as I was.
Okay.
No, I'd say he's a little shorter. But not by much. I'd probably put him around the 5'10", 5'11", 6 foot.
Okay. 5'10" to 6 foot. Okay. What color is his hair? Pink? Purple? Okay.
Like a brownish shade.
Brownish?
Yeah. There's like dark brown, light brown.
Mm-hmm.
What's in between dark and light? Middle?
Brown. Okay, look at my hair. Darker or lighter?
Let's say a little darker.
A little darker than my hair?
Yeah.
Okay. How long?
Probably about as long as my hair is now.
Okay, so it's pretty short.
Yeah.
Pretty short.
Still short. You
How
know,
did he have a part? I mean, what was the style?
same web style I have.
And what style do you have?
Baseball hat.
What kind of style was he wearing his hair? Was he wearing his hair?
Dressed, like he combed it. I know that don't help much, does it?
No.
He combed it.
I mean, I comb my hair.
Yeah.
You comb your hair. I mean,
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, brown short hair.
Like it's slicked back.
Okay?
Ah.
Slick back. Okay? What was he wearing that day?
Pants.
I hope so.
Levi's.
Long or short?
It was long. It was cold.
Okay? Shirt.
Just a t-shirt.
What kind? What color? What did it say?
Like a white t-shirt or something.
Okay, white t-shirt. What was the writing on it?
But that's when you're... Mm-hmm.
Long sleeve, short sleeve.
Short.
Okay?
Because I know Ben brought somebody with him.
Okay? Was he wearing a sweatshirt, sweater, jacket, or nothing?
I don't think he was wearing nothing.
Okay? Mustache, glasses, scars, tattoos,
Nothing I really...
beard, unshaven, shaven.
Shaven, I guess you put it.
Okay, kind of like what you and I are right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're clean shaven, no stash,
No.
no goatee, no nothing, no
No nothing.
sideburns.
No nothing.
Did you have sideburns?
No.
Okay.
Definitely when I was down in the 70s.
Baseball hat? No baseball hat.
No.
No hat. But you said second year, you know.
You like a head stare style I wear anyway.
So no baseball hat.
No.
Shoes?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of shoes? Boots?
Tennis shoes.
Okay.
High tops.
High top tennis shoes.
Yeah.
What color?
White, I think. That's something I don't look at is shoes.
The brand?
Yeah.
Any I didn't know.
I don't
Seriously,
look at
any type of, okay.
Yeah.
No idea the brand.
I don't pay attention to that.
Okay. How much do you think you weighed? Stocky, slim, skinny, strong, muscular, medium, fat?
Medium, I'd probably put it.
Okay.
I'd say a little bit bigger than I am.
Bulkier?
Yeah, just not by much though.
Okay. How much do you think you weighed?
Right now I weigh about 170. Still around my mark now.
So he's fairly good size
Yeah.
kid. How old do you think this kid was?
Not old, to be honest with you.
10, 11?
No, not that young either. I'd put it between the ages 15 and 18. Is that
I mean, you're running the show here. I wasn't there.
right? And that's my thing, is just trying to catch.
15 to 18.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Could Chris have brought someone with
My homeboy Chris? Or me?
you?
No. Anytime I went down the river, I was went by myself. Or I was already with people that
Could
was
your
helping.
homeboy Chris bring with you?
Nope, he didn't. I don't think he had his truck then. It don't matter anyway, he lost his truck. He got a tip for a DUI the other night.
And how old is your homeboy?
Mine?
Yeah.
16.
And he got the DUI?
Uh-huh.
Not cool.
No.
Could this person, I mean, possibly, this person you just described here,
You mean?
no. Could this person here you just described, could have been your homeboy Chris?
No.
Could have possibly been?
No.
I mean, the age is pretty close, right?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
age is close.
I mean,
It ain't my homeboy Chris though.
okay. Could have been?
No.
Okay.
I'd put that in the bank. It's
Okay. And this guy, what is it?
that much I don't know.
Where'd Ben drop him off at? After everybody left, and what about where'd he drop him off at?
At his house? I know that's a lot of help, ain't it?
It's a start. That's a start.
On the street corner, no. At his house. I mean, I didn't pay attention. I know.
Well, I mean, you're there when he dropped him off. So what about what area of town were you guys in when you dropped him off?
Honestly,
Well, I mean, you're there, Chris.
I know, but Jared, you gotta think. That was how long ago for me?
Well, yeah, but
I mean,
it's like a major event in Chris's life right now.
dropping off some dude? No.
Yeah, well, sure it is. I mean, especially after what just happened, you know. So, I mean, what area of town was it? Which side of the river? Let's start with that.
I don't know. I don't. I don't.
Is the kid still living at home? I take it with mom and dad. I mean, the area of town that you guys were in. I mean, did it look like? I mean,
Mom and Dad's house?
yeah.
I'd call it Mom and Dad's house, I guess.
Okay, all
I
right.
don't know what you'd call it.
Well, I mean, if you got a kid that's, between 15 to 18, more than likely, could he be staying home or
He could be staying at home. I mean, I didn't ask. I mean,
Well, I know you didn't ask. I know you didn't ask. But, you were there. You said you weren't paying attention. I mean, whereabouts, what area of town was it in?
well, you can scratch off the west side
Okay.
where my mom, that part of Verity. You
Okay.
can scratch that off.
Okay,
I'm the
it's
only
off.
I'm the only person that lives over there.
Okay, it's off.
G side, the north is the side. I didn't pay attention. I didn't ask. Wow. That's it.
Where does he work? Where does he go to school?
I don't know. I don't ask dumb questions. To me, they're dumb questions.
Well,
Only questions
but
I
you
ever...
know what the questions are, though, Chris?
Right, is my credibility.
Well, no. I mean, it's small talk. I mean, you're picking up all this stuff, It's
Small talk.
Small talk. I mean, between everybody. I mean,
You want to know small...
especially when you meet a person for the first time. I mean, doing a little bit of small talk. I mean, because
You get high? My small talk is different than what other people's small talk was.
maybe, but still.
I'm sorry, I'm one of the people. Do you drink? Do you get high? You want to go get high? That's my small talk.
Okay.
I don't ask. Do you in school? Do you live at home? I don't care about that.
All right.
My main concerns back then was, do you get high? Do you buy drugs? Do you drink beer? If you do any of them three, hey, right on. I'll sell you some dope. I'll go drink beer with you. Let's go get high. That was my small talk.
Okay.
It
Have
wasn't...
you sold him dope before?
No.
Jeff sold him any dope before?
No.
Part of town?
East side? That really helps a lot, don't it?
So was he there when the evidence got rid of too? Three of you? I'm assuming so. I mean, it just stands to reason. Makes sense that three of you together, three of you were there, three of you got rid of the stuff, and then you concocted your alibis, and you know what I mean? Before everybody went their separate ways. Just makes sense.
Sure. Y'all win.
Okay, we win. So what's the name?
Just take me to jail.
Nah, don't want to do that.
I don't want you to do it either.
Well,
To be honest with you. I can go home. Stop the subway on the way there. Did I answer that question?
give me some information. We'll get you some lunch. Cool?
Oh,
Fair enough.
I'll wait. I ain't no more junk food unless I have to.
I didn't say anything about
Oh,
junk food.
okay.
I'm saying, let's get this done and over with so we can go get something to eat.
Okay, what do you want? The name, the evidence. God, I gotta quit asking that dumb question, don't I?
We're there.
God, I gotta quit asking dumb
The time
questions.
is here. We're there. You give me the names, we go to lunch. And then we do some house cleaning after that, and we be done. Okay? Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough. So let's rock and roll. Okay.
That one just ain't feasible.
What?
I was gonna say Jeff.
Jeff, who?
That much I don't know. That's why.
Jeff Blackburn?
God no.
Jeff.
I mean, I guess I don't. My thing is, you want the last name.
Okay,
you would want the first name.
Yeah, let's start with first name. I'm easy.
I know. I mean, and I'm trying to make it easy for myself too.
Well, and I understand.
But I'm just making it tougher and tougher.
Yes, you are.
The more
Yes, you are.
I guess the more I fight it, the more upset I get.
Yep. And that's not going to solve anything there.
No.
You know what you just told yourself?
I have no idea.
You just told yourself there's nothing else left to do but
Do it.
Yeah.
That's it.
You bet it is. You bet it is. We'll go buy you lunch. In fact, the Subway does sound pretty good.
Does that mean I get to go out, or do I have to stay and wait?
If you come clean with the names and everything,
Sure.
we're there.
Yeah.
You and I will go out and eat.
Right on. From there, I'll just walk home. Thanks, everyone.
We'll take you to Subway.
Right on. From there, I'll walk home.
I mean, I trust you.
I know. And my thing is, I trust you guys too at this point period of time of my life.
Well, I hope so.
I mean,
I hope so. You need to trust us that, you know, we do see the big picture here a little
Right.
bit more so than Chris.
maybe, I mean, Chris is only seeing himself.
Well, and we're looking out for Chris too, believe it or not. Because I'm telling you, it's going to come crashing down on you, my friend.
I know.
Okay? It seriously is. There's no sense in you taking the heat for everybody. That is stupid.
And I'm not trying to take the heat.
Well, but in reality, you are.
No.
Because you're not giving up the other guy's name.
And I'm not trying to fight it either. I'm
Well,
really not.
So if you want to get pissed, I would get pissed at yourself. You know? I really would. And just, man, whatever that battle that's being waged within you right now, you gotta win.
And
You gotta win over that part of your body. You have to. For your own sanity, you have to. You gotta win. Okay? That'll work. That'll work.
I'm just going to give off names in my head.
You want to whisper it in my ear?
No, I'm just trying to get the name, the right name, I guess. I have so many names running through my head.
Try to put down last names if you can, okay? Best you can. Is it one of those four? Chris?
I
mean, is it one of those four right there?
maybe, I mean, there's still names going through my head. I'm still trying to catch them and try to figure them out.
Alright. You got David, you got Jeff, you got Mike, and Gary.
Yeah.
What's that name?
Clint.
Clint?
Yeah. I don't know if I saw that right.
That's all right.
Looks right.
I'm looking upside down.
Oh, okay.
Is that the name that's floating in your head?
That's one of them.
Okay. Anybody else? I mean, could it be one of these guys?
I mean,
Either.
it's either yes or it's either no.
You see,
I
You
know.
see where I'm coming from.
Yes, sir, I do.
So, is it one of those gentlemen right there?
That's the one that really sticks out.
Okay. You selected Mike, is that correct?
Sure. That's what I selected.
Okay. Is that him then? Is it Mike?
That's the thing. I mean, it's the only name that, after the only one that stands out, the only one that basically.
I mean, remember, you're in the car, you guys are getting
Yeah, I know,
high,
I know.
and, I mean, passing bowls around and
I
stuff.
know, that's my thing.
And remember, Ben's there, okay? You guys are on the body, okay? Ben stabs her, okay? And this other guy, you know, he's getting hid from her, okay? And then you bail out. I mean, Ben's going to call out his name and say, hey, you know, take Chris's place, right?
It's Mike.
Okay. Mike what?
Mike something.
Okay. Mike, I mean, you know his last name. I mean, we're there.
I know, and that's my thing. Last names I'm not too keen with.
Well, I
Sorry.
understand. but you're going to be able to call upon your reserves and, you know, do that. Think that's Subway?
Hey, yeah. They delivered?
You said,
No problem. I ain't going anywhere.
when I come back, I want that last name. Where's the last name?
Hey there.
Nickname?
Nothing.
Do you know what's coming? Well,
Do you know what's coming next?
no.
No.
I mean, nickname?
No. Honestly, I only have the only nickname. Everyone else got called by their first name or last.
Okay, so it's Mike. Wait a minute. What'd you write here?
Doodles.
What'd you write there?
I was starting to put another name.
What is it?
George, but
George.
yeah, then just nothing clicked.
Is that the George?
No,
George, and-
that's
or is this a different George?
just some name that comes in my head was George.
Okay. Okay. So are we still with Mike?
Yeah, that's
Okay. You told me something interesting.
Oh, geez.
And Steve.
What I say now.
Well, you told me that, you know, you held her up and you cut her. And then, you told us at one time that they threatened you. In fact, you told me just a few minutes ago that, you know, with the car incident, they threatened you. What did they threaten you with?
My life?
That's obvious. And you complied. Of course. Right?
That's true.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Words, I guess verbally. If you know what way of putting it.
Who was threatening you?
Ben did.
Okay. And did.
No, it was just Ben, because that's all I ever saw. Like you said, we all went our separate ways. But me and Ben stuck together.
So, this guy you described, is it Mike?
To my best recollection, yeah.
Okay.
But, I mean,
Do you feel bad about what happened?
today? Or
No, overall.
Overall?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel bad overall. I mean, I explained that before. I do feel bad. I mean, if I didn't feel bad, then I wouldn't try to, I don't know what's what I'm looking for, try to work at anything.
Mm-hmm.
I would just say, fine, put me in jail and take care of it. I wouldn't try to help myself get better.
Getting better is pretty important, isn't it?
For me it is, yes,
Because you have a conscience.
unfortunately.
Do you know why we have a conscience?
Because we're human?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
We're human. Do you know why we have a conscience? Where do you think a conscience originated from?
probably our morals and our values, what we learned, what is right, what's wrong.
I'm talking before that.
Before that, God?
Exactly right. Why do you think God gave man a conscience?
What determines what is right and what is wrong.
Exactly. Every single person that's been born on this earth was born with a conscience. Did you know that?
But just some people choose not to use it or listen to it than others.
You're right. You're right.
I mean, people who can kill out of cold blood and whatsoever just don't care. They don't pay attention enough.
Mm-hmm. Let me tell you this. And that must be yes. There's one side that we haven't discussed about this whole thing. You know, we've talked about the personal side. You know how I've always kind of talked, you know, the inner war that's going on inside of you and the weight and kind of
How you feel for the other side? I mean, for the other people involved?
No, I'm talking about we're talking all on the temporal side, you know, the worldly side. But there's another side that we haven't even, you know, the God side. You know how everything looks in His eyes. You know what I mean?
Mm.
How does that make you feel? What's your thoughts there?
About God, I mean, it's just what's what I'm looking for. He knows I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He knows I'm sorry. I never wanted any of this to ever happen.
Mm-hmm.
If I knew it would happen, I would have been there. I would have done something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
What do you think you have to do to reconcile this with God?
basically make everything right. My opinion of it all. I mean, what I've learned after so many years of this and that, basically, confession would be a good thing for me right now. Go to confession. And, you know,
What religion are you?
I'm Catholic. I can go to confession and, you know, sit down and confess. Yeah, but
Doesn't matter who you confess to.
as long as I confess to somebody, I guess that's the idea of it all. That's what I've always learned.
Yeah.
As long as I confess to somebody. Because God knows what's going on and what's happening.
Exactly. I have 2 lives. Not a lot of people are aware of it, and that's something that I don't always go out and brag about or anything like that, or try to draw attention to myself. But I have 2 lives. I have the work side, and then I also have the church side, if you will.
What religion are you?
Nobody else.
I've been one of my friends in LDS. For a little while, I used to go down and listen to the missionary who used to go to South and talk. And I'd listen to it. So I was trying to learn about the LDS religion. Go things up there. So I was trying to learn about the religion. Try to understand it.
What do you know about the LDS faith? Do you know how the hierarchy is of it or anything?
Yeah, who has the right to baptize, how it happens. Yeah, I understand all that. They explained that to me last time I saw them.
In the LDS church, I'm a bishop. Okay, which means I'm over a ward, which we have about 530 people in that ward. And people, in fact, I had a couple come in last night. You may want to make things right with God. Sometimes they can come in and confess, if you will, to the bishop. In this case, myself. Now, I cannot give them a complete forgiveness of what happened. Only one person can do that.
God, that's it.
Exactly. But I can forgive them as far as the worldly or the church, as far as the church goes.
Right.
And in the confession part, it's just it's a part of the whole repentance process. So it doesn't matter what religion you are, the repentance process is because this, what you and I do as far as some of the things here on this earth really doesn't matter, because what matters is someday we're going to have to stand before the man.
And he's going to judge us.
Exactly.
And that's it right there.
And that's why it's pretty important, the punishment that we get here on earth, we have to go through. Okay. At times, that's just part of the repentance process. We have to feel sorry for what we've done, what you've done, right?
Right.
You have to confess what you've done, which isn't always easy. We've been working on that. You got to make restitution, okay, or restore the wrong that you did.
It lost.
Okay. This case is kind of tough because Ange can be restored. I mean, she is, but she can't be here on earth, right?
Right.
But
I can.
You do everything you can to right
What was wrong?
that wrong.
Or, I mean, in olden times, I could offer myself to the family.
Yeah. but they don't, they don't do that anymore.
Right.
But you're right, you're exactly right. Okay. Then after you try to make the restitution to restore that, then you don't do it again.
Right.
You forsake it and forgive yourself if you can. And that's basically, in a roundabout way, the steps we repent is how I see it. Okay? And I think you're there. And see, when I keep telling you, you look at yourself in the mirror, you're the only one that's going to look back. You can lie to me, you can lie to Ken, you can lie to Steve, you can lie to Mom, you can lie to whoever.
But I can't lie to myself because I'm always with myself.
And you can't lie to God. Because someday,
He's going to say, hey.
I mean, no matter what happens on earth, there's nothing compared
to what you can do later on.
Well, and you know what the hell is.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what my spin on hell is? Is it's going to be more of a mental type thing. It's not going to be like the fire or brimstone. The hell, I think, it's going to be knowing what you should have done, could have done, and you chose not to do it. Especially after this life, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's kind of my spin on things. And that's what the hell's going to be. Just knowing I
could have done this, could have done
I had
that.
every opportunity to live right. I had every opportunity, See, that's kind of the side that we haven't even talked about.
Never thought it'd be brought up. To be honest with you.
You what?
Never thought anything like that would be brought up. Opinion and views about religion.
If you look at it, religion is a part of all of our lives, regardless of whether you're Catholic, Baptist, LDS, Methodist, or whatever.
Doesn't matter.
We all believe in God.
Someone may not be the same God, but
yeah.
they all believe in one certain sort of way.
Eventually.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of that, researching on religion, trying to find the peace I get.
James Wood, the guy that did Jeremy and Wood, that's kind of what he was doing. Trying to make some amends and kind of do the religious type thing. That's why you have so many chaplains and that in some jails and prisons, because guys finally are saying, okay, I need to come clean and change my life over a little bit.
Yeah.
You said a second ago, that you've been trying to find that peace. So you've been searching for some of the religions, right? Different religions.
Trying to figure out, try to figure out which one would give me the right answer I wanted to hear. That's about it.
I seriously believe that, through your studies in that, you're going to eventually find out. Because God would want you to find out. He's as merciful as the Bible says it is. And I think, to be honest with you, I think it kind of is applicable here too.
It is. Trying to do what I'm doing is basically, a confession of what I've done, and trying to make myself right, like trying to make things right. It is. I know that.
That's where your body's doing the things it's doing, It's basically your inner soul, your spirit saying,
what you did ain't right, but I'm trying to make it right now.
Yeah.
It's taken time.
You're right, it has. But that's okay too. Okay? This has been a long process that we've all been through, and that's okay. That's your way of dealing with this thing that happened. Okay.
Before I just go out and get high. Yeah. And now I have that option, but I don't want to choose that option yet. But yeah, that's a big problem.
You're showing a lot of maturity. It takes a strong man, and I'm not blowing smoke at you, Chris. But it takes a lot of fortitude and maturity to want to better yourself.
Since I've done a lot of, I guess the idea would be soul searching for myself, trying to figure out who I am and what I'm about.
Sure.
I finally realized I'm not this big bad guy that I thought I was. Right off the top. And when really Gino found out I was kind of a puss, I would have problems in life.
Sure.
But I always do the attitude.
Sure.
And I'm a tall. I mean, I'm not real big, but I'm tall. And my attitude, everyone hears it.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not me. That's not what I've been really about.
No, that's just for the survival.
That's it.
It's just for the survival. But as we talked earlier in other sessions, that we all wear masks, and we wear them for various reasons. Because deep down we're all insecure to some degree, and you know what I mean. But it's definitely a side you need to examine. If you want to truly repent or truly confess, I mean, in order for it to be applicable.
I know. I mean, I see where you're coming from with that. I really do.
And I see a lot of people hurting. Both in this job and, on the church side of it. I see a lot of people that come in and it's done some stupid things, and I mean, the weight is just absolutely tearing them up and stuff, just killing them. And that's why earlier I told you, let me help take the weight off it. I've done that before. I know, I've seen the effects of taking the weight off of people. A couple last night, I mean, you should have seen it. She says, man, it's like a big weight was taken off of you. I mean, I wish you could have been there.
I mean, that was one of my things since all this started. I've been wanting to try to go back to my rehab and go talk to my counselor.
That'd be wonderful. I think you need to. When this is all said and done and over, I think you need to. And that's part of the healing process and, the confession process and just,
He's always been right to the point of wanting you getting treatment. Wouldn't be around the bush. And it's something I had to realize and take with him. And take what he had to say. I wanted to get better. So.
And that's why I've kind of played hardball with you a little bit. I mean, because you got to be honest with yourself.
I'm trying to be honest with myself. I really am.
And that's why your counselor, your counselors won't let you beat around the bush, and because you can see, the futile effort.
Yeah.
And that's why I was trying to tell you to sit in my position here and see the big picture, because I see you're just kind of, you're staying in that hole that you dug for yourself. And we're here extending the hand, trying to help you out of that hole. Okay.
And I just keep digging myself deeper and deeper every time.
You do.
Oh, that's true.
And that's what I'm saying. I mean, we're there, Chris, and you want to do the right thing. You're a good person. You just got caught up in all this crap as a one-time thing. You just got caught up in the moment. Stupidity. You got sucked in, and you're right, it was stupidity. But that's water under the bridge. I mean, you can't take that back. That's all you can do now.
Try to go on with the future.
Yep, and do the best you can, and do as much right as you possibly humanly can to right this terrible wrong, and then take your lumps and then get on with your life.
That's about it.
Yeah, I mean that's it exactly. And that's why I told you all along. If you actually killed her, fine, kill her. If you did this, you did that. It doesn't matter, but it's just part of that confession or that process of just getting it out so you can get going. Okay.
So where are we at now in the idea of it all?
Where are we at now?
Yeah.
Well, where we're at is, we're still missing a couple of those pieces of the puzzle. Okay. And a few other things that I think we could probably take care of. But,
It's basically all up to me.
Yeah, it is. Okay.
Same time tomorrow. I'll be back. Nice try, huh?
But you're a good kid. Not even kids, you're man.
Yeah, not a kid no more.
And so it's time. It's time. That's what he's saying. Let's just talk about him. Let's finish this thing up. Okay?
Let's try it again. Can't go smoke before we start it all over again.
How about if we just do it?
Start all over again. Right.
No, let's just do it right now.
Okay.
And as soon as you're done, then we go do this whole thing. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
So what happened? Who, what, why, where, when,
I told you who, what, when, where, and how before.
so is everything good to go that you told me today?
Yes, sir. I will take, I guess, my responsibility.
Okay. What
Or-
exactly did Chris do? What exactly?
I
What
am-
part did you take in doing this?
I held her down,
You held her down.
and I guess I threatened her
And how did you threaten
verbally.
her? And what did you say to her verbally?
I just told her to shut up.
Okay. And at what point in time did this happen? What was happening to her during this time?
She was getting it.
Okay. And who was right?
Ben.
And what was the other guy doing?
Getting it fixed.
Okay. And this other guy's name is?
The only thing I know, I'll give it this much as mine. Like, the last name, everything else you want.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try to give it to you,
Okay.
but
Well, you give it to me.
it's the only thing I can come up with right now is Mike. I mean,
Where can we find Mike?
that much I still don't know.
Where's Mike live?
That much I still don't know. I mean, I only saw him a few times, and that's honest truth.
I believe it.
He's not someone I hung out with.
Mhm.
He's not someone I did. I got high with him, I think, just that one night, and that was it.
Okay.
He was one of Ben's friends.
Mhm.
I mean, one of the people, besides what he ran with us.
Mm-hmm.
Because we all had our different people, group of friends that was besides the river crowd.
Mm-hmm.
So mine was our different type of friends over on the west side of town.
Yeah.
See?
So this was last week.
I don't know. I mean, nothing right now comes to my head, Jimmy, because maybe I'm just trying to think about it too hard, too deep.
What about the evidence? I mean, things are a little bit different there now. I mean, talking about the truth and
Yeah, I mean,
doing
now
the right thing.
I understand all that, and it's not because I'm trying to, protect myself or protect anyone else. Okay? If I did know what was that, I would tell you. Because I have nothing to hide.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I came clean with what I've done. I
Okay.
mean, I have nothing more to hide.
What did Ben do with it?
He got rid of it. I mean,
And what did he get rid of it?
only thing he ever told me was he really got rid of it. That was it. I mean,
What all did he get rid of?
he got rid of his shirt, his pants, the knife.
Okay. As the three of you drove off, right? And then where did he go from there? I mean, you guys were driving off, and then where'd you guys go?
I went home.
Okay, so did he drop you off at home or what? You told me earlier that,
I went home by myself. I mean, I remember if he dropped me off at home.
okay. You said earlier that you were there when he dropped Mike off. But you couldn't, you weren't paying attention where. Do you remember that?
Yeah, but never mind. That
But never mind, what do you mean?
I was answering all your questions. That's all I was doing with that.
What?
With that scenario you gave me, this and that, it was just answering questions. I didn't even know if I was answering half the time. Because that's all it's been half this time, Jerry, to be honest with you. I've just been answering questions.
So what's the bottom line then?
I don't know
I
where
mean, with this Mike dude.
I don't know where he lives. I don't know where you can find him.
Did you drive off with him?
No.
Okay.
No.
So those two took off by themselves.
That's it.
Okay. Ben told you got rid of it. He just took care of it.
Yeah.
And you don't know Mike's last name?
Not sure. Not. And maybe something later will come on. A light bulb will click in my head. I mean, at this point period of time, I'm just thinking about everything too hard, too long.
Okay.
It's no excuse. I'm not going to say it's an excuse.
Let's go get a smoke. Unless you got something else you want to say.
You know.
You sure?
Yeah. God forgive me, that's the only thing I really have to say.
I ain't going nowhere.
Don't drink that much coffee, Andrew.
Try not to.
Okay, we've talked it over in there.
What's the good news and what's the bad news? There's always good and bad everything.
We think the other person involved is someone very close to you. Okay. And that's why you're having such a difficult time, talking and giving it up, because not so much the threat situation, but because of just the personal, the personal feeling, attachment.
Everything else.
Yeah, and that's what it is. I mean, and it's clearly obvious that's what it is. That someone extremely close to you.
So what's the good news and what's the bad news? Just
Well, the good news is that you're going to tell us the name. Okay, that's the good news. Okay, all right. Seriously, that's the good news.
And the bad news?
Well, what bad news are you expecting?
I don't even know anymore from anything. I expect anything from this place.
Well, from this place?
Yeah.
I can't give you that answer yet. Okay?
Okay.
Because Kurt's going to come in and talk about it. Well, Kurt and Kip, when you finally give us the name, right? Once that happens, then Kurt and Kip can get together and start, doing this thing. That's why they get paid big bucks. Okay? And, that's all we're waiting for. Now, as far as this issue with your buddy here, maybe we can formulate a plan, okay, as best as we can to help him too. Okay?
No,
I mean, it stands to reason. I mean, if he's a pretty good bro of yours and whatnot, maybe we can get with Kip and, see the extent of his involvement. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And try to construct a plan there too. I mean, from what you're telling me, Ben's the main bad guy. Is that correct?
Yes, yes. I guess the next thing I want to do before I say anything, I want to either talk to Kurt or I want to talk to Jerry real quick.
Okay.
So,
What do you want to talk to him about?
no, just some things I have. I mean, just lawyer things, I guess. I don't even know. I just want to talk to my lawyers real quick.
Yeah, we can do that. But do you think that's a possibility, though, that we're going to be able to construct a plan maybe for this other guy? Maybe help him out a little bit?
I'm gonna say he's not a good friend. I mean, right now I'd turn on my mom if I had to. Kind of shit to say, but I would. I'd turn on my mom.
Well, if she's guilty, you should.
Yeah, I mean, but
You know, and if this other guy, you know,
in this whole entire thing, I put loyalty in the last, I'd say, week, 2 weeks. I put all my loyalties aside of everybody I have.
so what's the holdup here then?
I don't even know what the holdup is.
I mean, on giving up the name.
I don't even know what the holdup is. It's not even loyalty. It's not because I want to save his ass. Because nothing like that. It's not.
Well, what is it?
I don't even know, to be honest. I just don't know. If I knew, Jen, I'd say. I really would. I just don't. I just don't know.
God knows, right?
That's about it.
Okay. God knows and Chris knows, right? And Ben knows.
Yes, sir.
You guys know it all, right?
We don't know everything.
Well, about this incident. You know it all.
We should.
Huh?
We should.
Well, you do. God knows. Christopher Tapp knows. Jared knows. What could it be?
I don't know.
What area have we hit, Chris? I mean,
We've hit everything. Yeah, we've hit everything imaginable. I just don't know what my holdup is. I really don't. I really don't know what my holdup is, Jared. If I knew, God, I'd say. I just don't know what my holdup is.
You know we will win. All of us. I mean, all of us here.
Yeah.
You and I, we will win.
Oh, I know this.
We will come out of this.
I know.
Alright.
And I know I'm going to come out a better person for, what I've just done. But right now, I don't know what my holdup is.
Is there anything we can do, I can do, or any of us that we can do to help you with this, through this?
Smack me upside the head with a big bat.
Okay.
Hold on, be right back. I just don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
Well, Chris, you've been through a heck of a lot. You know? You've been through a lot. There's a lot of uncertainties. There's a lot of fear, right?
Yeah.
There's all this stuff going on in your mind right now. Okay?
I just got everything wound up all at one time.
But I want to try to alleviate your fear, and I want to try to alleviate the uncertainty. Okay? And that's what I'm trying to tell you. Those two can, there's a pretty good chance those two can be answered, like, real quick. Okay? But you gotta give out that last piece
I know.
of the puzzle. And so, with that in mind, that itself should hopefully force it out of you. So, what are pieces ready? So that in itself, or we can answer those two questions for you, there should be some pretty good motivation.
Can you do me that favor, then?
What's that?
Get hold of Kurt, get hold of Jared for me.
Okay, consensus is you're buying for everybody.
Right on.
Huh?
That's cool.
Kurt's on it now.
Alright. Okay. I'll go smoke. Do I got time?
Soon, Chris Tapp is brought back in for a follow-up interview.
I'm going to be here to work with you. Okay? I'm here all the way with you. All right? Now, we're up to our waist in all this shit. Okay? And that's cool. That's all right. That's all right. Okay. Let me give you a little bit of a story. Can you hear your story?
Yeah. Sure.
Humor me.
Beat mine.
Humor me. Okay. You've got an infection before. Right? Either by a sliver, needle, whatever. Okay? Hurts like hell, the infection, right? So what do you do to clean out?
Antiseptic.
Okay? So you pour it on there and what? Kind of clean it out? How does it feel?
Sting.
Hurts like hell, doesn't it? But before it can get better, what do you got to do?
Get it all out first.
Got to get it all out before it heals, right? See where I'm headed with this?
I see where you come from, Jerry.
Okay. Now. Okay. So that's all we're doing. Okay. This part is as bad as any withdrawal you've ever gone through. You know what I mean? This is as bad as it's going to get here right now. All right. Just the part that you're finally coming to grips with yourself. What you know. You know what I'm saying? Your involvement, everything. You got a major battle going on inside of you right now. Okay? And you're having a hard time dealing with it. And I understand that. Okay? So if you and we can just go through it right now. Okay? Chris? Okay, but it's gonna suck. I'm not pulling any punches, but before it gets better, okay? All right. Huh?
Everything I know, like I said, I didn't do it. I didn't help him get rid of any evidence whatsoever.
All right. See, the polygraph showed deception, okay, on a couple of different areas, right? Okay. One of them was that you did it. When he asked you, it showed deception there. Okay? All right. So we need to try to deal with that. Okay. Now let's take it maybe a step at a time. Okay. Can we do that?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Were you in the vicinity? Were you acting as a lookout at the time?
No, sir.
Okay.
I wasn't even around at that time.
Okay.
I had full pumps, no noise, no air, no blood. I wasn't around.
Okay. All right. Okay. What time did he do it?
I don't know. I do not know. I really don't.
Okay.
If I did, I'd say, but I don't.
All right. Okay. Now. Alibi. Okay. This is a couple areas I've got. Just you need to try to help me work through this. Okay. Just
where I was at, or where.
Well, not only that, the two things. We still don't have an alibi for Chris.
Right.
Okay, we don't have one. Okay. As you and I speak right now, we've got a couple of guys trying to go get Blackburn. Okay. Try to corroborate your story.
You want to make it real simple and quick?
I'd love to make it real simple, quick, Chris. Yeah.
Can I use the phone?
Well, you mean trying to get a hold of Jeff?
Yeah, I'm gonna get a hold of my old lady. She can tell me where I was living at that time.
Okay, well, okay. Let's okay. That's not a real imperative right this second. Let me talk to you.
Can I go to the bathroom? I ain't gonna run. That's right.
Oh, man.
Come on.
Tie a knot in it.
I've been here for 3 hours. Come on. Please work with me on this.
You're not gonna you don't
Bail.
no, you don't got a baggie on you, do you? I mean, you're not gonna do like a line or anything.
No. God, I wish I would.
Do one later.
Yeah, I was thinking.
When you leave,
Yeah. Oh.
Well, when you do one later.
Hey, Chris, how you doing? All right.
No, that's no problem. This is Ken.
Yeah, we're back. You can go ahead and go through.
Hi, Chris. Wrong Chris, not you. Hi, Chris.
going on. Okay, when this is over, you owe me dinner.
Okay, where do you want to go?
I don't care.
Mama Inez,
but
your
no.
favorite spot.
You owe me dinner
Okay.
when this is over. Actually, we probably owe each other dinner, don't we? Okay. Let me get my notebook. So we can get Jeff's thing.
Okay.
Okay, so I can get you lined up with that.
Okay.
Okay. Jeff. It's Jeff.
Sorry, it is.
Okay.
Living at the Avalon Apartments.
Avalon Apartments.
Yeah. I can tell. I don't know the apartment number, but you went up to the 3rd floor,
Okay.
and it was over to your. When you walked up, say you went in the front there.
Uh-huh.
You went over to your left, and it was the last door on your right before you went down the stairs again.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, he's not living there anymore, right?
No, he's not.
Okay.
Both of us got kicked out because I moved in. I lived there with him. So both of us got.
So you screwed it.
Yeah, I screwed it for him.
All right.
I'm a good guy, ain't I?
You're a heck of a guy, actually. Okay. Now, where is he at now? What do you think?
Last time I heard, I think he was living with his parents. But he's someone I don't want to talk to. We ended up on bad terms.
Did you?
Yeah, because
Would you owe him money or what?
we moved again. We moved over towards Smith's, like in July, because I remember it was my birthday.
Yeah.
We moved over towards Smith's. The apartment's way over there. But not by Smith's, but past Smith's, on John Adams. Fuck. I can show you exactly where. But we moved there. And then we had a problem. Because I was still doing drugs real bad. And I was never there, but I tried to keep my rent up,
Sure.
and stuff like that. We started to argue because a few other people live there. We started to argue, big fight, so we all separated ways. And I owe him a little bit of money for a phone bill. But, I mean, nothing real big. We just argued because of my drugs. I didn't get along. No one really could get along with me because of my drugs.
Yeah, you were pretty wired at the time. I remember seeing you. And that's all right. I mean, you're here now. That's cool.
I mean, and if I wasn't living there, because I move a lot.
Well,
That's normal.
Yeah.
If I wasn't living there, then I was living with my best friend.
so you may not have been with Jeff.
In June, because I'm
It
trying.
was June.
Yeah,
Middle
man.
of June.
That's what I'm trying to get all in my head.
Okay, that's cool.
Because I got kicked out of Job Corps. When I left Job Corps,
Okay.
because I hooked up with my girlfriend in April. In May, I went to Job Corps. I lasted a week. Then I came home. It was still like the end of May.
Okay.
And in June, I went over to my best friend's house. I lived with him and his wife for a little bit until Jeff said I could move in with him. Then I moved over with Jeff. So, and I think around the middle of June, I was over living with Jeff. Because see, that's my problem. That's why I want to talk to my old lady, because she knew exactly where I'd be at that time, where I was living.
So Jeff's living with his mom and dad.
I think so, yes.
Is he working?
Yeah, he works. He used to work at All American Restoration and Cleaning.
Oh, cool.
So.
They may come over and build my garage. My garage burned down last week.
Ah.
And I've got him coming in, tearing it down, and putting it back up.
So that's where he works. He used to work. I don't know if he still works there or not. Like I said, it's been a long time.
Where does mom and dad live? Do you know?
Out in Ammon.
Okay.
That's all I can tell you.
Is it the same last name?
I think so, yes.
Okay. All right. All American. See, I'm trying to help you here.
Yeah.
I'm trying to give you the Benny here, right?
Right.
Okay. So. Okay. We'll have Ben check on it. Now, let's go back. Would you make a statement? Would you write a statement as far as the events that you just told me?
It's all on videotape. Can I just sign the videotape?
Well, okay. Let's do this, okay?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to be comical.
Well, you can be comical if you want. Let's go over it again. And let me jot it down. It'd be nice if you made a statement. Would you write a statement? Because you could write better than I can.
You see, that's my problem. It's just trying to get it all pieced together.
Well, I can appreciate. I can appreciate.
And I don't want to put it in words where it what's what I'm looking for.
But what?
I'm trying to put it, when I'm writing it down, it probably, what's what I'm looking for, differ, or...
Well, we don't want that.
Right.
We want to try
exactly
to get
what I
as
said.
close as possible.
Right, exactly what I said.
Yeah.
And I know what I said.
Uh-huh.
I guess I can.
Okay.
After that, anything else?
Huh?
After that, anything else?
Dinner.
Okay. Tonight or tomorrow?
Well. Yeah, right. Let me go get you some paper. Take your time. Do you want to pop?
Doesn't matter. I'm just going to make this as quick as I can because I want to go home.
Well, no, don't make it as quick as you can.
Well,
I want it as detailed. I want you to write me a novel.
Oh, Jesus.
As far as I want you to try to be as concise as possible, okay?
And if I wasn't living there, then I was living with my best friend.
Okay.
And
Which was who?
Tom and his name is Thomas.
Okay, that's right. Thomas.
So I don't know, I was either going to one of two places.
Well, let me, okay. You fill out the statements. We'll start checking on these guys. Cool? Where does Thomas live?
Over on Ridge.
Okay.
I don't know the apartment.
North, south, Ridge?
I think it's north, because ain't south heading towards, like you're heading towards Maple and that way?
Yeah.
Okay, it'd be north.
Okay.
Because I can tell you exactly where it's at.
Okay.
You know where the George apartments are?
Yeah.
Okay. Then you go a block over. It's just, then you cross that street right there that you can go up that way, right behind. Okay, then there's that blue house. There's a blue house on the corner. Then right next to the blue house on your left-hand side, if you're like coming in front of the George apartments, you're on your left-hand side, there's a blue house right there. And then there's going to be like a pinkish, peaches house that's converted into like a split. He lives in the one that's on the right.
Okay. Let's see if we can get a hold of him. Okay. Again, you want to follow? You want some? You want a soda?
I do would be nice, but
Well, sure. Coke, Pepsi, Mountain Dew,
yes.
Dr. Pepper,
Pepsi.
Pepsi.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay, all these papers, home filled. I'm just kidding. Okay. Okay. Following the blanks. Today's date is 1/10/97. You're better than I am, because I keep putting 96. Okay. Your name? AKA Mexican. Right, just kidding. No. Date of birth? And your current address? Sergeant SGT. Furman FUHRIMAN. Okay. Now, you can read that.
Okay, the next question I want to know is, what do you want? Everything I said in there?
Yeah.
The night? Just the night, the next day? Or do you want the whole entire 8 months of knowing
No,
that?
no, I'm not going to make you do that.
Okay.
I like you too. Okay. No, what I would like is how long you've known Ben, number one. Okay. Talk about the first time that he come up to you and was kind of ragging about Ange and some of the beefs that he had with Angie. You said that he was blaming Ange for the breakup of him.
Right.
Okay. And talk about the first time there, how many times, what exactly he was saying, what exactly was his beef with Angie at the time. Anything that he may have said to Angie, or maybe Angie probably pissed him off big time.
Right.
Not only because of the breakup, But, just
Other
because
things.
she knew how to push buttons,
Yeah.
right? Now, so put down any reasonings that he told you that he was pissed off, whole worse. And then, I really want you to be as specific and detailed as possible for the day of and the day after. Those are like really critical, okay?
Okay.
From the time you woke up to, when you met him, when you saw them getting the tit for tat, when you blitzed, when the next day when you hooked up, everything that was said, everything you did, even, and then when you guys got together, start working on the alibi, the whole works. When you guys tripped down, you went to Arizona, right?
Who? He did.
Yeah. Did you ever go down?
No, I was supposed to, but I went to the ARA house.
Okay. But anytime, because I'm sure you guys have talked about it since.
No, after I left, when I left that little group,
Mhm.
when I went and did my own thing, not interested. No way.
Has he been in contact with you since?
No.
Has he called you like from jail or anything
No,
like
nothing.
that? Okay. All right.
Nothing.
Okay.
No one even contacts me.
Okay.
Only person that contacted me is that little dude you saw across the street from my mom's.
Okay.
He's
All
the
right.
only dude I ever see.
All right. So let's start with that.
Okay.
Okay. Now you got plenty of paper here.
Yeah.
Okay. So take your time. Got the Pepsi key coming, and we'll go from there.
I should be out here by at least sometime next week.
Well, I told you I'd get you home by Monday.
Great.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Hang in there.
All right. Oh, that's what they want.
As if you haven't been talked to enough.
I just want to go.
I know. Hold real quick. I'll
All right.
for you.
No problem. I hope that's all you want.
Huh?
I hope that's it. 7 pages worth. Come on.
Gone with the wind here, huh? War and peace.
I didn't write that much when I was in school.
Okay. I got some bad news for you.
You know what's the bad news now?
You gotta sign here.
You got it.
Just a second. Looks like page number 1. Okay. What I need you to do is just, yeah, that'll be fine.
Do you want me to put how many pages I put?
Huh?
Well,
Yeah.
I had
Let's see, you
7.
got 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. That'll be fine. Okay, let's go like that. Here. Let me just read it real quick, okay?
Okay.
Who's buying tonight anyway?
I don't care.
Alright, let's see. I think I first met Ben. Can I read this out loud?
Oh, yeah. I want to make sure it makes sense to me, too.
Okay, that's cool. Let's do
Because
that.
I didn't even read it. I just kept writing.
Alright.
I know I probably didn't put everything that you guys wanted in there, but
Okay. You are spelling your name right. I will give you that.
that's a start.
Hey, I'm proud of you that you wrote this much. We'll see what it says, but
Yeah,
no,
mhm.
seriously, that's showing a lot of good effort on your part. I think that's good.
Yeah, a lot of it I just cut it
That's
right in
all right.
half.
Sure.
I didn't know what you guys wanted. I just put basically what you told me when I first met him, when we hung out, what happened that night,
Uh-huh.
the alibi,
Mhm.
and, the next day. And then I just put at the end, he said he wanted to leave town. Days passed, weeks passed, and everything started getting hotter and hotter. So he's decided he had to start talking about he needed to leave town. So he left and I left. That's where
And
it
where'd
ends.
you go?
I went to the tree. I went
You went to ARA?
over on the west side for a few days.
Yeah.
Did some business over there. Then I said, Doc, I had enough. My mom and me, my dad, we all went out to breakfast one morning, and she said treatment again. I said, all right, I think this is going to be serious. So
Cool.
headed to the area, and that's where I've been
Good.
until now.
Well, that's all right.
Now I live here at the police station.
Well, we don't have enough room for you here, Chris.
You made room for me last time I came in.
We definitely don't have office space for you. We need to bring you on here full time. As far as
As long as they ain't narcotics, we'll be fine.
okay,
Here we go again.
this here is the novel of Christopher. I think I first met Ben in late 1994, early 95. I met him through some friends of mine. We didn't hang out much until the summer of 95 till August of 96. We talked about almost everything when I first met him. I would get him high every once in a while. High every once in a while. Okay,
You want me to
close
read it
enough.
to you? 'Cause
No.
I know what I put.
So his girlfriend at the time really didn't like me so much. Then in 96, him and his girlfriend broke up for some reason in 96. I didn't hang out with Ben much in early of 96 because I was in my own little world. Which girlfriend are we talking about?
Deanne.
Okay,
I don't know how to spell
Deanne. That's cool. When I hooked up with Ben again, his girlfriend and him had just broke up. He blamed a lot of people for it. He blamed Angie for some of it. I really don't know why. So we started hanging out a lot more because we liked each other before. But every time we say Angie there, every time
We saw Angie.
we saw Angie, there was names said because Ben didn't like her. Then the summer back at the river was.
Yeah, I know.
Then the summer back at the river was there again, so we did a lot of hanging out there. Talked to a lot of people, but every time Angie came around, there was Ben being pissed. The day in question, I woke up late in the morning, and I started to find people to get high with and hung out with. I got hold of Ben at home around 1 to 3 in the afternoon. I went over there to get high with him, so we did. It was getting late around 4 to 6, so we went down to the river to find out what was going on with everyone. Angie came down there, and Ben and her got into a little, because Angie always had an attitude with everyone. So she left, and we went back talking to people. I was getting tired and found a ride home around 8 or 9 to where I was staying at. Ben stayed there to keep talking to some bitches he met or knew. I stayed where I was till the next day. I got up late again, so I did the normal phone calls to find people. I got hold of Ben and then went over to his place on Maple. If I remember, we were the only ones there at the time. So we started to get high again. Then we started to talk about what we did. Ben told me that he went over to Angie's house. I asked him why. He said he went over to do something. I asked what, and he said to do her. So I asked if he fucked her, and he said no. He said he killed her, and I just laughed it off like he was just telling me a joke. So we talked about really nothing like drugs, business, and shit like that. It was getting around that time to go hang out at the river again, so we took off. When we got down to the river is when I found out that Angie was murdered. I couldn't believe that. Then I remember what Ben said. I couldn't believe he did. I couldn't believe he didn't, so I didn't think nothing of it. What do you mean?
Oh, I can't believe he did it. If I didn't think nothing of it, I thought he was just still fucking around with me.
Okay.
I didn't know.
Then a few days passed and nothing was said about it except we tried to figure out who did it. Then the cops started coming around and me and Ben sat down and talked. He told me to say I wasn't down at the river, and he came over to where I was at, and he hung out with me all night, and he left early in the morning. I said, okay. I still didn't believe he did it, but he was a friend, and I had to cover for him. The days passed, and weeks, and Ben started to say he needed to get out of town, so he left town and went to West, and then I left that group and went to rehab. I haven't heard or talked to him since August of 1996. Okay. Fantastic.
Want to rewrite or?
No, absolutely not. No, you did a great job. Okay, let me just get some clarification here, okay?
Peoples and names. And
well, all right. You did a great job, Chris. You really did. So you're doing great. This is part of the cleansing process, if you will, you know. Okay, don't need that page. Hooked up again. Okay. Did Ben at any time specifically say
that he was going to kill her?
Well, not yet. What was the deal between him and Angie? What was it that really pissed him off? I know he had to vent to you.
Only thing I ever understood or what I comprehended, let's put it that way, was that Angie was talking to Deanne. Because Angie was like the one was the one that was protesting that Ben was sleeping around on Deanne. That's what I understood was the beginning of it all.
Okay.
Was Angie was the one who was telling Deanne that. And Ben wasn't. To my knowledge, he wasn't. But Angie's the one who told her that, and that's what it all started off. And that's what I understood, to my comprehension.
Okay.
And that's why there was always, because Ben knew the truth, and Angie was giving Deanne this.
Okay, so did I understand correctly then that Deanne at that point in time kind of got pissed?
Yeah, and that's what it all started.
And she stepped out on him?
Yeah.
Who did she do? Do you know?
Some dude in Salt Lake. That's all I know.
Okay.
She went down to Salt Lake.
Okay, broke up a plan up. He blamed a lot of people. Was there anybody else he blamed?
Oh Jesus, he blamed everybody. I even got blamed.
Well, you got to quit doing that, Chris. Okay.
Just because I used to come over when they first got together.
Yeah.
And over on Fanny, I think it was, and get him high.
Okay. Didn't know it. So we started hanging out. Every time he saw Angie. So whenever he saw Angie,
he got mad. He got upset. Like he didn't want to see her.
Okay.
Like she was like a piece of shit.
Okay.
That's the only way I can really explain it.
All right. Well, that's saying it pretty much the way it was, I'm sure. Okay. He's pissed. And day in question. Okay. You woke up and you're on the Avalon apartment.
I think so. Yes.
Okay. Either with Tom or with
Jeff. It's
either one.
It's I don't remember
cool.
exactly where.
Woke up late in the morning. Okay. Do you recall what Angie and Ben got into there?
I wasn't talking. Whatever is said, I didn't hear.
Okay.
Because I was off my own.
And when he came back, picture in your mind.
He was pissed. I mean, he was calling her a bitch just because probably the attitude she threw, and which is understandable.
Okay.
I would have done the exact same thing.
When was the first time that you mentioned earlier in the other room, that he talked about killing her?
Oh, God. Right after him and Deanne broke up. He was upset and mad. I mean, he wanted to hurt everybody. He thought that was remotely involved in the breakup. He was really in love with her.
That's what I hear.
He
was really messed up.
He was. He was really bad. He loved her a lot. In the breakup and everything else. He was mad at the world for a while. I guess he still was.
Sure.
But I mean, he wanted to beat up this person, that person. I mean, which is understandable.
You betcha.
I would have probably been in the same situation if it would have happened to me. Because I already know I want to beat up some people, but I won't do it.
Yeah.
Too old. Finally realizing I'm getting old.
Yeah. Try being 35. With 5 kids.
Not yet.
That's old.
No. Yeah.
So, when he talked about it,
I thought it was in anger. Just
sure.
something to blow off steam on.
Mhm.
I never thought he'd do it or anything like that. It was just ventful,
Mhm.
just to vent off steam. So that's what I always thought it was. Nothing real major to me.
Okay.
I mean, I've threatened to kill people too out of anger,
Mhm.
but I ain't gonna do it.
Okay. I'm gonna jot down some notes. Okay.
Oh, great.
Just well, no, The reason being is I've got things going and I want to make sure I remember them, so I want to jot down keywords. Okay. So did he ever? Did you think he was serious at the time?
I never thought.
Did he ever go in detail what he may do?
Mm-mm.
You guys, like, he didn't fantasize. Like, there's people,
Oh,
that
yeah,
we kind of talk about, where we fantasize.
Yeah, I mean, it was just shooting her. I mean, nothing real. Just do it at like a gang style murder, shooting her. I mean, that gang style, but nothing
Okay.
disgusting, barbaric.
And what's disgusting, barbaric?
What happened? I guess what happened to her is to me is disgusting and barbaric.
Okay. All
I
right.
mean, shooting somebody to me is disgusting and barbaric.
Pretty clean.
Yeah, it's just a quick, it's
Yeah.
over and done with.
Uh-huh.
But cutting somebody, stuff like that, now beating them over the head with a baseball bat, yeah, that's barbaric to me.
Did he ever tell you about the time he did the baseball bat thing?
In Vegas?
Yeah.
Yeah, he explained it to me. Didn't like it.
Kind of sick, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. So when he was fantasizing or kind of going into, did he ever mention anything with the knife, though?
Mm-mm.
Sounds like he's pretty good with the knife.
I never really saw him with a knife. Because a few times when he was living off Cannon, I went over there with a gun a few times, and he'd always make me put the gun out or outside or put it up somewhere if I wouldn't even have hold of it,
Sure.
which was understandable.
What were you carrying at the time?
9.
So he didn't like the gun thing?
Mm-mm.
But he never talked about knives or anything?
No. I mean, I never seen him play with a knife, nothing. And that whole entire time.
Okay.
I never saw him with a knife.
So does it surprise you he used a knife?
Yeah, it would me, because the way he talked, it was going to do. The way he always portrayed himself to me, was gang style. He'd do it the gang way.
Yeah.
Shoot him.
Okay.
Do it some way that gangs would do it.
Didn't he run with some gangs?
Down in Vegas. That's all I know.
Okay. Okay. So you're there at the river. Him and Ange get into it a little bit. How did she get to the river?
She drive.
Okay, in her car?
Yeah.
Was she with anybody?
I didn't see anybody.
Okay, and about what time was this?
6, 7. We got to the river a little later.
Yeah.
I thought it was say between 5 and 7. It wasn't that late, but it wasn't that early either.
Okay.
It was just when everyone first starts coming there,
Alright.
seeing who's all down there, see who to hang with.
Okay. Try to get your memory going. Who was down there at the time? Do you recall? Okay, was Jared down there?
Jared?
Uh-huh.
I think so.
Okay. Russ wasn't it? We've already talked about
Russ is gone. Russ is
Okay. So
I mean, the normal people were down there, I guess.
was April down there?
April?
Yeah.
I don't know. I really don't.
All right.
She always came in, man.
Okay.
I mean,
All right. So you're down there. So you're talking for a while. You're bebopping from group to group
Oh,
to
yeah.
group.
just hanging out with everybody.
So then you decide, I've had enough of this.
I'm going home.
Okay. Now, when Ben come over after him and Ange got into it, he's, bit that type of stuff, right? That's what he said to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he mention anything of the killing again, like you mentioned in the
No,
past?
he was just pissed, upset. But we was with a bunch of our friends, I guess.
So he couldn't really talk.
Yeah, it was like, yeah, he's pissed and upset, but people are gonna say it's alright, don't stress it. It's just Angie, and we went on our normal way, like
Okay.
normally we would.
Sure.
Because everyone down there was basically peace loving. We didn't really fight down there.
Yeah.
So we always try to talk everything out and say, hey, this is all good, don't stress it.
I believe that. Pretty good. So then you bebop home.
Mm-hmm.
And do you recall who you went home with?
I don't.
Because you got to remember here, because
I'm
Chris
sure, I
Staff
know.
still doesn't have an alibi.
Chris is still somewhere in nowhere.
Yeah, okay.
I don't. I really don't. I wish I could. But God, I had so many people just take me to the store, do this, do that. Almost everyone down there took me somewhere.
Okay.
I need a car. I need a license.
So you tripped on home. About what time did you get there?
Home?
Yeah.
I'd probably say about between 8 and 9. I'd probably say around 8:30ish I got home. Cause I remember I was getting somebody high that was coming over the house. I don't remember who, but I know I was waiting for somebody to show up because I would hook them up with something.
Okay.
And I had to be home.
Okay.
I can remember the business idea of it all.
You mean when you got him hooked up?
Yeah. I mean, I can remember what I hooked him up with, but
Okay, what'd you hook him up with?
he didn't want much. I think he only wanted a quarter.
What'd you sell him? CR?
No.
Pot?
Yeah.
Okay, so you sold him a quarter pot, and I'm not going to ask you who it was.
No,
That's not fair. That's a cheap shot. So then you stayed home. Who was there with you at the time? Do you recall?
Should have
I mean,
been.
you did business, so.
When I did business, no one was really there. It was just me and my other partner. That's it. Just me and that guy. I wouldn't do business with no one.
Okay, Jeff?
No.
Tom?
I would, if they were home, I wouldn't do it. I'd leave the house.
Okay, so you just had another person there.
Yeah, it was just me here for a little
Okay,
bit.
can you give up the other guy's name for an alibi?
No, I'm
Okay.
not.
All right.
But I know Jeff, because I'm positive I was living with Jeff. I'm positive I was living with
Okay,
Jeff
good.
at that time.
Good.
And I know Jeff was, he comes home a little later, but I was home. Because I always got him home when he got home high. When he got home from work, I'd always get him high.
Were you there with another chick?
Me?
I mean, because I'm not going to tell your old lady.
Oh, my already lady caught me once. No, I don't think I was with the chick that night. I was by myself. It was.
Okay, but you said you had a partner there. Okay, we won't worry about
Yeah.
the partner. Cool. Okay, so then you partied most of the night?
No, the dude got done. Jeff came home, drank a few beers, smoked a bowl or two. That was about it. Went to bed.
About what time?
I was bad. He wanted to be in bed by midnight every night.
Bummer.
Yeah, it sucked. But it was alright.
Okay.
I'm high and drunk, so just lay down and pass out.
Yeah. And you got up about what time?
No, my normal time for getting up would probably be about 10:30 to noon. I was never early.
Okay, so give me your best guess what Ben did when you took off. Was he still there?
Yeah, he was still hanging out.
He's still okay. Do you recall who he was hanging with at the time?
Couple chicks.
Okay.
No one real big to me.
And where did Ben usually go after? Where was he staying at this time?
I think he was staying over there on Maple.
Okay.
I remember.
Had he gotten in a fight with us about the property and stuff with over there in Cloverdale yet?
I think so. It was just barely starting.
Was it?
Yeah.
So was he at Cloverdale? Do you think, or at?
He was, trying to think. It has to be Maple. It has to be.
Okay.
To my recollection, it's got to be.
Okay. Maple it is.
Because I wouldn't walk all the way out to Cloverdale.
So where did he normally go after the river?
Home.
So he just usually trip on home?
Yeah.
Who was he doing at the time?
Him?
Yeah.
No one.
Had he hooked up with Melissa yet at that time? So who was he doing? Anybody?
When the people were at the apartment over there on Maple, there was another chick. It was George, Audie.
Yeah.
I can't remember her name.
Crystal?
No.
Amanda?
No. God damn it. No.
Okay, he'll come back.
Yeah.
He'll come back. So he wasn't doing anybody at the time?
Just that chick at that apartment. And that was just one of them.
Just to fill space.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So then you get up. So was Ben like was he agitated or pissed off during that night? I mean, was he high?
Yeah,
At the Boat Dock? What
Yeah.
was he using at the time?
We was all getting high on pot. No one else was doing crank. I was the only.
Well, that's what you told me earlier. Okay. Had he done a bunch of crank or CR before? I mean, up to that time, not that particular day.
He's done it. He's done it before, I guess, when he was in Vegas.
But had you and him done it before the date?
I've never done crank with mostly anybody in that group that I ran with. There was only like Russ. I did it with him a few times.
Yeah.
But that was it.
Did you ever do anything with Ben at all?
No.
Period.
I got high.
Did Clint and Ben ever do it?
I don't know.
You don't know if Ben was doing CR after Ange?
I don't know.
Okay. So you're at your place. You wake up. You turn on the tube, you watch Oprah, and you eat bonbons, right? No. What, you got up about 12?
Yeah. Between about, I'd probably say about 11ish.
Okay.
Get up, call the old lady, tell her I'm alive.
Uh-huh.
Get up, smoke a couple cigarettes, listen to the radio for a little bit, and start making my phone calls, trying to figure out what the hell's going on for the day.
Okay.
So I didn't want to sit around at the apartment all day.
Sure, don't blame me.
Just start making phone calls, who's doing what later, who's home now, who's partying now.
Okay.
Normal shit for me.
Okay. So, you make the phone calls
Got hold of Ben
over.
at Maple, because he was always one of the first people I always called.
Do you recall that phone number?
I think it was,
Okay. Got a pretty good memory there. Okay. Then,
I found it on the card last night.
okay, good. So, you call him up.
He was home,
Okay.
so I went over,
Okay.
got dressed, bailed out the door.
Hopefully you got dressed before you went over.
Yeah.
No.
No, not really. Shirt was still off, pants were halfway down, but what we did was bailed over there, so we was gonna smoke a bowl.
Uh-huh.
So we got high, and no one was there.
Just the two of you?
Yeah.
Okay.
We liked it like that. No one else to share pot with.
Don't blame me.
So we talked.
Expensive.
Yeah, it is.
So you talked.
Yeah. And then you told me, like I put it in there, I said, sure, I laughed it off, like it's no big deal. Legal. Yeah, ha 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 ha. And we just kept talking, like,
Well, I'm sure he bragged about it.
Mm-mm. It was just one of them quick casual things.
I know that.
It's not something that's bragging.
Well, but it's not a quick casual thing.
No,
You know what I mean,
it's one.
it's like, hi Chris, I just killed Angie. Oh, by the way, I want you to know where you did.
I was
whoa,
it was
wait a
shocked. I asked him. I said, "Nah, you didn't." I was like, "Nah, you couldn't. Nah, not you. Never." I just laughed, like, good joke, really, and I just laughed it off. Not a big deal.
Okay, so what's Ben doing? I mean,
just getting high. We're sitting there smoking.
Yeah, no, but what? He had to convince you. Obviously, he tried to convince you.
I didn't get convinced until later that evening.
Well, okay, but what?
He goes, "Yes, I did." I go, "Nah, you're lying. Shut up."
And you said how?
I
know you had to, right?
Right.
I mean, it's human nature,
Right.
Okay, so you said
how, and then he said cut her, and I was like, sure. Nothing.
And then you probably asked
why,
how, there, and
why,
and
and
how.
all this, and it's never made no sense to me.
And what do you? Let's walk through it.
You try to make it. To me, it sounded like a joke, because the way everything was worded, it sounded like a big joke to me. Like he was pulling my leg, and I didn't think it was a big deal. He said cut it, and I said, "Sure, where'd you cut it?" And he said up and down. And I was like, "Okay." I said, "The body?" He goes, "Yeah." And I was like, "Okay, cool." Not a big deal. I thought it was all joking. I never took him serious. Never did. I didn't want to believe it, and I didn't want to. That's what I'm looking for.
Well, see, if I were you, I'm probably thinking, holy nuts. The pucker light probably comes on, and you're thinking, okay, he's joking, but I bet part of you is saying, no, he ain't joking, because, he's nuts, right? And you probably could tell by the tone of his voice, his eyes, that he wasn't joking. And Chris, his body's going to shock at this time, and he's probably thinking, and so you're trying to blow it off, laugh it off, which I'd probably do the same thing. It's just your body saying, wait a minute, I don't want to accept this, I don't want to deal with this.
So good.
So, yeah.
Finish getting high. Come on. Stop
talking.
Come on. So,
okay, so let's go back into it. Let's talk about for just a little bit more that conversation you had right there.
Okay.
So, says I killed her. Well, first of all, you went over to Angie's.
I said, why? Just didn't click in my head. Why the hell did you go over there?
Because he's always pissed at me.
Yeah.
Okay.
He just said he went over there and tried to talk things out, try to work things out. I said, that's cool. Nothing real big. All right, that's cool. What else did you? He said he did her, and I was like, oh, well, did you fuck her? He goes, no. Okay. And then I asked, what the fuck did you do? And he told me.
And he told you what?
He killed her.
How did he say it? What exactly did he say, Chris?
I did it. And exactly, I did it. And there's two terms for it.
Well, but did he actually come right out and say he killed her?
to a certain standpoint, to what I comprehended, yeah. I mean, it's just, you had to put two and two together. I mean, he did her, and I said, okay. So what'd you really do? So he did her. I said, all right. And what'd you do to her? He said, he cut her. And I was like, okay. You know, just how to pull everything off. Like this choke.
You cut her, and then what? Then what'd you ask him?
I go, okay. And after that, I started trying to change the subject because I didn't want to hear about it no
But
more.
he kept talking about it.
No, he didn't keep talking about it.
But
Just the look in his eyes, like I was supposed to believe him.
okay, yeah. You said a second ago that you said, how'd you cut her, right? And what'd you tell me?
He said up and down.
Okay. What do you mean up and down? Or tell me.
I didn't ask, specific. I just said, where'd you cut her? And he said, everywhere. And I was like, okay.
Cut her everywhere?
Yeah. I didn't ask, what body parts, how many times. I didn't care. It was just a joke. To me, it was a joke.
Your body's shutting down at that time, isn't it?
Yeah. It's like, all right, cool. I gotta get high. Keep getting high.
Okay. Now, at any point in time, did he threaten you, or did he say, hey,
He told me to fuck off, but we told him to fuck right back.
What do you mean? Why did he tell you that?
Because I was laughing. It's like I didn't believe him.
Okay.
I mean, I guess it would be normal. If I told you I killed somebody and you started laughing, I'd probably tell you to fuck off too.
So he's pissed at you because you didn't believe him?
Yeah, he thought it was, I thought it was a big joke. I always thought it was a joke.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I knew. If I knew now what I knew. I don't think I could have stopped him anyway, because I didn't know. But, if I
Does that bother you?
If I could have stopped, if I knew.
I mean,
Yeah, it does.
I mean, if you were there, and he told you maybe if you were there at the apartment with him and he told you to hang downstairs or whatever, and
Yeah, I would have stopped it. It bothers me.
I bet it does, because I bet you probably would have.
It's just, I don't like seeing people get murdered.
Don't blame me.
No one has that right. My parents always taught me no one has any right to take anyone else's life.
Well, no, I agree.
And if I would have known something then, I would have stopped it. I would have tried to stop it. But who knows?
Does that piss you off that he didn't tell you what he was doing while you were there?
Yes and no. I'm kind of glad he didn't, because I don't know how I would have reacted then.
I mean, could you have gone up the stairs to get him at any time to stop him?
Out of feelings, yeah, I would have. I don't. It's feelings, I guess. I wouldn't want it to happen. Why should he ruin his life and somebody else's life for something that's not even worth doing anything with? So you're mad at somebody, big deal.
Did you hear her scream or anything like that?
I wasn't there. I wish I was. I would have stopped it. I wasn't.
How do you think you got in? Just take me. What do you think happened?
I don't know how I got in. I mean,
Give me a scenario. What do you think?
he probably knocked on the door. I don't know. I mean,
Walk me through it.
I don't know. I wish I could, Jared. I wish I could. But I can't even give you a scenario to it. The scenario, the only thing that runs through my head is that he went up there, he knocked on the door, and he let him in. And then she let him in. I mean, then they talked.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Probably try to talk things out or something like that. Then probably went off.
Why do you think he went off? She probably punched a button,
Probably.
like she could do, push the button.
She did it with everybody.
I've had several people telling me that she was dang good at just ribbing people. I mean, getting under their skin.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've seen her get people beat up. Because she started something, and it was against a guy, so another guy would step in.
Do you think you started yelling her about him and Ange, or him and Deanne?
I don't know.
How much anger did you have build up in you, think?
Probably a lot. He probably had a lot of anger, frustration, hurt. I would.
Did you see it?
The hurt and anger?
Yeah. In him?
No. It's something that people like that hide.
It's not something that we want to show everybody.
Sure.
It's
We don't wear masks.
yeah, it's a show of weakness. And you don't want to be weak out there.
Survival of the fittest.
That's it. Who's bigger and badder is the winner.
Okay, so he's up there, they're talking.
And he probably killed her. I don't know.
I didn't think he didn't.
I don't even know that. I don't. He didn't explain nothing to me. Like that, I wouldn't let him explain it to me.
Did he try to explain it to you?
Probably did in his own way, but I wouldn't listen.
In what way?
You know, you probably wanted me to question him some more about things. Probably try to get it off his chest to make him feel better.
Sure, I bet he did, you know?
But I'm, like you said, I didn't want to hear it. I just blew it off like he was joking about it. Because it scared me. So I blew it off and just joked like he was joking. And it scares me. It scares me, Jared, because what happens if he was still like that when I came over that one time when I was there? He could have done the exact same thing to me. So I couldn't show him that I was scared. I had to laugh, you know, like there's nothing. Show him that I was big, you know, that was tough, but I didn't believe it. Shit you say. But what can I have done? He was my friend. I was, and
Got angry with your friend.
that's it. I mean, I don't, now that I know what he's trying to do to me, fuck me, he would have never done this, what I did for him. He never would have done it. I'm just like, guess pissing me off.
Don't blame.
Because I was willing to put my life up on the line and go to prison, or still might, who knows? So I've covered his ass. So, he wouldn't know, and he wouldn't do the exact same thing for me. It hurts. It's fucked up.
Majorly. Yeah, majorly.
But he was my friend.
That's one of the biggest character. You know, we've done a lot of research on you and him. Okay, this past week, a lot of background stuff. Talked to a kajillion people, and that's one of the biggest things that I've seen in talking with people about him. Is that he uses, he manipulates, no loyalty. You know, he's in it for himself.
I really know what people said about me.
No, you weren't too bad, seriously. And but they were saying that he was pretty much in it for himself. So to do you like that, I feel bad for you because I can see, you know, Jeremy had the same type of loyalty. I mean, it seemed like him and Jared were pretty tight, and he's doing Jared too, you know, and it's too bad, you know, because. Number one, you don't have a whole lot of bros that you can trust in that circle to begin with, you know. And then you have you trust them and have them do you like this. It's gonna be painful. Well, and you know he's got to deal with his own thing, and so what you're doing is a great thing, Chris.
I got to deal with my own shit.
Yeah, you do. And so that's what we're going to try to do here is deal with yours, okay? And just put every freaking card out on the table and, you know, put it all out there. So, what do you think about Jer? Him and Jer were pretty tight. Ben had to have told him because Jer went down to Phoenix a couple of times, you know. And did you know Jer very well?
I knew Jared. There was four of us who ran in that group.
Okay,
Me,
so you guys got high
Ben, and Russ. All four of us
Oh,
were
okay.
always together.
All right.
I mean, that was our little group of people. And Ben and Jared were real tight too, because me and Russ were real tight.
Sure.
It was our own little, we're tight, you guys are tight. But then on a separate part, you know, he had to. I mean, why would he just tell me? I wasn't that tight with him. I was tight. But he had it to other people, maybe try to make them believe. Besides just one person.
Exactly. Because the weight's pretty heavy, and you got to talk about it. Because if you don't talk about it, you don't tell someone. I mean, the weight of it kills you, doesn't it?
It keeps building up inside of me.
And it hurts.
It never goes away.
It doesn't.
Like it's been doing to you, not.
It never goes away. I thought it would. I really did. I mean, when you guys got her boyfriend at that time, you arrested him or whatever, and when the first case came out, and you took her boyfriend in for custody or whatever.
Oh, Christian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was all over and done with then.
Why? I mean, even after Ben told you all
I
this.
was hoping. That's all it was hope. I was hope. Because I didn't believe Ben did it. I was hope.
Yeah, but inside.
I knew pretty different.
And you knew different because
You don't. You still want to work.
you and Jared talked about.
Me and Jared don't even talk to me. I called Jared once since I've been over here.
Let me ask you this: would it surprise you? Where do you think Ben got the knife?
I really don't.
Just give me a while.
Honestly, I didn't have one, so couldn't got it from me. Might have got it from Jared. I don't know. Jared had lived with his parents, so they had a garage.
Mm-hmm.
He might have got it from there, or somebody he knew. Or he might have even had it.
What kind of knife do you think was used?
A little one? Big one?
I'm asking you, what kind of knife? What type of knife do you think was used?
Probably a little pocket knife.
Okay. All right. So, in your opinion, did Ben ever tell you this is? Don't worry about the narking factor, okay?
Right.
Because you and I. Did Ben ever tell you at any time that he told Jared?
Mm-mm. After what he told me, it was basically we didn't talk as much as we used to. We used to fight a lot more.
Probably.
There was a lot more arguing and deception in the ranks between all of us.
How come?
Probably because all of us were just. Me and Ben, because I didn't believe Ben. And it was just a lot more bickering. It sucked. It sucked for a month because we all start pulling together and trying to get our resources together to work together as a big business in the drug world. And none of us could do it. Everyone was push, pull, this.
The four of you, Jared, Ben, Russ, and you.
Yeah, it was a push-pull kind of thing. I'd do something. I'd go do this, so move that, but the money would finally hit the table. No, you didn't do this, you didn't do that, did that.
Okay, for the sake of, could it have been a possibility? Could it have been a possibility that the four of you sat around one time and it could have been brought up and discussed with the four of you there?
No, I don't think it could have. Because when all four of us got together, it was a big party.
I understand.
When I was four, then there'd always be more people. April would always probably be there because that's Jared's girlfriend.
Yeah.
Then, people would show up.
Okay.
Because, everyone knew we partied every night.
Yeah.
So, no, I don't think it could ever be brought up and all four of us together. Ben might have did it separately, but never at one big time, at one big group.
What do you think he was told?
Probably, if anything, probably Jared. Him and Jared looked tight. That's all I really know. I'm just going off of what I know and how I feel about that.
What do you think could happen if we asked Jared?
I don't know. He might pull the same thing I did. I don't know.
You did pretty good at pulling, by the way. You owe me.
I mean, I don't know. He might do the exact same thing, but I don't know about Jared. I've never seen him in any situation, by the law, to what he's supposed to know or expect. With me, I've always been in and out of trouble. Always just talking to cops and doing this and doing that. And I just know, what's going on. Maybe that's why.
Okay.
But I don't know about Jared.
Alibi. I'm still not convinced on the alibi, so walk me through it, would you please?
Okay.
I mean, because it
Mine?
Well,
Or
well, you and I, we'll talk about that one in a minute, your alibi, but let's, him and you, when he was trying to con you, manipulate you, if you will, sucker you in, on the alibi. Walk me through that again so it makes sense for me, please.
I guess the easiest way of putting it, or can I just put it easily?
You betcha.
It would be just basically he had a place to stay where he was at, and I would, cover it for him. He was with me at my place, kicking it with me. We partied all night. And, and then he left about 9, 10 in the morning.
Okay.
And that's simply, because he had a place where he was at, and I would cover it for him. Yeah, he was with me. And he was supposed to cover my, the same thing for me. We were both together. Because he said we were going to both cover each other.
But he didn't cover you.
No. I covered him until now.
Where were you when you guys talked about this?
I think over at Maple. We wouldn't talk anything like that real big. Because we always went into a separate bedroom.
Yeah. And how did he bring it up? Or how did you guys bring it up? What led you to the alibi thing?
What led us?
Yeah.
Was curiosity. Really was. I couldn't remember if I was down in the river that day or not. I had to ask. It was kind of forgetfulness. I had to ask. Then he said, yeah, you were. I was rummaging at you. And I stopped and thought about it. I go, yeah, I remember you two fighting. So. No, it hurts more. Killed. Knowing what happened, but never saying anything all this time. Or finding out what I thought was the truth and it was bullshit. So I would put my life in his hands. I know. Life goes on, huh?
That does.
Different strokes for different folks.
But before it goes on, do you remember the cut?
Let's go.
Infection.
Get it all over and done with.
Yeah, nothing better do than not.
Oh, yes, I did. I want to go home.
Won't be a problem. Hang with me, okay?
Okay. Another half hour and I'm out of here. I got to quit in time at 6. You got any rules?
You need rules? Alright. We'll work on it. We'll shoot towards that. DNA.
Yes. I already did mine. They already got mine. It's all good.
What do you mean it's all good?
Ain't gonna be me.
Well, it's going to be back like here pretty soon.
That's fine. I'm not worried about it.
You're pretty positive about that. What kind of evidence do you think was found there that we would have DNA? And do you know the intricacies of it all? I mean,
Of DNA? Yeah,
anybody that walked in there leaves DNA
Oh, yeah.
inside the apartment. Were you ever in the apartment? Yeah.
No, I was not.
You never were inside the apartment?
No. I'd shake on it. I'd swear on the Bible, everything.
Well, but
No.
again, your credibility is kind of like this
iffy.
with me.
No,
Okay.
but no, I was never there.
Never inside the apartment.
Nope.
So we wouldn't find anything in there.
Of mine? No. Of mine? No. Because I told you, me and Angie did like each other, but not to the point where I'd go over and visit. If we saw each other, that was all good. We'll say hi, but I never wanted to go over and visit her, and she never wanted to go over and visit me.
Now,
Does that make sense?
yeah. Now you made an interesting statement one day, a couple of days ago. Remember? Well, you made lots of statements that day. Okay. And this one,
That I flirted with Angie?
not only flirted, but what did you tell me?
Oh, I tried to get with her. I did.
Well,
I kissed her, I wanted to fuck her, but
okay.
never happened. She always wanted to have a wedding ring.
Really?
Yeah.
She doesn't seem like the Marion type.
God, no. But that's what she always told me. So I thought, okay. No big deal. I won't give her a ring. We'll get a piece.
Okay, so you're telling me for the lay, it required the ring.
Yeah. And I wouldn't put up with that.
So how many times did you ever make out with her?
Me?
Yeah.
We never made out. We kissed each other every time we saw each other.
Okay.
I mean, nothing real big, just friendship.
Yeah, but just kind of.
I wanted because
That's cool.
I was sick-minded. Ask anyone, they could tell you I was sick-minded.
Why was he sick though?
I don't know.
Because she wasn't that bad looking.
Look how big she was.
Yeah, but she lost all that weight.
It's all good. I'm still small.
Yeah, but what difference does that make?
No, it was just
All the parts are still the same.
it was just something I guess I wanted.
Well, I don't blame you.
Curiosity is what my problem was curiosity. I've never been with a woman that tall before in my life.
That big.
Yeah, it's curiosity.
Well, and that's, I don't have a problem with that at all.
But
For a quarter, I'll tell you some of my fantasies, but that's another story.
hold on.
Then we'd have to be here for at least till. But, so, you didn't ever do any more with her than just the kissing?
Mm-hmm. No, she wouldn't let me.
How many times you try?
None. I'd only kiss her because we'd always see each other just at the river or down at the cruise.
Yeah.
We never see each other anywhere
Yeah, but you
else.
said she wouldn't let you. I mean, obviously you
Oh,
tried. You
and I
a little
tried,
bit,
you
sure
know.
you did.
I tried,
I would.
but she stopped. She stopped me. She looked at me and said no, and I said, all right, cool.
Like,
Oh,
try to go up on her knee?
Yeah, just trying to hold her and shit like that. It just
Yeah.
wouldn't fly. So it didn't bother me. It was all good. I went from one to another, to another, to another.
Oh, yeah.
Jumped around.
Sure.
So it wasn't nothing real major to me. Everyone thought I was sick because I wanted to.
Yeah, I don't think you were. But that's just my opinion, you know?
It was just curiosity for me.
I don't think you were.
So, but I'm pretty positive on that DNA. I mean, I'm dead positive. It's not going to be me. And
What kind of DNA do you think was left?
I have no idea.
Just give me a wild guess.
Funky one?
Yeah.
Probably something with drugs involved in it. I mean, probably the DNA, if it could tell if it's had drugs in it or not. Probably had drugs in it. I don't know. I never really researched DNA. I just see it on TV.
Do you know what we can get DNA from? First of all, do you know what DNA is?
It's the strands of molecules that it's basically like a serial number for every person. It's the easiest way I guess I can explain it. Everyone's DNA is different than everyone else's.
Mm-hmm.
It's the most uniquest thing that you're ever going to find. And that's the only way you can tell which person was there and which person wasn't. Because everyone's DNA is different.
I'm impressed.
I watch a lot of Discovery TV.
I'm impressed. Seriously, that's pretty good. How'd you learn that much on it?
I watch TV.
Cool.
Discovery Channel. Nothing else better to do during
So what
the
kind of
days.
DNA was left up there, do you think? Do you think we have?
I have no idea. Probably not mine. I know it's not mine. I'd say Ben's, but not mine.
But what do you think you left up there? What kind of evidence? See, this is what people don't realize.
I hear from hearsay, from what I've heard from around the streets, that she got raped.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Interesting.
That somebody raped her, why they killed her. And that's what I heard.
That's kinky.
Real kinky.
I mean, I've heard of S&M.
That's disgusting.
I heard of S&M, but that's pretty kinky.
But that's what I heard out on the streets. That she was raped too.
Uh-huh.
So that's what I heard. So probably,
Before or after?
I don't know. They just said she got raped.
Okay.
So that's what I heard. I don't know. Urine sample? I don't know.
There's less, isn't there? Anything from
A little hair follicle to
the
fingernail.
cigarette that's
Yeah.
been smoked. Yeah.
Anything.
See, this is the thing that people don't understand. How much evidence, how technology is anymore. Incredible. Do you know when the labs went in there, we had lab people coming from Pocatello and Boise. I mean, they were there like that. Okay. They brought in all their technology and everything. They took fluoroscopes. They took everything. And they went through that place and gathered so much stuff up. It was incredible. They really did.
Right.
Everything from on the walls, to handprints, to, people leaning against the wall,
Jesus.
to just about anything, to any hair fibers. I mean, if anybody was even, scratch their head, or if for example, the pubes, if they would have scratched themselves, pubes could have found their way out of the pant leg down on the carpet. Amazing stuff. And they went through that thing with and they come back with a lot of stuff, and it's processed. And so all that stuff contains DNA.
So everything.
And so, the DNA is going to, when it comes back, okay, it's pretty much the ball game.
Right.
I mean, open and shut at that point in time. And so, if remotely, okay, and I'm just going to throw this out here, okay, for you.
If I was there, I better say it now.
Well, I mean, now think about it. If you were the judge, and you're sitting up on the court, and they're going to say, okay, Chris, you were with Furman, okay, before the DNA come back, and we could have avoided a lot of expense and a lot of courtroom and everything else, and yet, you chose to screw him and everything else versus, you see, so yeah. I want you to just kind of chew on that for a minute.
It's all good, and we'll be,
excuse me, up front? No. Okay. Now, another thing I want to talk to you about is the trust, because you've been hurt bad just a second ago, you says. I don't know which hurts worse. Okay. The killing of Angie and what happened to her, or being screwed by my best friend. Now, there's you and I. My name isn't there.
Right.
And I've told you from the very beginning where I stood. Is that correct?
Right.
We banged heads here earlier, right? And we've been through a heck of a lot. Right? And so I'm trying to tell you here, Chris, okay, that I'm with you the whole way. Okay?
I know I'll probably gonna be somebody that a lot of shit over and done with.
Well, I think you probably will.
My name's probably come up against.
Well, I think it probably will, won't it?
Probably.
Yeah, it probably will. It probably will.
If I have to go testify, all that could happen.
Well, I don't know. We're going to try to prevent that from happening. Okay, I'm serious.
Thanks. I don't need to go to the
Now,
harsh.
you realize what Ben's going to do to you.
Oh yeah, he's gonna say I'm lying. I already know all this.
Not only that.
That I did it.
Well, but.
I helped him. I did all this.
Well, sure he
Oh,
is.
I already know all this.
Sure he is.
I mean, because now he's gonna.
And you know what?
What?
Chris doesn't have an alibi.
Chris is pretty much stuck out in left field still.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully Jeff or Tommy will give you where I was at, because I don't know for sure.
Okay.
But I hope to God.
Well, I hope they do too, but
Yeah, I know.
what I'm trying to tell you, okay, that gonna put some cards on the table here. Okay. What do you think I'm gonna tell you?
I'm screwed. I don't have an alibi.
Well, let's take it a step further.
Oh, great.
Okay. This morning.
I'm going to jail?
No, I didn't say that.
I don't know.
No. I don't think you've come clean with anything. Okay. And I don't blame you. I really don't. Okay. If I was in your position, I probably wouldn't have come clean all the way either, right?
Okay.
And no, because it's pretty serious stuff, isn't it? And but as a friend, I'm trying to tell you, looking at the big picture and just seeing still a lot of these inconsistencies and a few other things. Still doesn't add up, okay? And I'm trying to be as honest and as frank with you as possible, as humanly possible, Chris. And believe it or not, I'm trying to do you a favor here.
And work with me.
and work with you because I can see what's going to happen. Because when this thing, when the lid goes off, and it's still on right now, okay? But when the lid goes off, my friend, Ben's going to do you, and it's going to come out, and he's going to do the polygraph thing. You know what I'm saying here? And you're going to be implicated. I just so you know that there's too many inconsistencies in some of your details. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I can see that you're going to shoot yourself in the foot. Now, when I told you a couple of days ago, and then when I talked to you a little bit about another room, a plan. You and I need to come up with a plan. Okay? There's lots of different degrees of trouble you can get into. Okay? And right now, you being open and honest the way you are is helping yourself a whole hell of a lot. Okay? And I don't want you to give up. Okay? Because I know there's more to give. Okay? Of course there is. Right?
Probably, yeah.
Well, sure there is. Now, okay? So what we need to try to do is work up a plan. Because I don't want you to take more hits than you have to. And I'm going to go to bat for you. Okay? I'm going to fight like tooth and nail to go to bat for you to protect your ass. Okay? And I promise you. Okay? But I can't until
I start doing a little bit more.
exactly. Okay?
And my thing is, Jared, okay, I'm trying to piece everything together
Uh-huh.
in my own head, trying to get it all right.
Mhm.
Right.
Sure.
I don't want nothing wrong,
Sure.
or it's going to make me go anywhere. And what I'm doing, I'm just doing it by my time. I mean, it's not probably as fast as everybody wants it to be,
Mhm.
which is, understandable. They probably want it over and done with as quick as they can. And I don't blame them. But right now, for me, I'm trying to get everything pieced together in my own head. It's taking me time.
Kind of getting the nerve up.
Yeah, and that's my thing. I took a big step today for what I've done.
You haven't taken a big step. You've taken like a major leap.
So, I mean, right now, I don't congratulate myself for what I've done.
I do.
Because there's probably more I know in my head.
Sure there is.
I just got to get it out. And my problem is my head won't let me get it out. I don't know if it's out of afraid or out of compassion or whatever.
I think it's both, don't you?
Probably compassion out of friendship.
Yes.
I mean, so I'm trying to do it, as fast as I can, as best as I can. It's just going to take me time. That's it.
Okay. This is the problem.
I don't have much time. That's understandable.
This thing's blowing up like as we speak, okay?
Yeah.
And this is the other thing. Okay. I know it hurts here, and then, okay. The weight we've been talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get rid of it. Because, it's
I mean, if I knew anything about what he was wearing, or what he did with the knife, I would tell you.
okay, let's backtrack.
All right.
We've already come to the agreement, you and I, that there's still more that you're holding back right now, that your head's just kind of
Yeah.
telling you, the pucker light, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So let's don't give up,
I'm not giving up. It's just I'm tired. I guess is the only way to put it right now. I'm tired. I'm emotionally tired.
Do you know why I want to push on and take care of it right now?
I can
Two reasons.
For I can get all of it out of the way now, why I still have it fresh, and why it's still coming out openly. And two is I don't have much time left.
Yeah. I mean, you're pretty close. I mean, because you know why?
Why?
Because the stuff you're holding back right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think.
Well, yes, you do.
I don't know what I'm holding.
No, your body's still trying to tell you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure I want to go through with this because I still don't know if I trust him, and because it's a big leap, right?
Right.
Okay, and I can appreciate that, but this is how come I know you're involved more than what you told me, okay?
Okay.
You gave yourself away, believe it or not.
All right.
Okay.
I
Consciously, you didn't know you gave yourself away,
Right.
but you did.
okay. I don't know how. How did I? What?
That's for me. The
Right.
reason being, because do you know what? Your eyes and your body. Do you know what? Do you know why your eyes and your body react the way they do?
Tension.
Not only that, but do you know how bad it's eating up inside right now? Do you know how bad it's eating? You know how bad it's eating up, right?
Yeah.
What do you think your body's trying to tell you?
To let it all go.
Exactly. And why do you think you're going through the things that you are? It's like your body's saying, look, I'm not having fun. Okay? And it's starting to, it gave you away. Now, the stuff that's in you, the reason why I want to get it out now is because of this. Because it is so dark and ugly and sick, right? And, okay, I don't want it to keep weighing on you, number one. Number two, I promise you, and you're going to have to trust me on this one. Okay. I promise you, Chris, once you get over that hurdle, give it up, you're going to feel better. I promise you, you will feel better.
Well,
Okay?
Jared, this might sound like I'm being a dick. I'm tired. Okay. I am. I've done all I'm going to do today. Okay. I mean, please give me this. Please give me this much.
Okay.
Okay. I want to go home. Period. Because you said anytime I could stop.
Mm-hmm.
But like you said, I can't pick this right back up. True? I can pick this right back up.
Okay. Now let me ask you a question, okay?
Will I do it?
Yeah, that's my only concern.
Yes,
Chris.
I'm going to do it.
Okay.
Just let me.
Because you know how hard it is.
Yeah, I know how hard it is.
Okay.
But right now, Jared, I'm tired. I'm flat out, I'm tired. I've done what I can do today. I mean, I know I don't have much time, but so be it.
When do you want to hook up again?
I can do it bright and early Monday morning if you want me to.
What's today?
It's Friday, the 10th, the 11th, 12th, be the 13th. Bright and early on the 13th. I'm just tired. I've been here since 1 o'clock. 5 hours I've been here.
Now,
I ain't running. I ain't leave town.
now, see, this is what you and I, we gotta,
Have an understanding about. I won't leave town.
technically I can arrest you, right?
Hello. I need to go to the bathroom. I ain't going.
I know. Hey, I didn't arrest you. Wait a minute, go down this way because I think that's what
It's nighttime.
Okay, it's right by the fire hose. Hey, and if you look in the bathroom,
Yeah.
on the one wall, as you walk in, see if there's still a bullet hole there.
Okay.
Right there. Whoa. Left. Look right. No, left.
Left.
Right. No, look over the wall. There you go. Let's do this. Okay. Guys over here.
Yeah. What time is it?
No.
These guys. I don't get up till about 11. I don't get up till about 10 or 11. I gotta get up and have breakfast. About 1, same time as today. 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, good. 1 o'clock, yes. 1 o'clock, I'll see you guys. It's good.
Police tried to bring Chris Tapp in for another interview. When his mother informs investigators that her son will only come down to the station with a lawyer, police get a warrant and arrest Chris as an accessory to a felony. They interview him again.
He's on his way.
Mine?
Kurt's on his way. 20 minutes.
I go get drink water. I ain't going anywhere.
Okay.
Okay.
Check on you, Seth. Cool.
Cool.
Chris. Give me okay.
I know. I ain't going nowhere. I'm stuck.
But bottom line,
If I would have done this earlier, I would
well,
have.
not only that, but I want you to seriously think what I told you in the car, okay? That little bit extra you got, we're going to be able to take Ben and we're going to drop kick him through the goalposts of life. Okay, I'm serious as a heart attack with that little bit extra you got. Okay, and so we just, so when Kirk comes down, hopefully, the three of us get the prosecutor.
Will I have a chance to talk to him first before anyone else does? Or
What do you mean?
just one-on-one consultation?
Well, no, he's your attorney.
We just talked on what I'm
I
saying.
understand, but no, he's your attorney.
Right.
You hired him.
Right.
So you can talk to him all you want.
Okay,
Okay, so, yeah, before, we'll bring him in here.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I won't.
Okay.
He's your attorney.
All right.
Okay, but what I'm trying to tell you is, okay,
All right.
so, Dan, what's your role, Dan?
Okay.
See, all you gotta do, get us the knife and get us all the clothes, and you go bye-bye with Ashley forever and ever.
Okay.
Or at least tell us where it's at, and then we go bye-bye. Okay? You walk, and away we go.
Okay.
Okay? And we can work something out. And evidence. Okay?
Okay. Hey.
Excuse me?
With this testimony, you will be able to put together, from what I understand, a real strong case. $1975,000 is pretty damn high for an accessory.
No, we didn't send it, trust me.
Right.
The judge. We didn't even request it.
I've explained to Chris that if he can bond out on that, then he can bond out. I can't do anything about reducing it to the next week. And that's the only thing within my power.
Well, regardless of but regardless of what you get going over there, because you know details. Well, you may not, just in the course of talking it through, things are going to come to your mind that may help us. And
That's one of the things that
we need to get that pinned down now, because if you appear as a witness, you're going to get questioned about that at length. Does that make sense?
And that's one of the things he's worried about, because he's told the story now, from what I've been told a couple of times. But the more he goes over it and over it, he's worried about saying something that's, if you remember something new, that might be good, but on the other hand, it might look bad.
But I'd rather know it now than 6 months from now.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a lot of dead brain cells from 2 years ago.
Well, there's no doubt. But and the only thing, Chris, I keep coming back on there is there's just still some inconsistencies in your story, and just some of the things that you've said. Okay. And
Some of the things that he said, because he was tired. Even under the gun, under pressure, for an extended period.
polygraph.
I'm seeing,
Well, I don't understand that, but how do you explain the polygraph? That was right off the bat, right out of the shoes. You know?
we can set up, you need to target them, what's the reason you want to do that?
I don't want to do the question. But they're trying to do it. But you know. I think it would be a good idea. I want you to understand that the purpose of it is not necessarily to get Chris to say things that he doesn't say already. But Frank, Chris, let me talk to you. You were telling Jared yesterday about what occurred on the 13th.
And see, he told me it was the goddamn 11th.
Well,
That's
whatever-
when I got
whatever-
told that the murder was
what-
the 11th.
whatever day it was, the day that Hobbs told you about what he'd done. We need to probe that. And have you tell us all that you can remember about what occurred that day. So we've got the ability to build on
Do you know if you can tell anybody else?
No.
Why was the crime so sick? What was sick about it, Chris?
Detail.
Huh?
Detail.
Let's see, that's something you didn't tell me before, my friend. Okay, what tell me?
She said he got her a lot. Over and over.
Okay, see, this is new stuff to me. So, what do you tell me? Well,
I don't know specific,
Okay.
Jared.
I understand.
I'm trying.
But try to do your best. I mean, that was great what you just told me.
I'm trying, man. That's all I can do.
That's all we're asking. You notice we don't have the whips and the
I
chains
know,
here.
but
Okay.
geez.
So, please tell me. So, what was sick
He
about
just
it?
told me he got her over and over again. I didn't ask where, he just told me.
Okay, so what's sick about it?
Just how he cut her over and over again.
Why did he cut her over and over?
I didn't know. I don't know.
Okay, do you remember a statement you made 2 years ago? You said, if I knew what he was doing, I would have gone up there and stopped him. Do you remember
Yeah,
that?
I remember saying that. But with the idea of that all, even if I knew he was doing anything, Jared, if I even had a thought, man, I would have stopped him.
No doubt. And I believe you. I believe you. And that's why I think that pulls a question out at you. You know, could you run up there and what are you doing? You know, and now you're kicking yourself because but I only would have stopped you.
But if
You
I
know?
would have known,
And I understand that.
I wasn't there. I mean,
You would have done it. I would have done it. We all would have.
I wasn't there. I wasn't even down the fucking stairs. I wasn't nowhere around. I know this. Promise to God, I know this.
Okay. Every time we approach the subject, you kind of.
Man,
Well, you kind of, and it wasn't good up there, Chris.
I wasn't there.
No, all I said it wasn't good up there.
I mean,
And
the
so I
way
don't
I
blame
think you're
you
sounding it to me is like I was there.
The mind doesn't, shuts down on all of us.
Well,
Okay. It's just like me. On some of the brutal stuff that we see out on the streets. Seriously, hear me out. Some of the brutal stuff we see on the streets, my mind shuts down on me because I don't want to remember it. Okay? And as John was saying, this may be the case here with you. Okay? Alright? So you may start just a second ago. he remembered again about, he told me he cut her a lot, over and over. See, you know, that was brand new stuff. That's what this is good. We're making progress. Okay. Maybe things, talking about it over again, we can get some new stuff. Okay. To kind of help us out to take care of this thing. It's fine. Okay.
I don't think you got anything to worry about Chris anymore. I don't think if you've got those concerns, I don't think you do.
Number one, I don't know about Mom. Okay. Mom, I just don't know what Mom will do.
Mom won't send me away.
Huh?
Mom won't send me away.
And that's kind of a concern, to be honest with you, what the guys that we've got.
Well, that's understandable. I
Because
know.
when we couldn't find you today, we got to think, well, Mom probably stashed you. Mom probably hit you. Because you know how bad she hates cops. You know? And so that's a concern to us.
I'll sign it in writing. I'll have the ankle bracelet.
No, I appreciate that. So,
You guys want to do that? You want to talk about it?
Let's smoke.
huh?
Have a smoke.
No, yeah, I will.
Convinced that Chris Tapp knows more than he's saying, detectives haul him in for another round of questioning.
We used to make fun of it.
Were you hanging out with, did you and Ben hang out pretty well at that time when you meet up at the river? Or?
Yeah, because Ben didn't know anybody. He just got here from Vegas. So, yeah, I talked to him.
Who else would hang out with you guys? Generally, it's broken into groups, you know?
Yeah, there's certain people that would only hang out with certain people because, you know, there's the drug crowd, then there's the rich crowd. Because almost everybody hung out there. We all got to meet each other, but there were certain groups that just hanged out later. You know, when we got all together after the river was over and went closed, we'd all get together later.
Where would you generally go when you got together later? Would you go to his house, or where would you go?
During that summer, I would hang out with a few other people. You know, I was kind of mixed in with with a few beer drinkers and some of the dopers. The rich people, I would we hung out, but just out the river. Okay. I would go drink beer after everything, get together with a few friends, go drink beers.
Ben come with you?
No, it was just basically, it was just beer drinkers. I met a few, went out and drank beer almost every time after the river.
And this was just anywhere?
Yeah, anywhere. We decide, we go up to, Wolverine. We drive through Wolverine, find a good spot, drink beers. Nothing else big to me. It didn't matter where we drank beers. I drink the river beers down there at the river. Because I got hit for possession of alcohol in a park down there. Didn't get hit for a minor or anything because I was close to cop.
Right.
So that's what he hit me with.
When did you start hanging around with Ben more heavily? When did you guys start really running together?
Geez, I'd say later in the summer, July, July, later June, maybe middle of July. I started hanging out with him a lot more.
Was he married to Deanna at that time, or was he?
They were talking about marriage and shit like that.
After him and Deanna got married, did he kind of quit hanging with you, or did he kind of go on his own, or how did that work?
It was a little bit of both, Being married, he didn't want to hang out with, the crowds.
Right.
He wanted to be with his wife, which was understandable.
Right.
No one really had a problem with it. When he came down, we'd talk, or every once in a while I'd go to his house.
Now, when did you get married?
I don't even know.
Do you remember
the day he got married? Nothing. No, I wasn't invited to the wedding, nothing.
Okay.
Nothing like that.
They got married here in Idaho?
I think so.
Okay. Do you think that was late fall or 95? Was that in 96, or do you remember when that was?
I think it was, because he was living over on the area house between 1, 2, Planet Third, like over there, we go to the mall. I think 95, late 95.
Okay. Then in the as we approached the winter time of '95, of course they closed the gates to the river and
Yeah.
stuff, locking through the winter. How'd you guys make contact then?
We didn't.
Enough, or?
We lost contact. I lost contact with everybody because I went on my own separate way with the other drug people.
Through the winter '95.
Yeah.
Then when did you meet up with Ben in '96?
Oh jeez. I'd probably say January, February, March, April.
It's a pretty big time span, man.
Where I was at? Oh.
January through April.
No. May. I'd say late May, early June. Because went off. I went, from, let's see, October, November, December. January. I'm trying to think of months that I went over to live on 5th Street. I was riding with some other people. I did Thanksgiving at my mom's. So I did Christmas at my mom's, where I was staying, and partied on Christmas last year.
When you first met up with him later in the spring, how was he doing? How was his attitude and everything?
Shit.
How come?
I think when I first met him, I think him and Deanna were just getting divorced, or it was when she was up in Utah screwing that other guy.
So she was already in Utah when you met him the second time, right?
Yeah.
Did he talk to you about that?
He just said, Deanna, they said they were fighting. They were going to probably get divorced because she was fucking some guy. Rick, I think his name was. I think it was Rick something.
And again, were you meeting at the river, or were
Yeah.
you going to his house, or
River.
were you just kind of hanging out at the river and just making
It was a river.
And where was he living at this time?
When I first.
No, in the spring then.
In the spring,
Yeah, when he's saying, there's problems on the home front.
he was staying out of Cloverdale.
What was he at that time?
When I first hooked up with him again, he was out in Cloverdale.
What was he driving?
Nothing. I would use somebody, we'd go pick him up. It's not that often we go pick him up because we don't really want to drive way out to Cloverdale, pick his ass up, drive him all the way back.
Do you remember him driving a old loud blue Cavalier or something like that?
It wasn't blue, it was tan.
Tan.
Yeah.
Is that what it was? Really loud?
Yeah,
That's off the cross. When did the last time you seen him ever drive that?
Oh jeez. 95 was the last time I ever saw him driving.
Never saw him have that at the river or anything?
In 96? No. No.
You never saw him drive down to the river? It was just when he was there?
With the people I ran with in 96, I ran with Jared. And that's when I first hooked up with Ben again. And that's how we all got hooked up together. Just doing that way.
Okay.
He wasn't driving, he had a bike.
Bicycle bike?
Yeah.
Okay. Just before Angie was killed, she was killed on a Wednesday night, Thursday morning. I want you to think back to like that Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. The Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday, do you remember being at the river those 3 days?
I had to be down to every one of them, or 2 of them days. I had to be. It was just basically, I was just always down there.
That's basically where you went. What time did you start going down there?
Oh, geez, I'd be with the old lady all day. And about 3, 4, 5, she'd have to go home and do stuff. So that's when I took off and went down there. After I stayed with her for a while.
And then would you generally stay till
it closed?
Till we came and locked the gates up and kicked y'all out?
Most of the time, yeah.
Okay.
Unless I was feeling tired or whatever, or there's a party going on, then I'd be before then.
The night of the 12th that she was killed, or the 12th, we talked about, you being down there and who was with you and everything else. Can you go through that again with us on what time you got there, who you remember being there, and whether you saw Angie and all that?
I know I went down there. I had to probably go down with Jared, because I knew where I was living finally at that time.
Where were you living at?
At the Avalon Apartments. I talked to the old lady. She had a piece of paper, and she had the 13th, and she told me, because that's where she came and got me.
Yeah, we found that out too. We'll go over that in a few minutes.
Jeff told you I was living there?
Yeah.
Okay.
We talked to Jeff. So you were there. You were probably there with Jeremy. That's Jeremy Sargent.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember seeing who else were you hanging with? Was Ben there with you at that time? Do you remember seeing him down there? Do you remember seeing Angie? Just go over some of the people who remember that night.
Oh, Jesus. Jason and Jeremy Stein were down there. They had to be down there. Basically just a river crew. I mean, anyone who hang down there. Jeez. There's a lot of them.
Did you know some of Angie's friends? Did you know, like, Sandy Mc... do you know Jenna?
Jenna, she was like...
I don't know. Talking to him on the phone, so...
Is it him or her?
Her. These are mostly girls. Shanna.
I know Shanna.
Lindsay.
Yeah.
Jamie Brown.
Yeah, I know her.
Okay, she's Russell's
Russell.
girlfriend now, isn't she?
That's what I hear.
Fiancée or something?
That's what I hear anyway.
Do you remember if they were down there, whether you talked to them or anything that went on? Okay.
I don't. I mean...
With you and Jeremy being together, and Jeremy and Ben were such good friends, was Ben with you guys then?
He'd have to. He should have been, yeah. Trying to think. Yeah, he was telling me.
He was with you guys. And
It has to be.
were you guys in a car? Were they in a car? What was...
We'd always go with Jared, because none of us had a car.
Okay. And what was Jeremy driving at the time?
Oh, Jesus. His car just got stolen. Over the winter, he was telling me. Probably that blue Cavalier he owns now. Or his Volkswagen truck. He wanted the two. He either had been Cavalier because the truck wouldn't fit, many people in there.
Okay. Now, did you guys talk to Angie that night?
I don't think I did. I think Ben did.
Okay. Did Jeremy?
I don't think so. Okay. Jared talked to everybody, so he probably did.
Now, did you see Ben talking to Angie then, or did you just assume he did, or did you see him actually talking to her, or how'd that take place?
I saw him over there, so they probably said a few words to each other.
Where were they?
Do you want a schematics of?
Not to have. The forebay of the river and stuff. Now, of course, this is the big circle that drives. Here's the boat docks that go back in. The restrooms are here. And, here's the parkway in front of the restrooms. And here's the parkway before the restrooms. This is where the gates are at right here. Where was it? Where were you guys at and everything else?
Normally we park along this area right here.
Right in here?
Yeah. Okay. That's where we normally park.
Okay, so just somewhere along this area.
Yeah.
Okay. And when Angie and Ben were talking, where were they talking at? That you can remember?
It was over here somewhere.
Over this area?
And not in the grass, but over here.
Just somewhere in the parking lot?
Yeah.
Was she in her car?
Yes.
Okay, so her car was parked over in here somewhere. Was she sitting in her car when Ben was talking to her?
No, she was out. She was talking to people.
Okay. Any idea who she was talking to?
No.
Were they...
I mean, everybody. We all talked to everybody down there.
Okay, so it wasn't particularly just a bunch of girls or just a bunch of guys?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. How long did he talk to her?
Not long.
Then what did he do from there?
Just came back over and talked with the rest of us.
Okay. Did he have anything to say about what Angie was saying or what he talked to her about or anything else like that?
Just being pissed, saying bitch. Like he was upset.
Did he go into why he was upset or anything else?
Because he says he kept, I guess, because Angie was saying stuff about, Ben was sleeping around on Deanne, and he was trying to clear all that shit up with her, but she wouldn't listen or nothing.
Did you know, were Angie and Ben pretty good friends before this?
They were alright.
Did they hang out together? Did they
when she came over, when she used to come over to Ben and Deanne's, they'd hang out. I don't know if they ever partied together.
Do you know if they ever sat around and smoked roll together or anything else like that?
Angie didn't she didn't do drugs.
She didn't like drugs?
Yeah, she didn't. I don't know if she liked them or not. She wouldn't do drugs.
Did you try and get her to do some at any time? Or?
Yeah, I asked her, come on, let's go smoke rules, get high. But
What was the response?
No.
Okay. So then when you guys started hanging around here, did you see Angie leave or anything? Or did you see her? What happened to her at that point?
She had to leave. I mean, she wasn't down there long.
Okay. Did you see if she left with anybody?
Mm-mm.
No.
No.
And she was driving what car then?
I think it was her green.
That's
Geo, what the hell is it?
that new green one she had?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever the heck that kind was.
Then how did you guys stay then until the gates were closed?
I left before then.
Did you leave with somebody or
I had somebody take me home.
you remember who that was?
I don't. I wish I could. I just had a lot of people drive me everywhere. Whoever, would leave, I'd say, hey, can you give me a lift?
And they drove you to the Avalon Apartments.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what time that was? Was it dark, light? I mean, I don't expect you to remember 6, 7, 8 o'clock, but in reference to light and dark.
It was getting close to dark.
Okay. And then you don't know what happened with, I presume Ben and Jeremy were still together then, since they were together.
Yeah.
So you remember what happened with them?
I left.
Okay. Did they tell you anything about where they were going or what they were doing?
I just started failing. I was tired.
So during this time, I'm assuming from the time that he talked to Ange and then the time you left, you were still hooked up with Ben a little bit.
Yeah.
Was he still spouting off about Angie during that time?
Not really, no. I mean, it was always, I was running to here and there, running, popping every group, trying to sell.
Sure.
So I, would really listen. And basically whoever showed up, I'd run over and talk to.
Okay. So then you tripped on over to your place, right? At that point in time. And who are you with?
Jeff Blackburn.
Okay. And I think from when you told us before that there was someone else there with you, right? Because you guys were selling or something. You did a deal?
Yeah.
Okay. And it was about what time?
I'd say
2 or 4?
8, 9, somewhere around there.
Was Jeff there? Did you leave the house after that?
No, sir.
Not that you can remember.
No, sir. I don't think I left.
Was Jeff there throughout the night? Did he leave at all? Do you know?
I don't. I mean, because every night about 10 o'clock he'd talk to his girlfriend there in California. So, about almost every night at 10 o'clock he was normally home. Because his girlfriend would call and talk to her for an hour or so. Half hour, an hour.
Okay, and then we're going to go into the following day. You went home, you did whatever, you went to bed. And you stayed the night there on Avalon,
yes.
Avalon Apartments. And just go through what happened when you got up and everything. What proceeded on that day?
I guess my girlfriend came over because she wrote everything down. Yeah. See, that's my thing. I didn't know. I don't remember, but she said she came over and we hung out for a little bit.
Over at your apartment?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was. And me and her did a few things. And then later that evening, about 3, 4, she left.
In the afternoon?
Yeah.
What'd you do from there then?
I was trying to get hooked up with everybody, see what was going on for the evening. Okay. See what party was going to go on tonight. The normal partying thing.
Just find out where you're going to hang out.
Yeah, that's it. Well, I knew I was going to hang down at the river, so that's always the everyday goddamn place to hang.
Right. So where did you end up going then after 3 or 4?
I went over to try to catch up with Ben and Jared. I had to.
Where at?
I think over on Maple. I think that's where Ben was living. It's not a far walk from the Avalon.
No.
Just got through an alleyway and you're right there. It's not as far as I'd ever walk.
Right. Did you ever go to his place when he was over on up in Cloverdale?
Once or twice. Once to go pick him up, and I think the other time I tried to go get his shit back.
How'd you get out there?
I went with Jared.
Okay.
Where was he living out there? In the basement, in one of the back rooms, or where?
I have no idea. Every time we show up, he'd either be outside the door, or he'd come right out. I never went in that place.
Okay.
So I don't know where he was living in that place.
Okay, so you went and you hooked up with Ben. Was Jeremy with you and hooked up with Ben? Did you go get Jeremy first and then look around, or how'd that work?
I think I just went straight over to Ben's.
And that was the Maple Apartments, you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Who was there? Was in the apartment?
I think it was just me and Ben. I think it was just me and Ben.
Where did he just crash on the floor, or did he have a room? Where was he crashing?
Couch. Because at that time, some chick was living there in one of the bedrooms.
Do you know who that was?
I can't remember her name. God damn, I wish I could.
Was she there at the time? Was she asleep in the room, or was she?
I think everyone was gone. Because Audie and that chick used to run around a lot together and go whoosh, off doing their own thing. And George was working over with his dad.
Oh, at the restaurant?
Yeah. At George's place.
So you get there, you and Ben are talking. I think you told me before you smoke a bowl or something.
Yeah, that was a normal. I haven't been high yet that day, so you know. Yeah,
So
yeah.
when this took place in the living room there on the couch, or with this?
Living room.
Okay.
One on the couch, one on the floor.
Yeah. And what that conversation start out as?
You know, we basically just saying how everyone was doing. You know, what's up? You know, what the hell you done today? You know, just a normal, everyday conversation when you see your friend.
What time do you think that was?
3, 4.
Sometime late afternoon.
Yeah.
And did Ben say that he'd been anywhere that day, or did you wake him up, or how did it look like when you walked in the house?
Looks like he's already been up for a while.
What was he wearing?
Oh, God.
We want to write down to the underwear.
Okay. I can't even give you that. Socks. Shoes. He didn't have a shirt on. He was wearing his tennis shoes. Socks. I don't know if it was shorts or pants.
No shirt or anything, no?
Nah.
Did he mention that he had been anywhere that morning, or, in your general conversation, that he'd been out around that morning, or during lunch, or anything else? Or?
He said he was already out in the battle already. He was out roaming around.
He said where he went or anything?
Here he said he was out roaming around early in the morning.
How'd the conversation with Angie come up?
I asked him what he did that night. Just an everyday conversation. What the hell did you do last night? After everyone separated. Because sometimes there'd be a party after everyone would go. They'd party somewhere. So, they went out and partied.
Did he say where he went and partied?
No, he didn't go out and party. He just said, he went somewhere. Gee. He went somewhere.
Then you start talking about what he did last night.
Yeah.
What did he tell you?
He said he did something. He went over to Angie's house. And it struck me funny.
Why?
Because the way they were, I guess the idea that the way they was fighting or whatever just struck me funny why I was going there. It never make no sense to me why. If I'm fighting with somebody, I ain't gonna go to their house. Say, hi. Just never flew with me.
So what else went on at that conversation?
You know, it was just, I asked him why he went over there. He said he wanted to try, talk. Which I guess was alright. They were friends before, why couldn't they still be friends?
Right.
So he said he went over there and talked with her, so really, just, alright, that's cool. So what'd you guys do? He says we talked for a while. I was like, that's it? Gee, that sucks. And then he said he did, and I couldn't understand. Looked at him, I couldn't understand what he was saying. I said, how'd you do it? Did you fuck what? He was like, I fuck her. So, okay. So what'd you do? And he said he killed her. Astonishment, I couldn't believe it.
At that time during the day, that's the first time you'd ever heard that she was killed?
Yes, sir.
And then as far as the conversation goes from that point, this is where we're going to get into some details about it. Okay. So we need, this is where we always got stuck before. And this is where we have to go now.
I know.
And you have to allow your mind to go there. Okay? As Jared talked to you before in the interview, that the only thing that you would say it was sick. It was sick. We need to elaborate on that, on what he told you and how he told it to you and everything else. What we'd like to do first is just to have you just go through in detail on what he told you. Like I said, we need it in detail. At the end of that, we can ask you some more questions to maybe help bring some of it out that perhaps you don't want to talk about, or some other points. So just elaborate on the conversation, what he did, how he did it, when he did it, what he did, and everything else. Okay? So let's just start from that point there. Let's start with Hal. Okay.
Say he cut her.
Okay. Did he say what kind of knife he used?
No, sir, he just said it was with the knife. He didn't show me the knife, so I didn't ask to see it.
Did you feel like he still had it?
I don't think, I never thought Ben was dumb. So if Ben would have done something like that, he would have got rid of it.
How do you think he would have got rid of it?
Probably just the most way he could get rid of it, where he'd never be found.
And how do you think that is?
They said they found him by the river. Everyone said they saw him in the river early that morning. Probably tossed him in the river.
Okay. Who saw him by the river?
That's what.
Okay.
I'm just going off what he's told me. Is what people saw him down at the river early that morning.
Okay, now you said that he cut her. Did he say how he cut her?
No, sir. He just said over and over again. Like he was trying to get his frustrations out on me.
So he just said he cut her over and over again?
Yeah, like he was trying to release frustration. That's what I got.
Okay. Moving on to where, did he say where he cut her?
He fell everywhere. He didn't specify and I didn't ask. That's my thing. It's just, to me, it's sick and wrong.
Did he say why?
Anger. I think him and Angie got into it. He was saying, Angie was getting loud. I think it was out of anger.
Okay. Did he say where he went afterwards?
He didn't. He didn't say.
Did he say he had sex with her?
He didn't say that either. He didn't.
What do you think?
What do I think? In my opinion, I think he probably did.
Why?
Just to prove something to himself. That's the only thing I can come up with. Or he's a sick puppy.
You've already said that she was a pimp, it just wasn't right after the breakup. How do you think you had sex with her? Before, during, after?
Probably during or after.
How?
None. Forcefully, I guess, would be the only way to put it.
Did he talk to you about that at all?
No, sir. This is all
It's just speculation.
This is all what I think would have happened.
If he would have got there, how would he have gotten to the house?
His feet.
Just walked.
Because, what I've heard was Angie lived on I, or K, or wherever the heck it was. I looked where the river's at. It's not that far of a walk.
Right. Were you ever at her house?
No, sir.
So you don't know where she lived?
No, sir.
As far as, like I said, getting back to when he was talking about cutting her, apparently he was, I hate to say proud about this, but if he wanted to talk and embellish with you on it, he was probably proud about it. I want you to think back on it and think, is there any particular place where he said that he cut her, or how he cut her, whether she was standing up or on the floor, or what room they were in the house, or anything like that?
I don't think he said anything like that.
Can you say what time of night it was?
Said it was late.
He said he had been at somebody's house before that?
He said he went somewhere. I don't know where. I know he went somewhere, though. I just don't know where he went.
Did he tell you what she was wearing, or... Let me ask you this, I'm assuming, did he tell you, were they arguing? Did he say she put up a fight, or,
They was arguing. He said that much. They was arguing.
And then what? How did he...
He flipped.
What was his first move against her? Did he tell you that?
He hit her. That's what he said. He hit her, and she got up. And that's where it all went from there.
So, you got in an argument. You punched her.
And it just
And
fell.
she went down? Is that what?
She didn't fall down.
Okay.
And then it all went from there. And the fight was on. Angie wouldn't put up with anything like that.
Yeah.
I knew that much about her. She would never put up with anything like that. And the fight was on.
So where did the knife come from, do you think, at that point in time? Did he already have it?
I don't know. I really don't know. I wish I could tell you, but I don't.
This is going to ask for some speculation on your part. Do you think he went up there with the intent
To kill her?
to go to battle? Not necessarily to kill her, but to kind of go to battle with her?
I think so. Honestly, I think so.
Now, did you mention before that he had talked about being pissed at Angie and
Yeah.
maybe, in speculation you can say, I want to kill that bitch. Whatever.
Right.
You were talking somewhat about conversations that took place like that.
Yeah.
When did those take place?
Every time you saw Angie, or when somebody would bring up Gina or something.
Yeah. Now, Monday, I know this is a long way to reach back, but like 3 days before she was killed.
Okay.
It's, she, like I said, you're talking to Wednesday night, that's when you end up leaving early. You have the night before. And again, you said you were probably hanging at the river and everything else. Just the night before that.
Tuesday night?
It would be Tuesday night or Monday night, one of the two nights. Do you remember Ben and Angie being at the river together, perhaps driving around in Angie's car, Do you remember anything about those two being together that night at all?
No, sir, I don't.
When you would hang at the river, if Ben was there with Jared and everybody else, would you pretty well go hang with them and circulate from them?
Yeah.
So if they were there, you would probably remember. You'd probably remember. Okay. As far as the conversation now about, you said after every time they got together, he would come and say something derogatory about her or anything else. You ever talk about wanting to have sex with her?
No.
You never did?
I was going along. I was being sick, I guess. It was just basically a joke. It was just, to me, I found, and she was big.
Yeah.
Tall,
Yeah, she was tall. Yeah.
I never been with a woman like that. It was just, I heard she was a virgin, so,
Did you ever ask her to have sex with you? Or is it?
Honestly, I don't think. Maybe. No. I say when we're gonna get together, go out and do shit. And she goes, she's not like that. Because she wouldn't do nothing unless she had a ring on her finger.
You just basically tried to come on to her all the time?
Yeah, that's all it was. It was just come on lines.
How did that make you feel when she kind of blew you off?
Honestly?
Yeah.
Didn't hurt. It was just funny.
Was it?
Yeah, it was. To me, it was funny.
When she blow you off?
Yeah, I'd laugh about it. Everyone else would laugh about it. Just, it was one of them, hey, I'll give it a try. She shoots me down, oh well, it was just for fun. I never really cared. So I always had somebody else. Yeah, just go on. It's life.
Yeah. Okay. So back to the night with you where the afternoon with you and Ben, you're smoking the bowl. He's telling you about how he went up and killed her and everything else. When he went in the apartment, did he say anything about it? Did he just walk in? Did he say you know anything about that? Whether he knocked on the door, whether he rang a doorbell? Did he go into anything about that or?
He just said he went up and talked to her.
And again, he didn't mention anything that she was wearing or what she had on or anything. So. The time of the night, and I know we're repeating it over and over. We're just trying to jar you.
So. I know. It's understandable, sir. He said in the evening, and he didn't say what
How
time.
late did you presume it was? You said...
The river always closed up, what was it, 10?
10:30 something.
Yeah. So it had to be after that. That's the only thing I ever presumed.
Now, him and Jer went partying quite a bit together then.
Yeah, and we all did. We all partied together. Not one of us would ever go partying without somebody else, almost.
If they left from the river and went partying somewhere, would they have gone together since they were there together? Would they have left together? Or was it common for you three just at 10:30 just to split and go your own way?
No, it was always common. We always stood together. It was just ones who were tired or whatever, or had girlfriends or whatever. Like Jared had April or Amanda, so whenever they show up, they go their way. Then there was me. Whenever I wanted to go, I just go. I always thought I'd been high enough for the day. Trot on home and go relax. Or if I had a bag in my pocket, go home and get my roommate high.
Right.
That's no big thing.
How do you feel about what he did to her?
What do I feel about it? Sick and wrong. It's nasty. No one has any right to take somebody else's life.
What do you think should happen in the moment? Or anybody that does something like this?
The same, honestly, how I feel, they should have the exact same thing happen to them as what they did.
How much time did he spend up in the apartment?
He really didn't say. He said he was there for a little bit, and when they first start talking, and that's what I comprehended, was he's there for a little while. I mean, just everything he told me, like from when he cut her in the argument and stuff like that, he had to be there for a little while.
Now, did he tell you he hit her first? Did he tell you that he hit her?
And Yeah, he had to. Yeah, he did.
When did he have to?
Because I asked, what happened? I always said I didn't want to know, but I did ask. I wanted to know.
Did he say she went quick?
No.
What did he say about it? I'm sure he embellished on how she died. I mean, people are with it.
Took time.
Did it?
Took some time to say it.
And I'm assuming he told you how. I mean, especially, now he's kind of pumped a little bit. I mean, he's reliving it.
He wasn't really pumped about it. He was more what we're looking for. Not nervous, but what's the word I'm trying to find? Not agitated.
Anxiety.
Yeah.
A lot of anxiety now.
I mean, he was nervous, upset, anger. I mean, all of it.
So when you guys were done there, and you're done smoking the ball, and he's carrying on this conversation, and that's pretty well done and over with. What'd you do from there?
I didn't believe him, first of all.
Right.
I just...
What'd you think when Angie was dead? When did you hear that Angie was dead, besides from him?
Later on that evening.
Who'd you hear that from?
Somebody.
Was that? Do you remember where that was at?
I don't.
So what'd you think then? I mean, did
shock. A lot of shock. A lot of surprise. Part of me wanted to say I didn't want to believe it. And Ben was one of my really good friends, and I didn't want to believe it. I didn't.
I'm assuming you went and confronted him about it again, right?
And I asked him again.
And?
He just told me not to say nothing. And just keep my mouth shut. So, alright.
Is this when, is that when Jenna walked in on you guys and you were talking about keeping your story straight, you and Ben? Remember that conversation? About you and Ben and it?
It's probably, I think that was one day or two later. When you and Ben hooked up. You guys were talking about covering each other. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
You told me that.
It wasn't more covering each other, it was just basically trying to cover him.
Oh, I see.
Let's go into detail on that conversation. I presume now, you guys meet up with each other. Okay, you get talking, you're talking about the homicide again, you're talking about Angie dying again. What was the conversation that took place with you and Ben?
It was basically, it wasn't even talking about how she died or anything. It was just basically the conversation was about the cops were trying to talk to everyone down at the river who was there.
And what went on with that?
So he said, hey, I need, he told me, this is what happened.
And what did
he said, hey, Dad, I was with you all night. We partied all night at my place.
Okay.
And then he left, sometime that morning. That he went on his way and I stayed there. I went back to bed.
Did you talk about who you guys were with?
No.
No.
We was basically just saying we could be with each other.
Okay.
How come he chose you?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't.
Yes.
He already told me one thing, and I pretty well wouldn't say much. I never do. But everyone tells me I just keep it to myself. Always have.
Was Jeremy and you around in any of these things? Sergeant Jeremy?
He was around.
Was he with you, like when you were talking about the instance of we've got to cover each other?
Alibi.
The alibi.
A little bit, yeah. He was around.
Was he in the room with you guys?
No, he wasn't. But he was around.
Did Ben hung around Jeremy Sargent quite a bit? From what I understand, they were closer than you and Ben were, and from what I understand, they still are. Is that a good representation of that? Or?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Because they're good friends. Jared probably knew, didn't he?
I don't know. I just don't know. Dad would have to say something to Jared. He'd have to.
Well, you guys hung around quite a bit. I mean, afterwards, the four of you were still pretty tight. And I'm sure, the conversation came up, and Ben at this particular time, I bet he's going to get a little nervous.
He was trying to get out of town as much as he could. That's why they went on that trip to Jackson. I'm not Jackson, West.
Yeah.
And that's when he hooked up with Melissa.
Now, during this time, you went into rehab, didn't you?
I didn't go to rehab till August. All July, I was still out partying with everybody. Then, I'd say, beginning of August, that week, because it's July 31st, that week goes into August.
Right.
That week, I was doing I was on my own thing. I was on the west side of town a lot, hanging out. I'd go over there every once in a while because I was having problems over here. And then I'd go over there and hang.
Now, your drug of choice was crank, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
You used crank quite a bit.
Yeah. Only time I wouldn't crank, when I was with these guys. But every chance I had, I'd go over. That's why later on in July and August, early August, that's why I wasn't around much. I was over on the west side doing crank.
Did you inject or would you?
I'm an ex-IV drug user. I went IV again. Because then people I was cranking with, I didn't know what they'd do if I was. So I'd snort it or smoke it.
Was that a pretty well daily
thing for me?
Yeah.
No, it was every once in a while. I wasn't getting as bad as I was before, but I was getting close. It's getting real close.
Now, you talked about before.
I was an ex-IV drug user.
How long ago was that?
Oh, geez. 93. I'd say late 92 through 93 to early 94.
So you went through, did you go through rehab on that?
I went through one rehab.
Well, were you shooting coke or?
I was shooting coke and crank. Every once in a while when I could, I'd try heroin just to see what it was like.
So you went through rehab for that?
Yeah. Didn't last long in rehab.
You quit rehab then?
Yeah. No, I got kicked out.
Oh.
I got kicked out twice. At the same rehab twice under, 3 weeks?
That's for using, I take it.
That was for smoking. They just passed a new law that at that treatment center, people under the age of 18 couldn't smoke. I was 17 years old. I've been smoking for a long ass time. I was going to smoke, didn't matter what the hell they said.
What did the crank do to you? How did it make you? Did it make you angry? Did it make you mad?
It was a speed thing for me. It was speed. I'd clean the house, I'd clean anything. I'd walk miles and miles and miles for no reason.
Yeah.
I had a lot of energy as a boost.
And at the time that Angie was killed, you were still cranking?
No, I was just doing marijuana.
You were just doing dope. Trying to get out of it a little bit more then?
Yeah, and then I started having problems, later in July with everybody. And that's when I went back to crank.
What kind of problems were you having with people?
Money problems. All of us were having money problems with people. People would put you on something or something. They either wouldn't be happy with it or they'd give us the money and we wouldn't pay them back.
Now, is this with the dope or is this with?
The dope.
Yeah.
Because right before I went to treatment for 3 days, I did a detoxification. Through my 4th day, I came out and I was trying to pay people off because I just got some money. So,
Now that's who you owed money for dope?
Yeah, I was trying to pay off people. So when I got out of treatment, I wouldn't have no problems with nobody.
Separate yourself from it.
Yeah, except for, my problems.
Right. You got out when?
Out of the treatment or out of the whole entire thing?
Out of the treatment.
I went into treatment about August 8th. I got out September 5th. After I got out of treatment, I did 2 weeks there at the halfway house. And then I went home to move. I took myself out because my attitude was still pretty shitty. I was having problems with a few of the staff over there. And so I took myself out of the halfway house and I went home tomorrow.
You've been clean ever since?
I screwed up once in October.
that bill for?
Yeah. I don't want to, Frank. I'd like to, but it would just put me right back where I was before I at least learned that much in treatment.
Yeah. That's wise. Very wise. We told you that we talked to Jerry yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah.
We took a polygraph test. What do you think? Did it come out?
I have no idea. I really don't.
Give us a wild guess.
He passed? He failed? He did halfway decent?
He failed it pretty miserably. Big time.
Same way I did?
Yeah. You know, the knowledge of and that type of stuff, so which is kind of being expected.
So what, am I going to see him sitting down here?
No, not necessarily.
Oh man, then why am I down here? Why can't I go home?
We're working on it.
Jeez.
What if I told you it's okay that, I know the friendship thing is pretty strong, between everybody. Which is the way it should be. Except in this case now, the jig's up pretty much, you know what I mean?
I'm singing like a little bird.
Yeah, so, anyway, basically it's, because he failed the polygraph and everything, it's pretty much okay to talk about Jared now. And because we talked to him, like I say, for quite a while yesterday, and jig's kind of up, so, in light of that, it's okay to talk about it. The three of you, Ben and everybody, were kind of talking about his alibi and some of that other stuff. It's okay, because we need to
Because Jared, alright, if the truthful with that is Jared's the one who first came up with the alibi story. He was the one who told me. Remember I told you that story?
Yeah.
About I was never down the river, dun.
Yeah.
He's the one who came up with that.
Okay, why did you come up with that?
I have no idea. It was just basically.
Let's embellish on that a little bit. Yeah. Let's go into that.
Yeah, we're talking about the alibi story about. Just go to refresh our memories and everything else. Just go into what he wanted the alibi story to be.
That I was never down the river. I don't know why, but he says we couldn't figure out who was down the river at that time. Because
when you say we, who are we talking about?
It was me, Ben, and Jared. Okay. So, that was the first thing I said. I didn't remember if I was or I wasn't, but I know I was.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, he came up with that one and it just didn't fly.
So Ben was sitting there with you guys.
Oh yeah.
And were you talking about the homicide at the time, or what brought this conversation?
It was the cops. It was the cops who were starting to ask people a lot of questions.
Okay, yeah, because at that time we were going around, we were asking people,
were you there?
Were you there? Were you
right.
there? What was going on here? So you and Ben and Jeremy are sitting around, and you say, what was it? Did you just sit there and say, when they talk to us, we're going to say this, or how this conversation?
We got to get our story straight, right?
Mm-hmm. That's how it was we all got to try to get our story straight.
And why?
To help them. That's all it was we're friends.
So at that time, Jeremy knew that
he had to know something. He had to know something.
When did Ben first tell him about the homicide, and then in correlation with you and whatnot?
I have no idea. I wasn't around.
Well, as far as you three are sitting there carrying on a conversation.
Trying,
This is where? Do you remember?
Have to be over on Maple.
Okay. So the three of you are carrying on this conversation. At that time, are you just presuming Jeremy knows that Ben did it, and Jeremy's presuming that you know that Ben did it?
Yeah, that's all it was.
But there wasn't ever...
No, none of us always got together and talked about it.
The three of you never talked about...
No, sir.
How he did this and how he did that. Okay. In the alibi... You're thirsty.
Yes.
Let's see if we can get a pop here, a glass of water for you. I'll just see if we can
What you drinking?
I don't care.
Anything?
Anything.
I'll just grab a glass of water.
I'm getting tired of milking water. Huh? I'm getting tired of milking water, Judge.
Sure. You're doing good. You're starting to remember some stuff, and that's good.
I've sat down in jail, too. Sounds true. I've been sitting in jail for a while. Yeah. Many nights. A lot of people stay up. We all stay up and sleep on. Listen, we all stay up and party till like 1 or 2 in the morning. You call it partying, fucking car.
Who's in your block with you?
David. Lloyd,
Really? I don't know him.
Lloyd, yeah. Lloyd something, I can't remember. They're the only 2 people I know in that whole entire thing. Nick was in there for a little bit.
Was he?
Yeah, but he just got kicked out yesterday. He moved up to a trustee. Lucky bastard. And I talked to my cousin. That's about it. He's a trustee.
Is he? Who's that?
Sam.
Oh, Sam.
Yeah, he's a trustee, so we always say hi to each other. Because he kind of knows what's going on.
Does he?
You know, he's worried about it. You know, he's making sure I'm alright. I ain't gonna lose it, nut up, and go off. But I mean, it's not that bad. There's like, what is it, 3 people in there that when I was in there December still there. David, Clint, and Lloyd, so it ain't that bad. We all get along. There ain't no fighting, no nothing. We fight over the TV. Does that count?
Pretty lightweight stuff.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty lightweight stuff. Hopefully this thing can end here pretty soon. You know, the whole ordeal. That's kind of what we're shooting for. And like I say, we got DNA coming back here. That'll probably be next week.
So I'm gonna be stuck in jail till next week?
Well, there's probably a good chance of it. Yeah.
This ain't gonna help get my bond reduced or nothing?
I don't know. I can't even tell you.
Yeah.
You have to get with your attorneys, and they're the ones that'll have to get the bond reduced.
Okay.
And that's kind of out of our league, as far as that goes.
Yeah, the only thing I read was what the contract said today was immunity. Amnesty or whatever.
I know Kurt was talking about the other night, when we were here, he was talking about trying to get the paperwork going as far as getting your bond reduced and whatnot, which would probably be okay for you, So, but this thing with the alibi and everything, we need to kind of hammer that one down as much as we can.
I understand that.
What I mean?
Did Jeff, I know Jeff had to say I was living there.
Yeah, he said you were living there.
Was I there that night?
He doesn't.
You remember it?
He can't give a squat. Yeah.
That's it. I'm moving. Fuck it. Your Argentina's nice this time of year. God.
Yeah, we talked to both him and Tom.
Because, yeah, that's what I was doing. It was Ashley. I talked to Ashley yesterday, the day before, Monday. I said, hey, you look in your notebooks and you find out where the hell I was living.
Yeah. No, you're definitely staying with Jeff. Yeah, you're definitely staying there.
At least I know where I'm living back then.
You're definitely staying with Jeff at the time over there on that line.
Well, I got enough time to go smoke again.
Do you need to hit the can real quick?
The can?
Yeah.
No, I'm alright now to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
This motherfucker's phone.
Okay. Well, let's see if we can round you up another smoke. That'll be $10.
That's all good. I got like about $6 on my clothes. I'm working, what is it, 35 days? $35 a day while you're in. So I've been in since Sunday is a full day. I say 4 days. I'm good for it. Oh, thank you.
Before we go get a smoke, let's
try to hammer this out.
Yeah, let's just hit on the conversation with Jeremy a little bit.
Yeah.
What day did that take place that you can remember?
It had to have been a few days after the murder. It had to have been. Because that's when the police were all starting to talk. I wanted to talk to everybody.
Right. Now, I think when we first started talking to you guys, and I think we actually talked to Ben, I don't think it was till like maybe 2 weeks afterwards. And your story, and I think Ben's story at the time was, yeah, you guys were all three together. You were at the river. You saw Angie pull up. You saw her saw a black guy get into the car with her and drive off.
Yeah.
Is that the story that you guys discussed at the time?
Yeah.
Okay, why, I guess my question is why the story with the black guy, why the story with Angie leaving? Did somebody have problems with the black guy? Did you guys not get along with blacks, or what's why the Cole? Why put Angie with this black guy?
Who knows? I mean, I never came up with any stories. I just went with everyone else's.
You said it's all Jared's idea, right?
It was. That was the first idea that Jared had. Was that?
And so why was he coming up with the alibi again?
Just to be friends with Jack, just trying to help Ben, I guess. He's just trying to get him. I don't know why. I really don't. I'm just one of them dumb people that sits in the background.
No. That was a good try, Chris.
That
was a good try.
You're not going to get that one on us.
I tried,
Yeah, so like you say, it's okay to,
I'm
remind of
not-
everything yesterday with Jared and everything. Everything's out.
Oh, yeah.
Everything's out now.
Right, I understand that.
With Jared, the polygraph, the whole work. So, like I say, we know that he knows. We know that Ben told him. We know that Ben told you. You know that Ben told Jeremy, and it's out.
Right.
So all we need to do is just
Hammer it all out.
Exactly.
And to the point of that, I mean, the three of you just didn't sit together like we're sitting right here and go, okay, let's come up with an alibi.
Real quick.
What for?
This thing,
So
I tried. You at least gotta say
I don't blame
a
you.
little comic relief.
I don't blame you.
The three of you had to sit around and talk about this thing. I mean, that's all there is to it.
I mean, it was out in the open. I mean, the homicide, Ben was probably reliving it a little bit and trying to. He told you where he was, how he did it, because he had to have given you a time frame so you guys could construct the alibi. You know what I mean?
Right.
So let's work our way back again.
Right.
And let's work our way into the conversation that included you and Jeremy and Ben.
And see, that's my problem. I don't remember. It's probably because I don't want to remember it.
Well, that's where we're at. We have to.
I know that's my problem.
We're wading through it now.
Right.
We can work through it one point at a time.
Right. And see, that's
okay.
We probably in that whole entire conversation I had with Ben is maybe the conversation that Jerry was there on. It's just.
Well, let's work our way through it. Let's start right now.
I'm trying.
Because, like we said, the three of us are carrying on a conversation here.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a little bit of bullshit going on, a little bit of
yeah.
stuff going on. But we're carrying on this conversation. It's the same thing that you and Jared, like I said, you and Jared and Ben aren't going to all three sit down at the table and go, okay, guys, here we go. We're going to think of an alibi. Well, what the hell we need an alibi? Oh, don't worry about what we need an alibi for. We're going to think of an alibi. Okay? So you can see where we're coming from on this. And you know in your mind what it is. Okay? You've got to work your way through it. It's something we have to sit right now. And let's hammer our way through this. We'll go out and get you another smoke. Then we'll come back in and hammer out the rest of it.
You read the agreement, so
Right.
So this is part of the agreement,
Yeah.
So
I know. I'm trying to work with you.
Yeah.
it's rock and roll.
Because, all right.
So let's start with, like I said, you're sitting around, you're going to come up with an alibi. Okay?
Right.
Why are you coming up with this alibi? What are you talking about? Why are you coming up with this alibi?
Why to cover Ben?
Okay. And during the time of either this conversation with the alibi to cover Ben, what other conversation took place? Why are you covering Ben? There had to be more conversation in there.
Because Ben's starting to say what he did again.
What did he say? Let's go into it.
About how he murdered Angie.
Well, like I said, let's go. You've got to dig deep in your mind.
I'm trying.
With the three of you there, he's probably embellishing quite a bit on it. He's probably telling you details on it. In your mind, you've got to release it. You've got to tell us the details. Okay? Let's work on that. You know, I know it's tough. It's tough. I mean, you gotta sit there. You gotta think about it in your mind. Okay? You gotta go through it. And this is part of what your recovery is. Okay?
I know.
For you to cope with this, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough to do stuff like this. It's tough to bring it through. Okay? But we have to work this through. And the only people that can work it through right now are you and me and Jared. Okay? And there are details in there that you're thinking are going through your mind right now. I can see it. Okay? I can see it in your mind right now. You're visualizing them. You're thinking of them. And we have to sit there right now. And let's get through these. We'll go out. We'll have a smoke. Okay? Get your Pepsi, whatever. We'll come back in and we'll discuss the rest of the things from here. Okay? Let's do it. Okay?
He was explaining, first of all, he was telling us what happened, what went on.
What did he say?
He said he went over to Angie's. He went and talked to her. And they was having a conversation. And Ben was just saying he was getting madder and madder as the conversation went on. He was getting worse and worse.
It's heartbreak, huh? We're there.
So, he was just going off. It was even kind of like he was getting mad with us. The frustration he had.
So he's in there, he's getting mad with her. What's he saying?
He said he hit her. And that's what first started the whole entire shindig off.
You're doing good. Work through it here.
And he said he had a knife. And he didn't say where he got it from or nothing. He just said he had a knife. Let's put it in proper terms. He got a knife. So he just started to cut her. Over and over again. Anywhere he could. It didn't matter where. Over and over again.
He just kept saying over and over and over.
Like he was kind of proud of it.
Okay. Where do you go from there? Come on, let it go. It's going to help you. Okay?
I'm trying.
Okay.
Then I think, I'm not too sure, it's kind of still foggy. And then I think he did her.
As far as what?
Sexually wise.
Did you go into that at all with him?
No. No, that was just sick.
Okay, I know it's sick, and if he talked to you about it, we need to know this. Okay?
He didn't go into great details with that.
Okay.
He didn't.
Okay. So he said, now I want you to think about the words that he said. Okay, did he use the words I did her? Did he use some other words?
Basically, that was the words. I mean, we're not that group. There was never a great big vocabulary.
Right. What did you do at that point?
And he was cleaning himself off.
Did he say where?
Mm-mm.
Did he say what he used to clean himself off with?
A rag,
What do you say happened from there?
Then he said he walked around. He never said what he did with the knife. What he did with his clothes, he never said.
You guys didn't ask him?
my recollection, I know I didn't.
Did you?
I don't know. I really don't, Jerry.
And where did he go? Did he just leave the house, or what did he do?
Yeah, he left Angie's.
Can you say where he went from there?
Dude, he walked around for a little bit. He had to go somewhere.
Did he walk over there by himself?
Over there.
Angie's?
He had to.
Did he say how he got there, or where he went afterwards?
He didn't say how he got there. Then he had to go home. He had to. He had no other friends. I mean, Jerry lived with his parents. I lived with my roommate. There was no room. And I don't even remember how Russ was living, so he couldn't go stay with Russ.
You were living
at the Avalon.
At the Avalon time?
Yeah.
Were you there that night, or were you staying with your mom that night?
I was over at the Avalon that night.
That night.
Because I would, honest truth, I wouldn't stay with my mom. I couldn't stay with my mom not doing drugs. The heads would bother too much. Anytime she's like, I can call. The cops trying to get me out.
Okay. Let's go back in the house a minute. He said that he did her. Okay. Now, let me talk about this again. Did he say did her? Did he say fuck her? Or what were his words? Say fuck her. This was after she was dead? Did he go into? I know this is the hardest part right here. Did he go into details on what he did when he fucked her? Did he do it orally? Did he do it vaginally? Did he go into that at all?
No, sir. He didn't.
Like I said, it's the toughest part. Okay. Once we get through this, we can work through the rest of it. It's just this part right here. We've got to get through.
What keeps running through my head is in the ass. I don't know why. I just don't know why that keeps running through my head.
Okay.
I don't know if that's right or not.
He said he cleaned up. Did he say, how much time he spent in the house, where he cleaned up, anything like that?
No, he didn't.
Did he talk about being when you guys were all sitting there together and you're going to come up with this alibi or whatever? You and Jared and him were talking about this now. Did he talk about how he cleaned up? Whether he was afraid there was any evidence left that they're gonna get him on this or anything?
That's the main reason why he was starting to leave town. He was getting worried. He said he knew he left evidence in that place. He did. And that's why he was trying to get out of town so quick.
What kind of evidence do you think he left there?
I don't know. I really don't.
Did he talk about what he think he left behind or anything else?
Fingerprints, like that. So that's why he kept trying to get out of town as fast as he could.
Was Jeremy, was he ticked at this point?
Jared?
Well, because it was his knife? Was he bragging on him about his knife and stuff? What went on about the knife? Let's talk about that.
Jared was upset.
What did he say?
He went off. I've never seen Jared get mad like that. I've seen him upset. But
what did he? What was he yelling at? What was he talking at?
Why would he put me? He was like, why would you put me in such a situation?
Because of using his knife, or
yeah.
What knife was it?
I don't know. How much I don't know. I never saw the knife.
Okay. Did Jared talk about the knife? Did he say what it looked like, or did he talk about it?
No, sir.
Did Jared say where he got the knife from?
No, sir.
Did Ben? I mean,
you know, you said Jared went off at that point in time.
We had to get it from Jared's house. I mean, it had to be out of either Jared's garage.
Did you ever see any of the knives that Jared carried around?
No.
Not at all.
So what happened when Jared went off? I mean, kind of walk us through that. What was the conversation between the two? But it's quite a show to watch at this point.
They were all mad at each other. I mean, Ben thought Jared would, be his friend and cover, wouldn't be upset. Then Jared's upset because why would Ben put him in such a situation? It's fucked up. It really is. Nobody needs to be put in a situation like that.
Again, we're all victimized for that.
At this time, why did you feel you still had to cover for him?
He's my friend.
Even though it's a homicide, what you express is, and I can see it in your face. What you express as being a sick, anguishful act.
I guess the only thing I ever learned from the streets. I guess that's all it is what I learned from the streets. It doesn't matter if it's a true friend, it doesn't matter what he does or what he didn't do, you always will cover for him. Because he's supposed to do the exact same thing for you.
This conversation that took place now, is this the first time that you guys talked about it? Were all three of you together the first time, or was it just you and Ben? We talked before that you and Ben went over and smoked a bowl and he told you to have it.
I think that was the second time that I knew about it.
So, the second time was with the three of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And where were you at? This is really important.
I know. I can either say we was at the Maple Apartments, or we was in Jared's car. It was one of the two places that we were discussing it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know which one it was. Wish I could tell you guys.
So what was Jared saying this whole time? So then he started coming up with, once he settled down and calmed down about him, using his knife.
We had to come up with an alibi, to help Ben.
Now, did Ben tell Jared I used your knife, or what? How'd that come up? How'd that come apart?
I think Jared knew. I don't know on that one. I don't.
So then you had to come up with an alibi to cover this.
Cover Ben. He was our friend.
So what was he saying at this point? Was he kind of getting all frantic, pleading with you guys to help him, or what?
Yeah, because he thought one of us would roll. He thought Jared would roll. Which I wouldn't blame,
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Speculation would be my thought.
Well, especially with his knife involved now.
Yeah. I think, in speculation, I would have rolled. But...
Okay, now let's,
Look, I didn't. Now look where I was at.
Well, we're going to work through that.
We're going to work through all
It's
this.
going to be okay.
I know.
We're going to work through
I'm just, like I told you, Jerry, that's a little scared of hopelessness.
And like I said, we're going to work through it all. You want to get a smoke real fast?
Yeah.
Let's go get a smoke. We'll take up where we left off right here. Okay.
Did the hell thing, man. Okay. You're okay.
I got you some more water too, so.
Now you did it. Now you're cold.
Yup.
Did you get another smoke off of me?
Yeah.
So
$15.
It's alright.
There's no smoking allowed in the jail or anything, so you guys kind of have to go on a sabbatical while you're there.
That's going to be tough.
Nah, we tried everything. Wanna try some orange peels? God. Well, I hear some people are smoking orange peels, potato skin. God.
Gotta be hard up.
I'm sleeping. You want sport? Nah.
Okay.
Well, you feel better? Seriously, how you feeling?
Alright, I guess. Anguish, I guess, is what I'm trying to...
That's a good word.
Pain.
Yeah, that's a good word. That's a great word. Do you feel any burden kind of... Is anything kind of lifting a little bit on you?
Yeah, I don't feel so bad now as I did before. Before it was just, I wouldn't get all the way through it. I'd stop, or I'd make myself stop. And now it's just,
Like I said, that's the part there, and now we can just get through the rest of it.
See, the bottom line is this, okay? I mean, you can bullshit all you want, okay? But you gotta live with yourself. You know, you gotta look at yourself in the mirror, and I mean, in the weight, you know, when we talked before, you know, the heaviness of all this. I mean, you gotta deal with that day in, day out, and so that's why I think your body's starting to tell you, yeah, this is the right thing.
because before I never even worried about it. I really didn't. It was just put something in the back of my head. You know, in treatment, you know, we're supposed to, you know, tell about our pains. And that was something I was going to, that's something, you know, it hurt a lot, but I mean, treatment, that really sucked.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, it was a lot of weight there, you know, trying to keep that covered and try to go on with everything else.
In a sense, this kind of treatment is, I mean, you're dealing with it, and all we want to do is okay, we got that door open. You've allowed us in, which is great, so we're going to go in there, we're going to clean out that room for you, and so hopefully we don't have to discuss this too many more times, but right now the door's open, half your pain is out, let's get the rest of it out so we can get on with things. Okay, you're doing a great job. Great job.
Okay. Now we're going to put you back in the car of the house. Okay. Can you think about for sure which place it is?
I can't.
Yeah.
I wish I could. I mean.
And what day do you think? What day are we thinking? Were you at the river with Ben on Friday when Jessica put the big sign down? You know, it was on the back of Rick's car and everybody was signing it. That way.
No.
Okay. Did Ben talk to you about that?
No.
That was a Friday.
No. On Friday, I chat with the old lady. Okay. That was like our only day we really spent together.
So, like I said, we found out she was dead Thursday morning, and then Thursday afternoon is when you went over and had the first conversation with Ben. Okay, and he told you about killing her. Did he go into detail then, like he did, like you guys did before?
No, it was something that either point A I didn't want to get into, you know, in great detail. I thought I already knew enough to get my ass in trouble, and I didn't want to know anymore. I mean, it was too good to say.
So then, that Thursday goes on, Thursday night, you left it. What'd you go do Thursday
I
night?
kicked it down to her for a little bit. I always did.
Okay.
It was just a place to where to hang, and see people, see what was going on, see who wanted to party.
Did you see Jer and Ben down the river that night at all? Or?
Yeah, we always showed up there.
Okay.
Everyone, it didn't matter what day it was, we always showed up.
Okay.
For if it was either for 5 minutes or an hour, somebody was always there.
Was Jer driving his Cavalier then? Is that what he was driving?
Yeah.
And so maybe those two were together then. Is that when you could have had this other conversation, or was it later on?
It was later on when, you know, all the police were starting.
So,
because we all heard when the alibis started coming around, we all was taught, you know, we all through the grapevine that they wanted to talk to everybody.
right.
And that's when they was saying they wanted to talk to me, they want to talk to Jared, they want to talk to Ben, and we all heard it.
Okay. Now, was this before they went to West Yellowstone then?
Yeah.
Okay.
They went to West Yellowstone, what, in the middle of July?
Right.
I think so.
Because it was my birthday, the 11th, and, you know, they didn't come to my party. I sucked.
So it was before the
Yeah.
or after the 11th?
Exactly.
Because she was killed on the 13th.
Oh, my birthday's in July.
Okay.
They didn't go to West till I think it was a week after my birthday. And then Ben was with Melissa, you know, got together with Melissa. And at the end of July, he took off to head up to West to move up with her. And then from there, I don't know what happened. The only thing I kept hearing was Ben went to Phoenix.
Okay.
And I couldn't figure out why he went to Phoenix. The only thing I could think of was Christian.
Place to hide out.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to nowhere zone again. We're gonna put you back in the house again. Okay. For what Ben instructions for what Ben is saying here. Put you back in there. Okay. Ben is there. Does he say where they're at when you and Ben and Jay are talking?
Where he's at doing it?
Yes.
No.
He doesn't mention any rooms or, you know, we were in this room or we were in that room.
I don't think so, no.
Okay. He mentioned anything about, I mean, this just might help as far as rooms, you know, were they on a couch, were they in a bed, were they...
Only thing that comes to my mind, and that's what I was trying to figure out with the fingers, it's the only thing that comes to my head is the living room. I don't know why. It's just living room popped there. Anything that pops in, I'm going to say.
Okay.
I don't know if it's right or not.
Okay. And then he says he hits her. Does he hit her with his fist? Does he hit her with something? Did he say anything about it? Yeah, just, you know, take your time and think back to the conversation, because all three of you there, put yourself in the room, okay, and just think about what he says about hitting.
With a fist.
Okay. Where?
The face.
Okay. Now, earlier on when we were talking to you, he said that, you know, he hit her and she fell. Did he say that she fell?
I think you used the words, she went down.
She went down or something. Now she's down. Okay. What does he say? What does he say from there?
She got back up.
Okay.
And that's when all hell broke loose.
Okay. And again, he said, I believe your statement was before he got a knife, or he had a knife or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know which one it was. He had it or he got it.
And like I said, this is again, it's gonna get painful for you to get here, okay? Because there's probably some more details that he told you about the knife and how he cut it and stuff like that. We want to get those out, okay? So the three of you are sitting there. He's talking about the knife. He has the knife, and he says, "What you carry on from there? What's he talking about the knife?"
He cut it. Anywhere he could. It didn't matter.
He told you the first blow with the knife, though, didn't he? That's always the big one, you know. First time he cut her with the knife. What did he tell you about that one? First thumbs.
What comes to my head is the chest.
Did he say that he cut her? Did he say he stabbed her? Did he say, you know, what exact words were there in there?
Stabbed.
At that point, did she fall down? Did he keep cutting or stabbing or what?
He kept cutting.
Okay. Were they on the ground then? On the floor? Did he say?
He didn't say.
Did he say, and I know we've asked this before, but you got to think about it, did he say anything that she was wearing? Was she undressed? Was she in a nightgown? Was she naked? What? Did he go into that? Okay. Now this is going to get really sensitive, okay? So I want you to think about it, because a lot of times when people kill people, they talk about this, the sounds of death. Okay? What did he talk about? Any sounds? Did she try and scream? Was there gurgling? Was there was she kicking? You know, this type of stuff. Like I said, this is a sensitive part right here, because most people who do kill somebody experience this, and that's what they like talking about. So I want you to think about that. And if he didn't say anything, I mean, that's fine. But think about if he did, and what was going on there. Okay.
She was trying to scream, but that wouldn't let her.
How was he stopping her?
His hand.
tried fighting with him, and he was just too big, too strong. I take it he was really going off. He was just psycho at this time, just doing whatever he could. I'm going to ask you a real sensitive question here.
Again?
Yeah. Okay. This one's going to be really sensitive. Okay. Were you there when he was doing it?
No.
You know, I can feel the anguish there. I can feel I guess the hurt is what I'm looking at. It would be very hard for me to be able to sit and watch something like that, take place. And seeing somebody go off on somebody like that would just be...
I wasn't there.
Would just be horrible.
I wasn't there. No.
And I'm not saying you were. Okay.
No, that's
I'm
what
not,
it sounded to me. Like
no, I'm not
trying to put me there.
No, I'm not saying you were. I'm just. It's really difficult. If in your mind, if you were there, you're thinking, oh man, I'm in deep trouble now. Man, I'm in deep trouble. As long as you didn't have anything to do with what was going on there, you're in no more trouble
Then I'm right.
than you are now.
I know, and that's my problem.
So, and that's what we're trying to work through. I mean, I would be absolutely scared to death if I sat there and watched somebody go off on somebody and kill them and do all that crap. I'd be scared to death. I mean, I would absolutely be. And I mean, just absolutely out of there. And if these situations come around, and like I said, we want to help you. We want to get it all out. We want everything to be there. And maybe you weren't there. You could have been downstairs. You could have been out waiting for him. You could have been somewhere else, and you're just having a hard time working through that with us. But that's the thing we have to work through, Ben. I mean, we have to work through it with you. We have to work through it with us.
Yeah, it's like,
just go ahead. Sorry.
I'm not Ben.
Chris, that's the thing we have to. We've got to help you with it, and we're the ones, along with your attorneys, that can help you with it. And I know inside there's the great fear. I mean, it's there. It's going to be there. So that's why I brought that question.
And see, that's my thing.
So
Jared knows me. If I was there, I would have stopped it. I would have done anything in my power to stop it.
But the thing is could you when he's going off like that?
I don't think you could have. You know why? Because Ben is, number one, he's got a knife and he's out of control. He's lost his head. You're probably thinking, what the hell? And you're as shocked as anybody, anything. I mean, you're sitting there, wait a minute, I can't believe this has happened, type thing,
No, I know. I mean, that would be something, if I would have been there, I would have already left town.
You made a statement to me the other day, remember? And the way I interpreted it, and I didn't bring it up at the time, that if you knew what was going on, you would have stopped it. But the impression I got from it is you're like downstairs waiting for him, because he said he wanted to go out and talk to him for a few minutes and talk to her for a few minutes. And the impression I got is you're downstairs just kind of outside waiting for him, and you made the comment, if I hadn't known, and that's where your pain was really starting to come through, is because I could feel it then, that you wish you could run up the stairs and stop him.
And that's my problem. Maybe I was there. I just don't know.
Okay,
and that's my problem.
Well, that's what we want to work through. I mean, that's where we're at. Where we're at right now is we want to work through that point. I mean, like I explained to you, it's until we get it all out, your pain's going to be there.
And see, that's my problem. I don't know if my pain is because I just pictured myself there. When he's telling the stories. I don't know if I pictured myself there, or if I was downstairs. I just don't know. Even my mind, I just don't remember that.
Your
mind's kind of
It's tough, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's go
Working
back.
through it.
Let's go back and just take steps and work.
We're
If-
there. We're there. You're
if-
okay.
You're
We're
okay.
there.
You're okay.
I mean,
We're there.
that's-
You're okay, Chris. If you would have been there, would you have been in a car with Ben?
No, I have no license.
What about Ben?
He had no license.
Okay.
I wouldn't have.
Did you ever ride in a car with Ben?
Jared, does that count?
Well, was Jared with you? Did Ben use Jared's car quite a bit?
No, Jared won't let no one drive his car.
Nobody drive his car.
I know.
Okay. And as far as the, that, I guess we described it as that little piece of junk, piece of crap kind of thing, loud bomb thing that he used to have. You don't remember him driving that around at the river or anything else?
No, sir.
If you guys were there, if you were there and downstairs, it's tough to think about that night. I mean, it's hard. It's difficult to think about that night. Where would you have stepped? I mean, to think back if he would have told you, well, stay here, I'm going to go up and talk to her, or whatever else.
See, when I think like that, I'd remember something
Well,
like that.
that's what I'm wondering is.
And nothing comes to my mind.
Or did she not want you in the apartment?
Honestly, I didn't even know where she lived. That's the honest truth. I didn't even know where she lived.
Until maybe Ben showed you that night?
No,
Okay.
I still didn't know where she lived until after the murder. And when they said it happened, so I was talking to my mom on the phone, and she asked me if I knew this girl lived on I Street that got murdered.
Okay.
And that's the honest truth.
Okay, to help you out, you know that there's DNA over there.
Yes, sir.
And you express, you know a lot about DNA because you sit back there telling Jared about on the Discovery Channel.
Last time I watched TV.
Dr.
Is
Tapp
there-
here. Dr. Tapp.
Is there any possible way or any reason that there would be your DNA in there
No, sir.
that you can think of?
No, sir. Not to my recollection, no, sir.
None at all.
No, sir.
You've never stepped foot in her apartment or because you know it comes out, you can come off hair, flakes, skin, saliva. I mean,
And I know all that.
you can get it off anything. We're trying to again, we're trying to help you. This is the time, to talk about after the tests get here, and if it comes back to you, what are we supposed to?
Right,
what are we
I
supposed
understand
to do?
that. I understand that, and that's to my best of knowledge, I was never there.
There's one of your, I think it was Jeff. When we talked to Jeff, he was saying that you're going around telling him that you screwed her.
Yeah,
Okay, that you had sex with her.
had
Now,
sex with her.
serious as heart attack.
This is what.
Now,
you
with
first tell us.
that in mind, I mean, doing the autopsy and everything else, if you did screw her, are we going to find any semen or anything like that inside of her or anywhere?
No, sir.
I mean,
I don't remember even saying that to him. I said I
Right.
like to fuck her.
Yeah, I remember Jeff telling us.
I remember saying I like to fuck her.
you're apparently going around as you're pretty wigged out at the time. You're kind of getting pretty hinked up at that time, pretty scared, because you said that I screwed her, I slept with her, and now the cops are going to come over and that's the statement. That's what he was telling us. And so if you did screw her, that's okay. Then mission accomplished.
Right. But I remember
But
that.
are we going to find any of your semen or anything like that? Some of your sperm anywhere
That
inside
lives
of
in-
her,
that lives in
around
the
her?
body for like 32 days, or
Yeah.
something.
No, sir.
Okay, all right.
I mean, that's honest truth. No, sir.
Just we're trying to look out for you here as far as seeing if there's any possible way that any of your DNA may show up, on her, in her, around her.
No,
In
sir.
the apartment, anyway. In the stereo room, or in the kitchen, or anything.
No, sir. I mean, I'd remember something like that. But, no, I don't remember even making that statement. I would, even telling him, I said, I remember I liked to fuck her.
Okay.
Or maybe I did say that just to make myself look good. But, no, I never slept with her.
Now, as far as the apartment, I know last time when we were talking to Jared, again, these questions are just going over and over and over again. Just talking about the apartment, you've never been there, and in fact, you said you've never really seen the apartment. Did you go over there afterwards, or did Ben and you and Jeremy drive by there afterwards?
No, sir. The only time, I guess the only thing I'd say I did after she was murdered was I went out. It was me, Jer, and somebody Russ. I think it was Russ. You know, late July, we went over, because her grave is over like at Fielding, or
Yeah.
we went over there and smoked a bowl on top of her grave. That's what we did. We went over there and smoked a bowl on top of her grave. And
How did that, you know, Ben was there too, you know, because Ben told us that he was. That must have been pretty weird, huh? I
Now,
mean,
it was you and Ben and Jared. Did you talk about that?
that had to
homicide
have been
there?
pretty weird.
Did you talk about him killing her again while you were
no,
sitting there?
well, me and Jared took off. We went over to try to find his sister's grave. We was gonna smoke a bowl there too, and I had the bomb and Jared had the dope. So we went over and smoked a bowl with Jared's sister. Is the proper way of putting it. And then we walked, because Ben was trying to find Angie's grave. Then we went over there and smoked a bowl on top of that. And we said, I guess that was our way of saying goodbye.
Did getting back with her apartment? I know last time we talked to you and Jared. You know, Jared was talking to you. He said if there's any way I could have gone up that stairs and stopped her, I would have stopped her. I would have. Now I guess this is a question: is how would you know that there were stairs?
Because he said something about stairs. Honest truth, I didn't even know it. He said something about the stairs.
I thought, you know, when we talked, you said I would have gone up there. I'm almost sure that's what you said. I would have gone up there to stop him. Those were your exact
Yeah.
words.
But that's just basically, in a roundabout sense,
Okay, all right.
I mean, that's all it was.
And then, like I said, you went over to the grave, and how long after this was that you went over the grave?
Oh, jeez. I don't even really know. I couldn't tell you.
A couple of weeks, maybe. Or?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that far along. A couple weeks. Maybe the end of June, maybe the beginning of July.
And you and Jared were out looking for Jerry's sister's grave. Jerry's sister's, yeah. That's kind of tragic. And then Ben, did he yell at you that he found Angie's, or? Because I think, were you at the funeral? Did you go to the funeral? I know Ben and Jared did. So.
Sit right there. I wouldn't have felt right.
You have a conscience. And it's talking to you right now, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm sure.
Yeah. But we're going to deal with it. Okay? We're going to deal with it. Do you realize that when I talked to you a few days ago, he made a statement, and it was at the same time where he says, I would have gone up there to stop him. And you said, I don't like to see anyone murdered. Do you remember that?
Yeah, but, I mean...
And I was just...
Right, I understand where you're coming from with that. I really do. But, like, I'm still holding my ground with that. I mean, I know I wasn't there.
Let me ask you
I
this.
know I
Are
did.
you holding the ground, or is your mind just kind of saying...
No, it's...
Whoa.
No, it's just
Okay.
me. I know. I mean, deep down in my heart, I know. If I would have saw something like that, I would be gone right now. I mean, emotionally, physically, everything else.
So why were you so, at the time you said you were scared about the cops looking for you. Why were you so paranoid about us coming and talking to you and looking for you? Anything else?
Why? I just didn't want to, say anything.
Just didn't want to deal with it.
Right. It was just something that I put back in my mind and didn't want to deal with it.
Okay, you want to really help us?
Yeah?
I mean, seriously?
What do you mean?
Well, one of the biggest things we need is the knife, the rag, his shirt, anywhere where any of that stuff is. I mean, that is going to really help, with the agreement, that you
Right.
guys agreed to. I mean, this will help, like, buco.
I'm sure in that conversation, I know it hadn't come up among you guys. I mean, it's the most common thing. Well, what you do with everything?
No kidding.
And again,
It's right there with the alibi.
It's right there with the alibi and everything. What do you do with this thing? You're gonna get caught with it. You're gonna get nailed with it. Where's it at? And this is another, I'm taking you through all these difficult journeys.
I know.
And this is another difficult road.
This is a big one, major piece right here, bub. Okay.
Tossed it.
Where did you toss it? Think back where you tossed it.
He tossed it. Tossed it in the river.
You say where at?
Yeah.
Whereby?
No, he just said he tossed it in the river.
What all did he toss in the river?
Everything.
His clothes,
Everything.
shirt, knife. Did he take anything that you? Did you say about taking anything first?
No, sir.
You talked about taking any jewelry off of her and keeping it to remember her by. Now she's dead. I want to remember her.
No, sir, because at the beginning of July, I was always in bed clothes. I was always seen, borrowing bed clothes. I didn't see nothing like that.
You say he tossed everything in the river. Let's talk about what everything is. You said he cleaned up in the apartment. What did he use to clean up with in the apartment?
His own clothes. And he got, shirt, cleaned himself off with it.
Did you say what shirt he was wearing? Do you remember what he was wearing when he was at the river that night?
No, so I don't.
Whereabouts? He had to have told you whereabouts, in the river. He threw it, on the bank.
In fact, if I was him, I'd have driven you guys in and shown you.
Drove by.
Did he drive by and say that's where it was at or anything else?
No. One thing I remember him saying is he tossed it somewhere where no one would ever find it. But,
Did he wash his shirt? Did he go back to Cloverdale and wash up his shirt and everything else? He's quite a bit of blood there, right?
have to be.
Can't remember.
I'm trying. I can't remember.
What about Jer? Did Jer ever say anything? You and Jer are probably together afterwards. Have you guys, after
Have we talked
have
since?
you talked since?
What?
I'm sure you guys talked big time about it.
What'd you talk about? What'd you and Jer talk
About this?
Yeah, about Ben being involved. Did you and Jer talk about Ben? Getting good and go, shit, man, I can't believe you did that.
We said it, we said it, but after a while we just basically pushed it away, pushed it aside. For it wouldn't tear us apart. We just basically pushed it away, pushed it inside where we'd forget and not worry about it.
Back to a couple other questions I'm gonna hit you on, and you may not like them, but that's what we're here for. Your polygraph. Back to your polygraph. The two questions that came out very deceptive were, number one, did you kill Angie Dodge? Or did you kill Angie? And regarding Angie Dodge being killed, did you do it? Those are the way those questions were worded. Okay. You came out highly deceptive on both those. And it's a concern of ours. And the reason it's a concern of ours is, Ben, you could have watched Ben do it, you could have seen Ben do it, you could have been downstairs and Ben came down and told you. And that could put, that type of perception in your mind is, oh my God, I had part in this. Those are the things that we're trying to work through on, on what's going on with your mind, on your feeling on it and everything else. Again, I'm just gonna come flat out and ask, Did you have any part of killing Angie?
No. No, I did not.
Did you ever hold a knife and kill Angie?
No, sir.
Did you help Ben get rid of the knife or the clothes? Were you with him when he threw those knife and clothes in the river?
No.
Chris, do you remember when he just asked you the question just a few minutes ago? Do you realize what your body did and what you said? When asked about the evidence, what did he do with it? Put your head down, and he said, I tossed it. And then remember, and then I says, okay, where did you toss it? And you sat there and thought for a second, and I asked you again, where did you toss it? You said, he tossed it. But the first initial, I promise you with all my heart, you said, I tossed it. Now, with that, that's the body, again, wanting to expel all the garbage that you're holding. And I'm not lying to you, Chris.
I
But
know. And that's my thing. Maybe I did say it. I mean, it's just trying to catch everything, Jerry.
And that's cool, and that's fine. That's what we're here for. We're just trying to capture it piece by piece.
We can work with you. That's Ben. We're tell me that. Chris,
Okay. Each time he says that, he owes you money.
Chris, we're trying. We're trying to work with you.
I know, and I'm trying to work with you guys.
And everything that we
You're
can
doing
get
okay.
out, you're doing great, and we like what you're coming with us. We like where we're going, but there are still those few points that we've got to get.
I know.
And you know, I've explained to you before. Your attorneys have talked to you about it before, with it before, and if you were not there killing her, that is everything that we need. I mean, if you were there, if you saw it, if you were downstairs and Ben came and you guys got rid of the stuff from there, those are the things that we've got to know about.
Right.
And you're not going to be in any more trouble or as long as you didn't do it.
Right.
You know,
Right.
as long as you didn't do it, we can work through anything.
And if you
Okay.
tossed the stuff, you tossed it. But we're piecing everything here, okay?
I know. I understand. It's just,
And that's what we gotta, and that's where we gotta go. I mean, we've got to go to those places.
I know.
We absolutely have to get to those places. Okay.
okay.
So help us out with those. Okay. Get us to those places. In your mind, it's gonna heal you. It's gonna get you there. We're gonna solve all the problems. Everything inside you from that point on is gonna come out. Okay? It's just like talking about when Ben was in the room and what he did, and it was sick. You know. Now we've got to go to the other point. We've got to take that other point and go from there. And you know, it's in your mind. It's just a matter of you bringing it out. And that's what we have to work on right now. Okay? And it's hard. It's hard to say it. But let's do it. Okay?
Okay. I wasn't there. I don't know.
What about with the knife? With the clothes? And throwing them in the river?
That's what he told me.
He told you to?
That's what he told me. He didn't tell me to do. He didn't, you know, like I said, he didn't show me nothing. That's
He
what
just told you that's
he
what
just told me what he did.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Is there any possibility that you could have been there when you did it? You both walked over to the river and threw it in.
I don't think so, no. I really don't.
You realize that, you know, everything's wide open here as far as, you know, nothing serious is going to happen. I mean, but your body doesn't lie. You know?
I know, and that's,
It doesn't lie, and so that's why I'm saying, you know, Chris, you know, You've done a great thing today.
I mean, Jared, that's my thing. I know I didn't toss it. I know I didn't.
Were you with him when he did that?
I'm just
You know, could you have been?
why would you say that? I mean, why would your body force that out? Do you know what we call that?
What?
We call it spontaneous utterance, and that's exactly what your body went through, and it just it kind of blurted itself out, and that's okay.
But if I'm being so open and honest now, I mean, I would, you know, if I did do it, I would take the rap. I mean, I would, because I already know.
Okay, now let's cut to the chase, okay? If I had a nickel for every time you told me that.
Oh, I know. I know.
Right?
I know.
I could rebuild my garage.
I hope I know I didn't toss it. I know I didn't.
The question is could you have been?
I might have.
You didn't personally toss it in there yourself, and I can understand that. Could you have been there with Ben when he tossed it?
Maybe. I mean, he was always down at the river. I just don't remember him tossing anything. You know, being down there.
Okay. I would think it would have to be that morning, the morning. And this is just speculation on my part. I wouldn't think he would, wander around with a dirty shirt and knife and whatever he used to wipe the blood up with,
Right.
all over the place. So.
And see, I was home during that morning. My old lady would even give me that, 'cause she said she came and got me.
That was, you were living on Avalon.
Mm-hmm.
What time did she come over and get you? She said.
She didn't say.
Need another smoke real fast?
Yeah.
I'll grab one more smoke and then we'll wrap it up from there.
We're about there, aren't we?
I wish I could do one now.
You're doing okay. Seriously, Chris, you're doing okay. You're doing wonderful.
Oh, okay. Alright, I'll move for a second. Pepperoni, extra cheese.
Extra cheese.
By the way, where were you on the night that Jimmy Hoffa was killed?
When was he killed? 79?
78.
Probably at home with my mom and my dad. I was about 2 years old. Good estimate.
All right. Okay, we're just going to jump right back into it here.
Okay.
We're going to jump back into the conversation about what he did with the knife and the clothes and everything else. What we would like to do is try and recover those. I think you can help us in doing that. Okay. Start thinking back on the night that he was there. You and Jared and him were talking. Okay. And again, the conversation somewhere in there had to come out of, I'm going to catch you. Shit, you got all this stuff, I'm going to catch you. Somehow or another, that conversation had to come and play in there. If it didn't, let me know. I mean, this is just speculation on my part. The conversation takes place. It's, what did you do? Well, they're going to catch you. And Jared is apparently mad about his knife. Jared's probably, he said he was going off about his knife. And he's mad about his knife. Somewhere in there had to be something of, what you do with my knife, or where's this, or what's that. Get back and embellish on it. I mean, let's talk about that. And see if we can work through and find a point at the river where he threw it or something else that we can look and find that knife.
He had a passage around that boat dock area. I mean, he had to. Cause ain't that where it's the deepest, in that section where the river is?
It just depends on the area there. There's sections of that river that are, out in the middle that are really deep. And as you get to the sides, I mean, of course, it's not that deep.
Is that where we need to start searching?
Yeah.
Is by the boat dock?
Around that area, yeah.
Okay, where's that picture? Do you got that picture? Show us about where we need to. We got plenty of divers, so whereabouts?
This is just speculation.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, where's the bridge? Right here?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd probably say. See, somewhere around here, you know, maybe tossed it off the bridge. I've jumped off that many times and you still
Oh, I
can't
have
touch.
too.
And you can
Man.
never touch bottom.
Did he walk out and throw it out over off the bridge? You know, they got that little walkway there. Did he just walk out and drop it or throw it or?
I'm not giving you guys a lot of speculation.
Okay.
I mean, he could have done it.
Okay.
I don't know. I think that's where I'd probably just start searching, is right around here.
Is that what he told you? Is in that area?
He
Where
just
he
said he
tossed
tossed it in the river.
Okay.
I,
And was the shirt with it? And the towel? Did he weight it down or? Because you know that stuff would float.
he had to weigh it down with something.
Well, that makes sense. Any ideas?
No. That's about the only thing I can give you is maybe around here. I just don't know.
Okay.
I wish I could.
Yeah.
But this is all speculation, what I'm saying. I'll try around there first.
So you think more so there than over by where Ange lived?
So the river runs down like here, and then there's the bank that runs along here, you know, it goes back by the timber.
But that's that's fine. I mean, we'll go ahead and try to have some divers go down and see if they can try to find it. But we just don't want to. It's a big long place.
Yeah.
And I'd hate to have these divers. And it kind of gets a little dicey down there anyway with the currents and stuff.
Yeah.
So I'd hate to send them on a wild goose chase, and that's why it's pretty important.
And see, that's my problem, is I just don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. All I'm doing is just speculation.
All right.
I'm going to hit you a little bit on his car. I keep coming back to his car. You know, that piece of crap Ford Escort, whatever it is. Is that the one?
Chevy Celebrity or Citation or...
Well, he had
They're the one him and Deanna had.
Yeah.
He had an Escort at one time. It was really loud. Ford Escort. I don't think it was brown. I think it was blue.
When they was living over on Fanning,
And
he had that car.
I think so.
a lot of people have said that they saw him with that night, the night that she was killed. You don't remember him driving that?
No. I thought he sold it.
We've got a lot of people that said he was driving it.
Really?
Yeah, he drove it down the river, and that for positively sure, that they saw him driving it.
You don't remember him having it that night, or even the previous week before that, or?
He had to, I guess. It just doesn't come to my head. It don't click with my head. And
Did you ride in that car at all with him?
no, I worked on that car with him.
Oh, you did? You helped him rebuild it, or?
Yeah.
Or what'd you do?
I started helping rebuild it.
Okay. So you've been in it before. Since you were building it up, you went for rides in it with him and stuff like that.
Now, when he was building it up, it was getting, it was getting close to winter. So.
Oh, this was like in '95.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because when he was living over on Maple, he never had it.
No, I think Deanna probably took it by then.
Yeah.
Locked it up. So it was,
Let's get you back deep one more time here. Okay? We're going to go back to the house again. He's explaining everything that he did. I guess what's sticking in my mind is over and over and over again, you're just saying he's so sick, he's so sick, he's so sick. And your mind is blocking it. I mean, your mind is actually blocking because it's so sick. The first time we've interviewed you, you said, I don't want to talk about it, he's so sick. I just can't tell you that my mind is blocking it because it's so sick. You remember those conversations that you're in. When somebody can tell you something, I can sit and tell you this guy over here got shot. This guy over here ended up getting stabbed, and lo and behold, this other guy came over and screwed him while he was dead. You can think about that in your mind. You can visualize it in your mind. but in your mind it's not going to make you sick. The only way, I shouldn't say the only way, one way that's going to make you really, really sick is if you happen to see this afterwards. Okay? And again, I said we're going to get deep, we're going to get sensitive here. Okay? He's explaining this to you. Okay? He's explaining it to Jeremy. Okay? You guys are you're both sitting there. Jeremy's getting mad about the knife. You know, Jeremy's upset because he's implicated him and involved him in this because of the knife. And he just can't do anything from there. I mean, Jeremy's gone off. I mean, I guess I covered for you, dude, because you used my knife. At that point, the only thing there is knowledge on your part, and it's sick in your mind. I mean, you're visualizing this, you're visualizing him up there slicing her, you're visualizing him having sex with her, and it's like you said, it's so sick you can't think about it. But when people are visualizing and people are telling, it's not like actually seeing that take place. And again, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I don't want to say anything for you. And I guess the point of this thing is we want to get you cleared up. Okay.
I understand that.
We want to get you to where everything is clear, where everything is open. Okay. And the only way we can do that is by working through your mind. Okay. And I guess my point with it again is we want you to be truthful, we want you to be honest, we want you to be open. You're not going to be in any per se any more trouble or do any more time or anything else unless you were directly linked to cutting her.
Yeah.
That, from what you explained to me, if I walked in and saw what you explained and saw it, it would make me sick. It would make me sick. And I would feel like you felt. But just for you telling me that, no, it would make me that sick.
It doesn't mean. I mean, I'm different than you.
Yeah, people are totally different. And again, I'm just asking possibility. Is there a possibility that even after he was gone or whatever, that you saw her laying there?
I'm sorry.
Is there a possibility that you were there downstairs? You were out on the lawn. You were somewhere else, and Ben came
Maybe.
down.
I mean, I just don't know. I mean, if you guys want to put me down the stairs, hey, that's cool. Maybe.
No, we don't want to
mean,
put you anywhere.
it's just
Ben. There's Chris. Dang it. Sorry. We don't want
I'm going.
We don't want to put you anywhere. I mean, we
but
want you to remember.
That's my thing.
Where. Okay.
I mean, in my heart, I know I was home.
Okay.
In my heart, I know I was home.
Okay. That's pretty well all we have with it right now. What they wanted to do is, and we talked to your attorneys about it, and is just run you back on the polygraph real fast.
Today or tomorrow, or
We're talking about doing it today, and just getting all this stuff wrapped up and everything else. Can we go ahead and run that with you?
can I talk to my lawyers?
You bet, no problem.
Do
Just
you
send
want
them.
to? Do you want lunch or?
Let me talk to my guys first.
We'll send them in. We'll send them in.
Chris Tapp makes a deal. In exchange for his testimony, he will be allowed to plead guilty to aiding and abetting an aggravated battery. He speaks with police again, promising to give them the whole story.
We need all of it. I mean, we need absolutely the total truth from the beginning to the end. You're doing the right thing here. You know you were raised on what was right and what was wrong. You know this is the right thing. And friendship is one thing, but doing the right thing is the other.
That's all it is.
And this is the right thing to do. So let's just start from the beginning again. start at the night before the river. You know, you and Ben and were at the river, and this was on the 12th, and you saw Angie down there or whatever. And basically what I'm going to do is just let you start from there, and you proceed through the night on what you remember happening. You know, through the night, who was with you, where you guys went, and everything else. Okay? So let's just start with that. I'll let you go through it. I'll probably ask you some questions and stuff. Okay?
Alright.
Okay.
I was down at the river. Nothing better to do. I did some remembering when I was, sitting,
You did some one?
remembering.
Okay.
I stay up late. I do remember, I guess, his car.
Okay. And that was...
That blue piece of...
Is it?
Yeah.
That one?
Yeah.
The picture's kind of bad, but...
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you sell it?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's kind of a silver blue.
Yeah. Well, did you repaint it?
Well, it kind of got
Oh.
bleached out. Polaroids aren't that good.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
He drove down there. You understand why, but I guess he was living out in Cloverdale at the time. So it was kind of a smart thing. Long ride.
Yeah.
On a bike or a walk. So, it was all just basically everyone's hanging out. Just kicking it, enjoying each other's company. So, I guess Angie showed up. Her and Ben got into it. Just a quick tip. 10 cents. Nothing real,
Did you hear any of that conversation?
No. I was too worried about other things. Who was doing what,
Right.
See who wanted to get high. I guess I didn't go home.
Where'd you go?
I mean, that's where, in my heart, in my mind, says I went home, I went to go to bed.
Did you go with Ben?
In his car.
Yeah.
I think so.
And that was when the gates closed at the river?
Yeah.
About 10:30. 10:30.
Yeah, I guess that's what happened.
Okay. Where'd you guys go from there?
Drove around a little bit.
Just cruising. And were you doing, were you smoking bowls at the time or drinking or anything? Or?
I don't think so, because Ben really didn't drink that much. I drank and do smoke butt, but...
What were you talking about?
Anything. I mean, chicks, shit like that.
I know this is difficult.
Yeah, I think it's just true.
Yeah, I know it's difficult to work through it and to get it out. Did you end up going over to Angie's house in the car?
Have to.
Any idea what time would have been by then?
Probably about 11:30, 12.
Was anybody at her house?
I don't think so.
Were the lights on in her house?
I'm just trying to picture myself right there. Because my mind keeps saying I was home.
Well, it wants to. Your heart wants to tell you were.
Right. I was home.
Yeah, your heart wants to tell you that, but
I was comfy at home, sleeping. Just hanging at home.
Ben was driving.
Oh yeah. My license. That's the last thing I needed, I guess.
Okay.
Just get busted for driving.
When you got to her house, where did Ben park?
I can't even.
Just think hard about it. I know it's there. You know, you have to bring it out. You have to have yourself bring it out. You know about it. You just have to let yourself tell it. Like I said, it's hard to tell it. And this is the point where, you have to trust us. You have to trust your attorneys.
I understand all that. Didn't she live on the corner, or was it?
It was in the middle of the block.
What comes to my head is the side, but
When you got there and parked, did Ben tell you anything? Did he tell you anything that, did he say, I'm just going to go ahead and talk to her? Or
Yeah.
what did he tell you?
we could talk.
Did you go with him?
Yeah.
You got to the front step. What'd you do?
Didn't she live upstairs?
Right.
So I'd have to go up the stairs. To her apartment.
Right. Knocked on the door.
Yeah.
Did she come and answer the door, or did you just go in and what?
Excuse me, she came to the door.
And do you remember what she was wearing?
No, I don't.
And what was the conversation at the door? Did she say something? Did Ben say something? Did you say something? What was the
It
conversation?
was basically, hi, what the hell you doing here?
Okay. And
Ben said he wanted to talk.
okay. Okay. Then you went on in. You went upstairs.
Yeah.
What room did you go in from there?
Living room, I think.
Do you remember the inside of the house?
No, I don't.
Like the layout of the inside of the
No.
house? Would you be able to draw it? Trying to think about it.
Did it go kitchen? And if he just
Okay, why don't you try and draw it? Sometimes it's pretty easy if you can draw it out.
here's like the front door. You go in. Think. Go in. Like kitchen on that side. The living room. Yeah, I was just remembering the wrong house. I don't know.
Just trying to remember the hallway between the two and everything else. Well, let's go on a little bit farther. And, I mean, that can come back to you. We'll go on a little bit farther. So, are you and Angie and Ben all talking together, or did Ben and Angie leave at one time to go to a different room, or you know what happened in there? What the conversation take place in there?
It was just basically, they was talking.
Okay. What were they talking about? See if we can remember. No, we'll come back to it. So. You remember any of the conversations they were having? Were they yelling at each other? I mean, I don't need to know words or anything else, but it seemed like it was a heated argument, or was it fairly calm?
It was a little bit of both. It started off halfway decent.
Okay.
Then, when words started to fly, attitudes, I guess, started to rise.
Right. Okay. Then what happened from there?
Anger. Tension starting to build.
Okay. They're arguing back and forth. There's tension going on. Then what happened? Pardon?
Started getting in each other's face.
Just screaming, yelling at each other. Go from there. You can do it. Okay. Again, this is the difficult part. You can do it. Okay?
And it started to go off.
What did he do when he started to go off to you?
It was basic. Shove.
Pardon?
You could shove, pushed her off.
And where to go from there? She'd come back, or did he go after her some more, or what?
She came back. Like Ben. That's when Ben hit her.
Okay, where did you hit her?
In the face.
Hit her in the face. Do you remember what hand he used when he hit her?
No.
You just said this is the most difficult part here, okay? Let's just work through it, okay? So he hit her. And then from that point, where did it go? Did she fall down when he hit her?
She stumbled back.
Okay. Where up from there?
Ben went after her.
He went forward after her?
Yeah.
Did he have the knife at this time? You can do it. You can do it. was that? You told him no, don't do it.
Yeah.
Okay, so did he have the knife then? Pardon?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what happened?
He stuck her.
Where? It's tough. Come on.
Somewhere, I guess, between the chest area.
Okay. What did knife look like?
I don't remember. No, I don't. I mean, from that point, I got scared.
Okay, so he stuck her. What'd she do?
Scream. You know, a little ouch. A little ouch, but, you know.
What did he do again?
Did it again.
He stuck her again, or what? Okay. Did she fall at that point, or what happened? Okay. And then what did he do from there?
Start to go off. I mean, cutting her, stabbing her.
Where was he cut and stabbed her?
Around here, in the chest area. I bailed.
Where'd you go?
Down the stairs.
Okay.
I left.
Okay. We're working through here.
Scared.
You just bailed out.
Yeah.
Okay. Was he still? Was he on top of her cutting her? Was he beside her when he was cutting her? Where was he at when he was cutting her?
It was basically on plastic. I saw it was basically looking on top. I took off.
Okay. Did you go back to the car then?
I ran.
Okay. Where did you go?
Down the block. I wasn't heading. I don't think I was into the car.
Pardon?
I don't think I was into the car. I was just taking off. Just gone.
You've never seen something like that before.
Oh.
It's understanding. I mean,
TV, does that count?
No. You know, we've all seen that on TV, and it's just not the same thing. And you know, that's part of working through this is just bringing it out, working through it. Did Ben get a hold of you later in that morning then, or?
I didn't get hold of Ben until when I said,
So where'd you end up at that night?
I went back. I walked around for a while. I went back, see Benji was still alright.
You went back to the apartment?
Yeah.
Okay. So you went back inside?
See if she was alright,
Okay. When you went there, Ben was already gone?
Yeah.
Okay. So you went back to the apartment? Okay. What did you see when you went to the apartment?
And she just laying on the ground.
Do you remember what she had on?
No, just saw all the blood.
Okay. Do you remember if she was clothed, unclothed?
Uh-uh.
Any idea how long this was afterwards?
Well, I smoked. I could run about 3 or 4 blocks before I'd be out of breath, and I had to stop.
Right. So the front door was still open and you could go in?
It wasn't, I wouldn't say it was open, to
to a certain point, it was open.
Right. Do you remember what was in the room? It's, I mean, that's tough to go through when you're seeing a body laying there.
Furniture.
Do you remember where she was at in the room? You know, was she in the center of the room on one side, you know, on one side of a wall, on another side of a wall? You know, do you remember anything like that?
Basically just in the middle on the ground.
Okay. So what'd you do then?
I took off again.
Took off, yeah. You didn't see Ben anywhere around then?
No. That wasn't my main concern for trying to find Ben at that time.
Okay. So then, did you just walk around the rest of the evening, or what'd you do?
I walked around for a while.
Okay. You never did see Ben anywhere in the area then, or anything else?
No, because, I mean, I've lived here a long time.
Right.
I know a lot of, you know, basically sideways that no one will ever see me.
Right.
Or be seen.
You're probably pretty scared at this time.
Yeah.
Wondering what's going to happen, what's going on.
I mean, my thoughts then was like I saw someone. Maybe I have to get killed. Being stupid is being a witness.
Okay.
Leaving a witness behind.
Did Ben ever threaten you that, you know, if you tell anybody, you know, he'll do the same thing to you or anything else like that, or did you just...
Yeah, I mean, that's normally... He said he'd go off on me.
I know you're scared here, so let's, you know, if you need to take a deep breath, let's take a deep breath. Let's go through this here. So you got a hold of him the next day?
Yeah.
Actually, it was probably the same day, but it's just
later.
Now.
Yeah, much later.
And was it just the two of you then? Or was Jeremy there then?
I think it was just me and him.
Okay. And what'd you talk about then?
Basically, what I said before, I mean, I went into a little detail, you know.
What you did afterwards?
Yeah, I mean,
Which was, you know, let's go through that detail.
just trying to just get one over and over, you know, stabbing, cutting, whatever, you know, could do. Like he was proud of it.
He talked about having sex with her at that time.
No, maybe he did. It's just at that time I just didn't want to know anything more. So basically, I shut off.
So then it was the following day that you and him and Jared got together. That would
A couple days later.
that'd be like the Friday or Saturday,
Yeah, I mean, a few days later.
a few days later. Okay. And when you and him and Jared got together, what did you? How that conversation start up and take place? Or let's just work our way through that conversation.
I guess Ben told Jared.
Sometime in between.
Yeah, I mean, after that, it was basically, I didn't do really too much. I did a lot of, you know, just, I'd go down the river.
Some soul searching.
Yeah. I'm just trying to find myself.
Okay. So then it appeared that Jared already known, and you and Ben and Jared together. And, you know, somehow or another, the conversation, like I said before, had come up about an alibi and what went on and everything else.
Oh, yeah.
And let's work our way through that, because isn't that the time when he started talking about that he had sex with her, and is that a different time?
Oh, gee. I don't even, to be honest with you. It was basic, you know, he was just trying to, Jerry was trying to, you know, be a good guy. Try to help us.
Right.
Just try to figure out, you know, what the hell did he do?
So Ben's talking about it, you're talking about it.
No, I didn't say nothing.
Okay. So Ben's talking about it, that he's stabbed her and, you know, sliced her and everything else.
That thing went off, yeah.
Did Ben tell Jared where he cut her at and everything else?
No, I don't know. I mean, that much I don't know. It was just basically, we said what happened. It wasn't, we was at Angie's at the time. And, neither of us really had any place at any certain time where we could say we was at.
Right. So did Jared say he would cover for you guys, and that, or what, what that?
It all started off was I wasn't going to be down there, I was basically at home.
Okay.
I did a nice quiet evening at home. Got home first.
Okay. And, you had, like I said before, you had to start talking about it, talking about what happened and everything else. And, obviously, from your conversation before with us, you said that he told you that, he fucked her. And, what going to, I know this is difficult because, like you said, that's in your mind, that's sick and everything else. And,
Details?
yeah, so let's go into some details on what he told you now. Think in your heart. Your heart wants to tell you one thing and your mind wants to tell you the other, but think in your mind.
Honest truth, with that, it was just basically a grudge fuck.
Is that what he said? Or?
Yeah, it was just a grudge fuck.
Okay. Was that after she was dead? Was that? What did he say? Before we talked about that, you said that he cleaned up inside. What did he say about cleaning up? What did he use? What did he do?
He just said he cleaned up inside. I mean, I didn't really want any more details. Like, all you ever shit without a paddle, as the point being.
Okay. Now, think back to it. And again, this is where you're gonna have to be totally honest with us. And if there's a possibility it could have happened, you gotta let me know. Okay. And this is the point of being totally honest with us. And you've got to trust us. I mean, you've got to trust us. You've got to trust your attorneys and everything else. Could you have helped him clean up in there?
No, I don't think I could have. I might have. I mean,
well, that's we
right.
Can't have this could have.
I know.
You've got to think back to to the point of where anything was going on inside there.
No. No way.
Okay. Maybe you returned back if he was still there and he said, you got to help me with this. You're in this as deep as I am. You got to help me with this.
Yeah. I mean, just trying to come to my head. Okay. Because I waited till Ben left.
Left where?
Angie's.
Oh, so you actually saw him leaving?
I actually saw him leave.
You saw him drive off? Okay. Did you see where he drove to?
Up the street.
Okay, so Ben left. You went back up in the apartment. You saw Angie. What went through your mind when you saw Angie at that point?
Fear.
Okay. Desperation.
Hurt. I did not even hurt.
Okay, come on, let's get this out.
Fear. Scared.
You see her laying there. Okay, I want you to think of her. I know it's a vivid picture in your mind. I know it's a vivid picture. You see something like that, you can't forget it. It comes over and over in nightmares. It comes over and over just when you close your eyes. You see her laying there. Okay. And I know this is hard. Man, this is hard. But I want you to go back. I want you to picture it. This is hard. And picture what you see. want you to try and picture some clothing. I want you to try and picture, you know, was she wearing clothes? Was she not wearing clothes? You know, because I know you can see it. I know it's there. Okay? Come on, you're there with it.
You can see a lot of blood
Okay. Where do you see the blood at?
everywhere. And on her, around her.
Okay. You know what a human body looks like. I mean, you know what it looks like with clothes on. You know what it looks like with clothes on.
Shit. The only thing I saw, honestly, was just the blood. I didn't care about nothing else. Just her laying there.
Her face and her laying there.
Yeah.
Was she on her back or on her stomach?
Basically, like, on her back. I mean, just seeing no motion, no nothing. Just laying there. I know my life. I've never even killed anything before. A cat on accident. I ran in front of the car when I was driving. Yeah, the only thing I've ever killed all my life. That was the only thing I've really seen dead. I've never seen nothing dead before. I mean, my grandparents, but after, you know, in the coffin. There's no emotion.
When you guys were sitting around talking, was, you know, you guys were probably both scared about evidence that was going to be found in there. About the knife being found. About all that kind of stuff. It's okay. We're working through it. Okay, that's okay, Chris. Okay. Take a deep breath. These memories are hard. These memories are real hard. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I hope.
You will.
I hope.
We'll work through this. You're scared about the knife being found. You're scared about any evidence being in there. What transpired about the knife? You know, where'd the knife go? Where'd the clothes go that he was wearing and stuff like that?
He just said he got rid of them.
He didn't say where at or anything else.
I mean, with that river thing, it was just what came in my head.
Right.
But he just said he took care of it. I mean, right then and there, it was basically a trust issue.
Right.
I had to trust him. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know where to turn. I couldn't say nothing to nobody. I'm scared.
I'm scared. The fear's there.
Definitely scared. I have to keep acting like nothing went on, nothing ever happened.
That's a hard burden to keep inside you for 7 months, isn't it?
Like it wasn't a big deal.
But your mind can't hide that. I mean, your mind can't. It just can't keep something like that happens inside you that you see. I mean, you just can't. You just can't keep that inside you. Your mind won't let you. It'll drive you crazy.
I would have known. What his intentions were, I would have stopped him. Jumped out of the car, I would have stopped him. I would have done something. But he just went off. Scary.
Did you ever see him carry a knife with him or anything before?
Every once in a while, because working at the stockyards. I mean,
Did you see him take the knife up there with you?
no.
No. You remember where he got it from?
I think from his pockets.
What can you remember he was wearing that night?
Pants.
What?
Blue, you know.
Blue jeans or whatever?
Yeah.
What kind of, was he wearing a coat, a shirt, or? I know it was pretty cold that night. I mean,
It was.
It was like, in the 40s that night, so.
It was cold. Oh my God. He was wearing his coat.
Which coat?
Oh God, he had a coat, big coat. I mean, like just basically, I don't know if it was a Raiders coat or, it was just like looked like a gangster's coat.
Was it a logo coat? I mean, did it? You mentioned Raiders, but was it like a football team coat or was
Notre
it?
Dame. He had a Notre Dame coat. No. Cause I'm trying to remember. I always had access to his clothes.
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, I always had access to his clothes, and I'm trying to remember. Cause I don't ever remember seeing his Notre Dame coat again. Or I have, but I know he's wearing something warm. Cause I was wearing something.
What were you wearing?
Pants. I was wearing my black. I had a windbreaker type of coat. Because I just got that because when I went to Job Corps,
Okay.
Mom thought I needed something because all I had was that coat I have in my property now.
Okay. Did you? And now you got to think back on this. Did you get any blood or anything on your clothes that you had to change them or do something with them?
I don't think so.
You still have your?
I still
Did you
have.
do anything with your clothes you were wearing that night?
No, I mean I still have all my clothes.
Okay. You still have the coat and everything.
Yeah.
What kind of shoes were you wearing?
Oh my God. I was either. Wow. I've gone through different pairs of shoes since then.
What kind do you generally wear?
Only thing I ever wore was Adidas.
Okay, tennis shoes.
Yeah, I mean, it might have been a pair of my hiking boots, but the only thing I ever wore was Adidas. I had a cheap pair of shoes, but they was all torn to shit.
But you had hiking boots you wore now and then? Or?
Yeah, I wore hiking boots every once in a while. I had a pair of, just normal tennis shoes.
What about Ben? What kind of shoes do you generally wear?
Low tops.
Tennis shoes?
Yeah, he had a pair of work boots from the stockyards. God, you could smell them things a mile away.
Do you remember what he was wearing that night?
Shoes.
Yeah.
I mean, sweater. He was wearing a sweater because it was cold.
Some type of sweater?
Yeah.
Okay. Now before we talked to you and talked to you about DNA evidence.
Would my DNA be in there?
That's what I'm asking you.
I don't remember touching anything, but it might be. I mean,
It's the DNA evidence that we have is directly linked to the body, and it's going to be back today.
Woohoo.
Hopefully, these are what the labs are saying. So,
will my DNA be on the body?
Yeah.
I hope not. I mean, I don't think I touched her, because I remember if I touched her. I don't remember touching her, but I might have.
Just to see whether she was alive or what.
We'll see if she was alive or not.
How close did you get to her when you went back up in there the second time?
I probably got close. Because, just to see.
You kind of, she was
Yeah.
kind of walked up and
See if she was breathing. See if any movement whatsoever
nothing. Sorry, lightning.
Because this is the real important part here. You know, if
I mean, I don't think so. I mean, if I was scared about the DNA, I would never came and took it.
right.
I would have put it off.
Well, that's, I mean, it's, in your mind, you know, we can go through that type of thing and,
Right.
you know, and do that instance that, well, maybe they don't have anything, so I'm going to take it. Or, you know, they don't, you know,
Right.
you probably won't be cleaned up. So, you know, if you cleaned up, then they don't have anything. You know, we do have, you know, real good positive DNA. We do have, evidence that there was sex there. And our biggest fear, you know, that's, you know,
Yeah.
that's our biggest fear is that
My DNA
it might match your DNA.
Well, sure. I mean, no. I mean, anything like that, no.
And
Yeah.
Okay, that's where, you know, we're,
I mean, like I said, no. Everyone who knows me, anyone who vouch for me, that no, I'm not cold-blooded. I'm not sick. I'm not sick-minded. I mean, I act tough and I look tough, but kind of a puss.
well, I know, and it's, you know, and I'm not saying that type of thing, but, you know, there's people who go to prize fights, and they're watching the prize fights, and then men are kind of a weird species anyway.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
you know,
watching TV, fights on TV.
you know,
I
they'll be watching prize fights, and they'll see the blood, and see people get hit, and they'll get an erection from it. You know, and it's like, you know, this guy, you know, you kind of think that guy's weird, but, you know, that's kind of what happens. And,
No.
you know, and that's, I'm just,
I don't like it.
I don't want to put in any.
I say I
mindset,
like
but,
S&M, but
yeah.
nah. Whips change, nothing like that. No. No.
Let's switch back a little bit when you and Ben and Jeremy were talking around. Okay. So you and Ben and Jeremy were talking, and you said basically what Ben and Jeremy were discussing it, and it appeared that Jeremy had already known, or
Yeah, like Jerry knew something.
okay. And again, is that the conversation that he talked about? You know, about fucking her. You know, it was just a grudge. That, you know, like you use those words.
Yeah,
You know, is that the conversation that took place in was?
I think
Was
so.
during that context.
I mean, yeah, I think so. I mean, it have to been. Or it was the conversation between me and him. I mean, it's just all jumbled together. Just basically, this is the first time I've ever.
You've been able to get it out.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the first time I even remember. I mean, even picturing it again in my head. I mean, I've always been able to block out a lot of shit since I was a little kid. Getting hurt and everything else. That was one of my strong points, was just blocking things out.
It's okay, we're working through it.
Just couldn't understand why. I couldn't.
How long do you think you were in the apartment before he finally went off on it?
I'd say under a half hour. I mean, it wasn't that long.
Then how long was it? You know, you said, oh my God, or, you know, whatever you said, you ran out. How long was it before you came back?
Estimating or just?
Yeah.
A while. I mean, not a long time. 30 minutes.
Was Did you see him walk out of the house, or did you just see his car drive? I mean, were you sitting there waiting for him to leave?
I was sitting waiting for his car to leave.
Okay. Where were you at when you were doing that?
Hidden.
Where at in contents of the block?
Because I goes this way. I'm just trying to remember what.
Yeah, this is a nice street here.
Right.
And, there's a house here, and a house here, and a house here, and here, and like one on the corner. I'm not sure how many there are there.
Right.
But this would basically be...
That's what she was going to say.
Yeah.
Right in the middle.
So when
hey,
you...
thanks.
Okay.
This might help you out a little bit more. Because that's what I was trying to picture too. Was
This is heading toward the river this way.
Yeah.
This would be...
okay. There's the side street goes this way.
Right.
Okay. Then there's another side street this way.
Right.
And I think it was a shorter route. Okay. It goes then one of the side streets is not like am I on the right street? Or am I a couple blocks ahead of myself?
To tell you the truth, I don't remember. Don't let my bosses know that. They'll make me go out there in the streets all over again.
I used to live over in that neighborhood, and that's my thing. Okay, it goes H-I-J, because I used to live on.
Okay, so you'd be H-I, J would be here. There's alleyways, of course, that go in between.
Yeah, because I used to live over. I used to live on the Lake and J, the corner of Lake and J, I think it was.
Okay.
Because I lived over here.
So where'd you guys park the car when you got there?
I'd say over here. Because we had to turn a corner and walk up. Because I'd be walking down.
Right.
So I'd say somewhere over here or over here.
Okay.
Because we had to turn a corner and walk up.
Did you think it was kind of strange parking so far away?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
It basically was a drug thing, I guess. That's the only
You
I've
always
I've
just park.
always done that.
Okay.
I mean, that's how I've always been. That's how almost anybody is. They always park away and walk.
Okay. Okay. And then when he left, obviously you had to be somewhere to see him leave. Which way did he drive off? Maybe that'll help when he figure out which way he's parked.
Okay. If you're heading down that way, you'd be heading towards Midget.
Towards town, right?
Right, towards Midget.
Right.
So, he was heading.
Up this way.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he was either over here or over here, but I know he was heading,
Okay.
because I know he wouldn't head towards town.
Right.
I was hiding out over here, somewhere over here, just in some darkness where I couldn't be seen.
Okay.
I didn't want to get seen.
And why'd you go back? Just like I said.
Compassion.
Okay.
I wanted to see if she was alive. Maybe I could have done something.
Okay.
I mean, that's all it was out of compassion. I probably should have done compassion long before then.
If you had to do it all over again, what would you do different?
For one, I wouldn't be there.
Well, I mean, if you were there.
Stop it. Instead of being a coward. I don't know if I'd call myself a coward or not.
I wouldn't.
But
I wouldn't.
fight the fear.
Fight the fear. Maybe run out and call the police. Maybe.
Yeah. That's all.
And it's hard dealing with us. Especially I know you've been in trouble with the police.
Before, yeah.
So it's a lot of times we're not an option in there. But 90% of the time we're the best option.
Yeah.
Stupidity. Okay. All of us is pure stupidity. Okay. Let's go back and try to think about the inside of the house again. Okay. You're picturing the house here.
Yeah.
Okay.
You go up the stairs.
Okay.
And I. Wasn't it a door to that way? Because you went up the stairs and there was a door right there. Or am I just thinking about the one of somebody else's apartment.
You may be. Yeah, you're right about going up the stairs, but it turned through a hallway.
Right.
So
Go through there, and then there was a door.
it was open. I mean, there wasn't a locked door or anything else like that. It's a hallway. You know, like you enter through a hallway.
And I'm at the wrong apartment. Because her door was at the bottom. Okay, go up the stairs. Sorry, I've been in so many people's apartments in my life. Up the stairs. Go through a little hallway. Then came out to like a living room type of deal. And like over here, like the kitchen. And the back, you know, bathroom's like here. And the bedroom is like back here. I remember here, because it didn't take me long to
book out.
Oh, hell no.
It's a small apartment. So, what did Ben tell you about this when it was all over with? You know, as far as what you guys had to do, and you know, you had to stick together or whatever. What can you remember? You know, your conversations. There had to be conversations about, oh my God, what are the police gonna find? We got to stick together. You know, we have to do whatever. And I don't want to put words in your mouth or anything. So just, you know, don't take my words. Just,
right. It was just basically cover my ass. You know, cover me. Because in my own head, I thought I was up to it. In my neck too with him.
Are you scared of him?
Honestly?
Yeah.
Before that time? No. No. I'm not scared of, I have sense enough not to fight people, but I'm not really scared of no one. It's just I have common sense not to screw around with certain people.
Right. What about now?
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, what makes you feel
that he can do it again? I mean, look, I just basically, I know it's not ratting him off.
Right.
But that's how I'm picturing it in my head, and that's how I'm feeling. It's just, I'm ratting him off.
Yeah, you're not though.
Right,
you know, but you've got to.
I'm trying to put it in my own words.
Right.
I feel like I'm ratting him off.
Okay.
And I'm afraid what he could do to me.
For that.
Right. I mean, he could do the exact same thing to me. I mean, Ben has a lot of friends.
Right.
I mean, even some in Vegas, I mean, some old gang members. I mean.
So you're just in fear general that whether it's not him or it could be somebody.
It might be somebody else. I don't know. I mean,
do you feel, and again, this is just your own opinion, do you feel like you could have done something like this before?
Honest truth?
Yeah.
When I first got to him, no, I thought, you know, he was a casual guy.
Right.
But after seeing this, probably.
Did he ever talk about having, you know, fantasies with women on, like, controlling them and raping them or anything else like that? I mean, when you guys talked, did he ever talk about, you know, the control over them, or that he's ever raped any women before or anything else like that?
No, I mean, it's nice. I guess it's every guy's dream of, you know, it's nice to be in control.
Right.
Because it is mine. I mean, it's nice with my old lady when I'm in control and she's not.
Yeah.
But some days it don't work like that.
But he never, I mean, did he ever talk about, you know, like when he was in Vegas, that, man, there's this lady and she wanted to do it and I did it to her anyway, or, you know, I was here and she didn't want to do it and I did it to her and it was great, or
no.
Were anything,
no.
Conversations like that take place?
No, I mean, I wouldn't let conversations like that take place. Yeah. A long time ago, I was dating a chick. And, you know, me and her went out and did it. You know, we were all hammered as hell. Yeah. And then the next, you know, and then she threw that upon me. You know, says, well, you did this. I said, oh, no, I did not. I mean, everyone there, you know, I talked to many friends at that time. And they go, no. And I was like, because that's what she tried to do to me. And that's a little touchy subject with me. Because that's always bothered me. Because I've never wanted to hurt women. I've always gotten taught to treat women with the utmost respect. They're fragile little things that don't hurt them.
So when you first, I'm gonna jump way back into the scene.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm jumping back and forth.
Right.
That's just me doing it. So
Oh, it's okay. It just gives me time to relax.
I'm going to jump back in the scene, and they were arguing, and you said he stuck her. He stuck her with the knife. He stuck her, and you said it was somewhere in her chest area is all you can see.
Yeah.
Did she fall right at that point, or did she? I mean, did he just continue to stick her, or did he fall and then go jump on top of her and then you booked, or what?
It was basically the first one. Was basically he tried to help her stand up, and it was basically.
You can show emotions. I mean,
It's as you stick somebody, and it's the shock and everything. It's just they start collapsing.
and before, when I was talking to you before you said that he stabbed her, you said, "Oh my God, don't do it," or something like that. Or, don't do it, or something. So, in my mind, that shows that she must have been a little bit away, and you saw him with the knife or something. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I mean, the only reason why I ever said that.
Pardon?
The only reason why I said that is after.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do. It might help you get a little bit more of it out. If you can write it out, it's a lot of times.
Oh, jeez, you want me to write all this out?
Yeah. What I'll do is I'll bring a desk in here with some papers and start from being at the river. And like I said, as you're writing, it tends to trigger the memory, and that's why I'm going to have you write, is because it tends to trigger the memory. And as you're writing along, remember the details. Write out the details. And let's do that. And after you're done, we'll come in and we'll talk again, and we'll see if some more stuff may have come out and go from there. Okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna grab the desk real fast.
Can I go smoke? I mean,
Yeah, let's go ahead and go.
I ain't going nowhere. I'm going tonight for a uniform. It's home. Jeez. Oh my God.
That gave you enough.
Do you want the novel?
No, that's just the first step. We got a whole ream left.
Oh, do you want the short version or do you want the extended novel?
We want the extended novel. We would, just go
Yeah,
ahead and fill
fill
out
out like
the
I
top
did last
parts
time.
of like you did last time. Start at the river, okay, and then just work your way all the way through it. When you get to the points of being at the house, in the house, and everything else, slow down. Write the detail, okay? And all the way through it, from the time you left to the time you came back, what you remember seeing, when you remember him leaving and everything else. Okay?
All right. My question is, hold up. Have I helped anymore?
Yes, you have. Yes, you have. You're
Almost there.
Yeah. And like I said, our biggest fear and our biggest concern right now is that
DNA of mine.
Right. So we just have to think about that. So, okay? So start with this. When you're done there, we'll get your attorneys and stuff, and we'll start some more. Okay?
Yes.
Yo,
Pop,
please,
what do you want?
Pepsi.
Okay.
I'm gonna put this on there.
Geez, thanks.
The other reason I'm doing it is so nobody comes in. Okay? It's more so we've got press and everybody else that wanders around out here. I don't want anybody opening the door. So
Hi.
okay.
Chamber law here.
Huh?
Now just
Well, would you rather do the talking right now, Ben? Instead of the statement, just finish up?
the talking.
We do the statement later, or how do you want to work it? What's easiest for you?
Right now, I
Just go right to the detail.
and see that's where That's where it's. It was easier to talk about it. I mean, I don't even know, Jared.
See what we're trying to accomplish here, so you don't have to keep talking about it. Once you put it all on paper, then you don't have to keep talking over and over.
I know, it gets kind of monotonous after a while.
Well, just trying to help you out. This isn't so much for us. What this is trying to do is jog your memory, by putting it on paper and whatnot, and that way you don't have to keep talking.
But I'm not even hitting details with this either. I mean...
Well, let me go talk to him for a sec.
Okay.
You just want to kind of kick back and relax and think about it here for a little bit. We just called your turn, so it'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay.
We just want you to relax here, so.
It's just basically...
Yeah, we can go over it. We can go over some. If it makes you feel a little bit better by writing some down, you can continue. Otherwise, kick back, drink some coffee. Okay?
Okay, it's just...
Ed, I presume 15 minutes when we get back in here.
So then possibly I can go out.
Pardon?
You would possibly I can go outside.
Go another smoke.
Yeah.
Let me grab somebody here real quick.
Okay. I ain't going nowhere.
Okay. You got a popper?
No, I'm still on that.
Okay. Like I said, just kick back here and just wait for the attorneys or whatever. Just go, over it in mind, over it in mind. And we'll work through it here. Okay?
I know.
Okay. Just relax. We'll work through it.
It's a joke soon, too. Jeez.
Okay. Like I said, what we're going to do is we're going to go through and do a little more detail.
That's fine.
Okay.
Just tear it up.
Let's get it down, no matter how bad it hurts. I mean, if you have to take a break and sob for a while, let's do it.
Man, I've done enough sobbing in the last week.
Let's do it, but let's get details. Okay. Let's start at the river. Okay. You and Ben are in the car. The gates are closed. Okay. From the time that you left the river until you showed up at Angie's house. It was dark. It was late. I'm not going to try and pin you down on any particular times, but it's dark. It's late.
It's late. It's past my bedtime.
During that time, where do you think you drove? Where do you think you went? Did you go to somebody's house? Did you go?
It was just basically just a drive around. I mean, just I wanted to go home, but I mean,
we're probably looking at 2, 3, 3.5 hours probably. Somewhere in that time period of
where in the heck
were you?
Right.
So that's.
Cause I wanted to go home.
That's what we. Let's work on that for a few minutes and.
I wanted.
Maybe just diet. We can just think. Okay, we got in the car. We left the river.
Okay, we left the river. Okay. I'm not gonna say probably. I'm gonna have to just say speculation. Almost all the time, I always had a bag on me.
Okay.
So, cause I wanted to go home. It was just I wanted to go home, but I wanted to go cruising around, go fuck it, and see what the hell's going on.
Okay.
So, no big deal.
Okay. When you when you were going to go over to Angie's house, obviously you just didn't pull up by Angie's house and go, we're here.
No.
So where did it come up that you were going to go over to Angie's house? Were you cruising? Were you sitting? Were you smoking a bowl? Try and think back.
Probably. I think we was over at Freeman
Park?
Yeah, I think so. It was just basically we drove around for a little bit, just trying to find something to do, nothing to do.
Right. And then how to come up to go over to her
his idea.
Okay. What did he say?
He said he wanted to go try, since I was there as a, that's what I'm looking for, a mediator. Because he wanted to try to talk to Angie and try to work shit out. I said, alright, all good with me. That was pretty fucked up anyway, so.
Okay. So then you decided to go over there.
Yeah.
Okay. Like I said, you got there.
Thank God I quit smoking dope.
You got there and you parked either, like I said, here or here.
Yeah.
If you parked here, you would have had to cross the street to go to the
Yeah.
house. Do you remember crossing the street or anything else?
Honestly, not.
All you remember is just, going past a corner and going to the house.
Going to the house.
Okay.
And being pretty high, it's.
Okay. So you get to the house. You ring the doorbell. Does he ring the doorbell? Do you knock on the door? Does he knock on the door?
He knocked.
Okay. Do you have to knock a lot? Do you just knock a couple of times?
It was a big knock, not one that.
Right.
It was a halfway decent knock where anyone could hear it.
Okay. Was it like a bang, 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 or was it just one big bang? Or
Just a couple
okay.
quick whap, whap, whaps.
Okay. When you got there, when you walked up, do you remember seeing any lights on up in those? You saw those two upstairs rooms. Do you remember seeing any lights on any of those two rooms?
I think one.
Okay.
It was probably in her bedroom. Cause what was it?
Okay. There's a. We'll go.
Are we going to the front of the house?
Yeah. Here's.
Cause I remember the front of the house.
Okay. Here's the front. Yeah. Now this will be the upper level.
Okay.
So the stairs go down into here. There's like a window right here and a window like right here. You remember a light on in either one of those windows?
One of them. I think it might have been that one.
This one right here.
You might be wrong, but I think it was that one.
Okay, light on in this window. Okay, and she came downstairs.
Yeah.
Okay. She opens the door.
Yeah.
What's said there?
She, was real curious on why in the heck we were there.
Okay.
Which, it's late at night. I know we looked high.
Yeah.
I already knew we looked high. It was just a normal look, I guess.
So did you talk to her at that point?
I didn't say much. I said hi.
Okay. And what did Ben say?
He says he came over to talk.
Okay.
He wanted to try to work shit, I guess.
Is that what he told her, or is that?
He said he wanted to talk.
Okay.
And, she was kind of hesitant about it. Because it was late.
Right. Did you talk for a while down the stairs, or did you just go right in?
We talked, it was just basically a quick, hey, dun 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 dun. Then up we went. It was basically, what the heck are we doing here?
Did Angie walk up the stairs first, or did Ben, or did you, or what was the order on going up the stairs?
I'm always last.
Okay.
I'm always last.
So who do you remember going up first?
Not Angie.
Benji. You're getting as bad as I was.
God. Sorry, Angie, because it was her house. Then I went Ben. Then I went me. Because I was basically just a third wheel.
When she answered the door, think about what she had on.
When I was writing all
Yes.
this.
When she comes to the door,
Yeah.
you guys go, hi, how are you? We want to talk.
I mean, the only thing that comes even halfway close to my mind is like a t-shirt and some sweats.
Do you remember a color?
Of the sweats or the t-shirt?
Either one.
Gray. Gray sweats, maybe.
What about the t-shirt?
God, I don't even know.
Just kind of think about it. I mean, whether it
it's something I wouldn't wear.
A plain t-shirt, have writing on it, have a logo on the back, have a logo on the front, just a plain colored shirt. Try to think about that.
Color. Up here says red, but it just
That sounds
don't click.
Okay.
It don't click everywhere in my head.
Okay. Something that might help.
I wanted this.
Basically, to show where things are, this is the door that you pointed out to us, and this would be, we can't show 3 levels.
It'd be nice.
This would be the stairs going up. Okay. So you went up these stairs. Okay. And obviously you had to turn the corner. So where did you guys go from there?
This is her house right on top?
This is her house on top.
Okay.
Okay, this is the window that you said was on. The light that was on.
This is what, her bedroom?
This is, well, that's we're gonna just go through it and tell me
That's
what
what I'm trying.
This is the light that you said was on.
Right.
Okay.
Cause there's the bathroom, that's the kitchen, that's her little dining room. That was like her second or storage area or something, wasn't it?
It's a porch that goes outside.
Cause it went straight across this way.
So you were in this room here.
That was her living room. And that was the bedroom.
Trying to think about the furniture that you saw, if any.
Oh God. The couch. No, I was gonna say a futon, but I don't think there's a futon.
Okay, but you think what you did is you walked here and you walked straight
Yeah.
into here. Okay. So when you ended up running out, you just ran back here and
Yeah, it was the quickest means of escape.
okay. When Ben and Angie were arguing, you say you're in this room right here. When Ben and Angie were arguing, where were you standing and where were they? I mean, just try and remember, like, just do it in correlation to where the window is, if you can remember the window, where they were arguing, where you were standing at the time when the argument was going on.
Me, I was high, so I always know what I did when I was high. This is the only thing I can say for sure.
Okay.
I always did a lot of, just done, walking.
Walking back and forth.
Yeah.
Okay, what about them? Where were they then at?
Because there was something over on this wall.
Something right here.
Yeah. Something there.
Okay.
I know she was probably when the main argument started, probably right about in the middle of the living room.
Right in the middle of here.
Yeah. Started somewhere right in the middle of the living room.
Okay. Okay. We'll just number it by rooms. We'll put this room number 1. And then we'll put this room number 2. Okay. So when you're in, the argument starts and stuff, they're somewhere in this area. Okay. When he hits her, and she goes back. Which way does she go back this way, or she go back this way, or which way is that?
I think it was. Cause I just did. I was standing right over here.
Okay, you all in here.
Yeah. Cause I didn't think we was gonna last long at the house.
Okay.
Cause of the fighting and shit. So, I was getting ready to leave anyway. Into this way.
Okay. Okay. And then he hits her, and you said he stuck her. Okay. Try and remember which hand he had the knife in, which hand he held her by, how he stuck. In fact, I can stand up and you can show me.
Yeah.
That might.
That might be a little bit better.
So they're arguing in each other's face.
Right.
Okay. So he produced a knife somehow. Just go ahead and go through it on.
Probably he reached somewhere in his pockets with his right hand.
Okay.
And then just quickly grabbed her.
Okay. And then what? Did she fall like this?
Yeah, she was coming over.
Falling over like
over
this?
there, yeah.
Okay. And then what did he do from there?
Was holding her up.
Okay, so he's down
Did
like
like
this.
that. Did it again. And then just start bringing her down.
Okay.
And then from there,
So once she was down then like this, or down or whatever, somewhere in here is when was she?
No.
Okay.
Sorry. Because I remember seeing her. Because that's when I got scared. I saw her face.
So did she fall all the way back, something like this, or well, if you saw her face, then
It was when Ben first got her.
okay.
Because I saw her face. Because I get my statement. I know I saw her face. I've never seen her face. I remember
Okay. Before you said he started slicing her. Think to that point and think what he was doing with the knife and how he was slicing her.
That was basically a wild estimate.
Oh, okay. You didn't see that.
No,
Okay.
Like I said, man, I took off.
Okay.
I'm scared. I got scared. I mean, just seeing the face. And,
Okay. But you saw him stab her at least twice before you ran out. Okay. Okay. Let's talk about the knife. When we talked before, you said Jeremy was pissed because he used his knife.
Yeah.
Okay. You said that Jeremy was yelling at him, and
A little upset because it was the way I understood it. It was Jer's knife.
Okay. Did he tell you guys that it was his knife, or did Ben say I used your knife?
It just seemed like it was Jer's knife because Jer got upset.
What did he say about it?
About
What was the conversation between Ben and Jer about the knife?
why in the hell? I mean, because it just seemed to me where the argument was.
Okay.
It was just basically Ben took the knife from Jer's house.
That's fine.
And you try to skip it.
That's fine.
Because I get caught in one thing,
Right.
then you want to go to another.
Yeah.
It's like,
That's fine.
it was like arguing over it. I mean, like it was Jer's knife. Like it was Jer's.
Would you remember it if you saw it again?
The knife?
Yeah. Or what it looked like?
I don't think it was, I mean, it wasn't real small, but it wasn't
Let me show you a couple.
huge either. It was about medium size. Not a saber.
Something like that.
I can use that to shave this later.
Something like that, something like that, something in between. Something like this. Somewhere in that
area.
area.
Something more like that.
Okay. Do you remember a color of what the handle could have been?
It had been black. I mean, I'm not gonna stab you, don't worry. Something like this. Nothing.
Wasn't that
No, that's.
that long or big?
I don't think so. That would have been. I would have saw that anywhere. I mean, if it put it in your back pocket.
Right.
Because it was something.
And you think he took it out of, like if he had it?
Like, it was either. God, I wish I had pockets. Either had it been, something that would have been really quick and accessible.
Do you remember seeing him open it? Or was it already open?
It was basically just a quick opening.
Do you remember, like I said, if he pulled it, do you remember any motion of doing anything like this? Or could it have been a one-handed
Just
motion?
One-handed kind of quick thing.
And then they stood up. I mean, they were up, and he had a hold of her. She started to fall, and it was a hit again. It's tough. It's tough. These are the details we got to work on.
I wish I could. I mean, why the hell did I get scared? I mean, why? I mean, God. I mean, just a lot of it ran through my head. What was with my girlfriend in that situation? What would I have done? Would I have done the exact same thing?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you'll act differently. You act different to every situation. Okay. You came up the stairs. You went into here. You left. Okay. You went back down here. Went down the stairs. And then you just took off running. Okay. The street is over here.
Yeah.
Okay. You waited there until Ben left.
Yeah.
over by, cause you cross that street, and then there's that brick house, then there's the rows of like oak trees or whatever.
Right.
I know I was behind one of the trees. I know I ran, but I know I came back too.
Okay.
Cause out of concern.
Okay.
Finally got the, I guess the balls.
Okay. So you came back. You came back up the stairs. Okay. When you came up the stairs, did you go directly back into this room?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did you see Angie laying there in this room?
Maybe in same area?
Somewhere in this area.
Yeah.
Somewhere around here. Okay. You saw her laying there. Okay. You're gonna have to get deep into it again. You're gonna have to let these emotions go. Okay. Because these are details.
I know.
And you're gonna have to let these emotions.
Okay, good.
It's okay. You're gonna have to let these emotions go. Okay. You're gonna have to visualize it. You see her laying there. She's face up or face down. Her back's showing or her face is showing.
I think her face was showing.
Okay. You walk over to her.
I walked by her. I need to see.
Okay.
See, see if she was breathing. To see anything.
You walk. Now, again, visualizing.
Yeah.
Visualization is a little bit better sometimes. If I'm
Reenactment of the scene.
if I'm down, you said that her face was showing, so I'm down something like this.
Yeah.
Do you walk to the side of her?
It was basically just, I walked like a straight over. I'm a big guy.
Right.
And just to see anything underneath it. And just underneath it.
Did you reach down and touch her anywhere?
I don't think so. Because that was sick.
Did you try and feel for a pulse?
No, I mean, it was just basically, if I didn't see her, nothing moved.
Okay.
I pretty much got, she was pretty much had it.
Okay. She was down. You're looking at her. Again, let's talk about the clothing. Okay. What do you remember seeing her there? And again, this could be painful for you.
For sure. Covered. It looked disgusting.
Covered with blood or covered? Okay.
You know, like the fake horror movies you see.
Yeah. Where was most of the blood?
Just like around the chest area. You know.
Okay.
It just.
Okay. Do you remember if her shirt was still on? If her shirt was off? If it was pulled up? If it was pulled down? If it was cut?
It was cut. It was cut. A few times. I mean, you could see where it was. Like the tears were in her shirt.
Okay. What about her pants? Earlier you just said she had sweats. Were her sweats cut? Were they on? Were they off? Were they part of the way on? Were they part of the way off? Trying to remember.
Part of the way off.
Okay, this is good. Just keep remembering. Think of the color.
Of the sweat?
Yeah.
Beige, maroon. God.
Just start with dark and light. Let's go that way.
They weren't that dark. I remember. Let me put it this way, if I remember correctly. They weren't that dark, but they weren't that light either.
Okay. Before you talked about, I asked you before, whether you touched her. You said you may have.
I might, I mean,
If you did,
Why do you
where would you have touched her at?
the face. I would touch the face.
Okay.
There's nothing, no movement.
There was what?
No movement, no, nothing.
Okay. Yeah, you left the apartment.
Yeah.
And then where'd you go?
A lot of soul searching, I guess. A lot of just, God. I walked by here once. Part of me said, go in and say hey. And part of me just said, keep trucking.
Look.
And that's what I did, was just keep trucking.
Do you remember the first time we talked to you? Do you remember that time at all?
A little bit, I mean,
Okay.
I honestly, I mean, after the last few days,
Yes, it's kind of tough.
it's like, hey,
Um,
I'm starting to get a lot of things off and trying to figure them out in my own head.
When we talked to you the first, this is like way back in June.
Oh, Jesus,
when
you
we,
expect
when
me.
we talked to you, and you said, yeah, I remember seeing Angie, and she was at the river, and this black guy got in the car with her and drove off, and etc. You remember that story that you guys gave us?
Honest truth.
Okay.
Because there was almost once in a blue moon a black guy would come down there.
Yeah.
I mean, it was basically an all white place. So I was basically the only Mexican that was ever really there. I was the only nationality.
Do you remember Angie leaving that night?
I remember him driving on.
You remember her driving off? Did Ben say anything to you when she drove off?
Good riddance. Just, out of anger.
Was she there long?
I don't think she was. I mean, to me, what's long is 4 o'clock in the afternoon till 10 o'clock at night, 6 hours.
Right.
That's a long time, but I wouldn't say real long.
Did you go there with Ben, or did you meet him there?
I met him there.
Okay. And what time do you think that was that you met him there?
I probably got there about 4, maybe 5.
Remember what time he showed up? Was it?
About 6-ish. No, I mean, not far after. Not much after I showed up.
Was Angie already there when he showed up, or did
She
she
rolled
show
up.
later?
She showed up a little later. She rolled up.
Okay. And when she rolled up in her car,
I know, it's like,
did he approach? Did you guys approach her? Did he approach her? Did she approach you guys?
I said
how'd
hi.
that?
I said hi. I always said hi to everybody.
Okay, so she came over and parked and got out of her car.
I said, hey, what's up?
Okay. Did you guys approach her, or did she park close enough to you where you didn't have to say anything?
It was basically, I'm doing a 800 times around trying to figure out who, what, when, and where. Oh my God. I think she got out. I think she did.
Do you remember her talking to the other girls there or anything else?
No, I mean, honestly, I don't even remember half the people I talked to.
Right.
I mean, I talked to so many people. I mean, there's certain groups, I can, tell you who I mainly talked to.
And then she left. Do you remember seeing her? Did she come back during the night at all there, or did you see her at all?
No,
No.
it was basically just a one-shot deal.
And then, did you and Ben kind of hang out the rest of the night together, just mosey in, or did you split up and then meet back up?
No, we basically stayed together. Kind of a shit deal.
Okay.
I was trying to catch a ride home.
And then he was in that, like I said, that
Piece of junk.
blue bomber, loud.
Oh. God, I thought we fixed it good enough. Last time I worked on anybody's car.
Now, when you were together with talking about this afterwards, getting back to he was assuring you that he cleaned up or something. He was assuring you that things were
Taken
okay.
care of, yeah.
What did he? Tell me about that conversation. What went in that conversation?
He said, don't stress it. Don't worry. Because, you know, I had a lot of concern.
Right.
A lot of concern. He says, don't worry, don't stress it.
Okay. You know, you would have had to ask questions.
Yeah, I was like, all right. And I was like, did you take care of everything? He goes, yeah. So he took care of everything.
Okay. Did he talk about it?
No, I didn't. Honestly, I didn't ask. I mean, I had to take his words that he took care of it. I left it at that. Because
Now, when we talked to you yesterday, you said that he used a rag or used his shirt to clean up with. Okay. You remember that?
yeah,
Okay. Where did that come into context at with your guys' conversation?
he told me, you know, he cleaned up. That's how.
Did he tell you what he used then, or?
He just said he cleaned up.
Okay. And you just presumed he used
Something. Gotta use something. Because there had been, I mean, from what I just saw, there was a lot of blood on what I saw.
Right.
And there had been mounts on what was on him. So, I mean, even to come out of that house that late at night, you'd still have to clean up somehow.
Right. You know, Jeremy was upset. I think Jeremy was there when you were talking about him cleaning up and everything else. And Jeremy was upset about the knife. Did Jeremy at any time ask him, you know, what the hell did you do with my knife, or where did it go, or anything like that? Or do you remember any conversation like that taking place?
Maybe between them two, but I don't recall anything like that. God, I sound like Ronald Reagan.
Okay.
I don't recall anything. I don't know choking that anymore.
Okay. I think what I'm going to do is have Jared come in and talk to you for a few minutes. I know he wanted to talk to you.
Jared?
Yeah.
So. Are we all switching?
No, he's just going to come in and talk to you for a few minutes. And I'll come back to him in a little bit. We'll get you another smoke or something. Okay?
Okay.
No.
You gotta kill that for me.
No.
I know. Round 63.
61.
Oh, great. I'm
61.
I'm 2 rounds ahead of myself.
Okay. Wonderful job. Okay, you're doing well. Everything's starting to flow. I mean, everything's starting to come together here. Just want to just kind of tie up some of the loose ends. Okay?
Cool.
See where we're at. You're doing a wonderful job. Okay?
Cool.
I know it's hard, but you're doing a wonderful job.
I did all my moving earlier today, man.
Did you?
Yeah, when it was just finally realizing and remembering it.
This time.
Yeah, the moving was done. You know, the sight.
Yeah.
And then, because then you start talking about it, like blinking every time I just saw it.
Sure. Well, let's
Keep going.
you got the visual going, right?
Yeah, I got
Okay.
it
You
pretty much.
back up in the room. Okay.
Alright.
We be there.
I'm there.
Okay. So they're arguing.
Ben walks up to her.
More reenactment.
Well, Ben walks up to her, and as you said, he kind of grabbed her right back here, right? He took that. Now, the knife, was it already open, do you think?
It was, no, I mean, it would have stuck him if it was open.
Okay.
I mean, it would
So
have.
did you, was her back turned to him at any time as he pulled the knife and opened it, or? Do you
No,
recall
it
him?
was just a quick
So-
kind of deal.
Okay. So he grabbed her and he drove the knife into her, correct? Okay. About what parts of her body do you recall?
Somewhere between here and here.
Okay.
I mean, normal, I guess, not to put it in a blunt way, I guess the normal place where you'd stick somebody. I mean, if it came right down to it, a normal place where you'd stick them. Just
Okay.
to try to get it over, or just show them what's up.
Okay. And that would have been where?
Somewhere around here.
Okay. And then you said that she kind of
Bent over,
went down in shock, and he kind of
held her up.
held her up, and he
'Cause I saw his elbow.
drove the knife again.
I saw his elbow move again.
Okay. And then what?
Me, I bailed. I had enough.
Okay. Did you see her fall at
No.
that point in time?
No, I did a quick bail.
Okay.
I didn't wait to see nothing. I saw enough.
Okay. I bet you did.
I mean, it's just seeing her face.
Sure. It's just going on. Was Ben saying anything at this time?
Probably was, but I wasn't paying much attention. I mean, it was just my shock, and he could have been saying something, but
Angie? Did she say anything?
help.
You heard her say help?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I just didn't do nothing. I froze.
Okay. So you bailed, right? So then you hid behind the trees. Okay. Waited till he took off. And then your heart started getting to you. So you went back up into the apartment. Okay, so you walked in.
See if she was still alive or not.
So you walked in, see if she's still alive.
She wasn't.
Okay, what'd you see? You're walking through the house, or the apartment, okay? You're walking through, and you see,
Her lying on the floor.
okay, she was laying on the floor, okay? And was she laying next to anything? Could you tell? And you put yourself right there.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay.
A couch, maybe. I mean, it was on them. Quick 30 seconds.
You betcha. Okay.
Gotta see if she's alive.
So you go in, and again, what does she look like? What do you see when you first? Okay, we've established that. Okay, yeah. So she's laying on her back. You said, and her clothing was. How was it situated again?
Shirt, what does it look like?
No, man.
Good questions.
Okay.
Anything good?
Okay. So you said the
Like
shirt.
the shirt was like torn, where it was cut.
Okay. So was the shirt completely down, or was it?
It looked like halfway, you know. I don't
Okay.
know how that's
All
going,
right.
Jerry.
Did you see any wounds on her body?
One,
Okay. Where was the wound at?
like somewhere around here.
And what did it look like?
Sick,
Okay. What did it look like?
like a knife. Grabbed her.
Okay. Was it a stab wound? A slice wound?
Looked like a stab.
Okay. Okay. Now you walked up and see if she's moving and whatnot. Now, could you have touched
Touched her.
any part? No, touched any part of her clothing at all? Could you moved any of her clothing around to check to see how bad she was hurt or anything of that nature?
I would remember it if I did.
Okay.
I don't think I did because, I mean, it looked pretty bad off to me.
Okay.
I mean, it was just basically lean over. I didn't even see no breath, no nothing. I mean, you could tell when somebody's breathing.
Okay.
Nothing. If I had to remember touching it, I would.
Did you see any bare skin at all?
Bottom half,
The bottom half?
yeah.
Okay.
Like their sweats were like half on. Like one leg was,
Okay.
looked sick.
And so the only wounds that you saw in her body, the cuts and the wounds, where were they? What did you notice? Where did they
Just
jump out?
Just basically around here where the most blood was,
Okay. Where did it look like she was cut the most? Do you recall that at all?
There was I guess there was so much blood, and
Okay.
it was just, I didn't want to pay much attention to much. It was just see if she was still alive.
And the shirt, you're visualizing the shirt right now, and it was, you say it was cut. Do you recall where it was cut at?
In spots. I mean, like here.
Okay. And do you remember, was there anything on the shirt other than blood, any writing or anything like that? Okay.
I don't.
Okay, now, did, you talked about the sex portion of it there for a while, right? Remember that Ben, and he told you,
It was just basically a grudge fuck.
okay,
Like he was trying to prove something to himself, or
sure,
I mean that's all it was, like trying to prove something to himself.
like
Yeah.
the final coup de grace.
I did this, ha ha.
Yeah. And how do you think he did that? I think you told us the other day that, we said that, a sex act was performed. We asked you how you thought that took place. Do you remember what you told us?
I don't. I'm sorry. I mean, it's not trying to.
Okay, we're talking either oral, or straight sex, or the anal sex, or he jerked off on her.
Straight-
He
I
did
like-
everything.
Probably straight sex.
Okay.
I mean,
Vaginally.
yeah.
Okay, did you recall him when he was talking to you about, the coup de grace, if you will?
Yeah.
Remember that one. Try to take yourself back to that conversation.
Okay, I'm there. Not halfway there.
Okay. And, by this time, he's kind of pumped a little bit as far as the bragging, or, what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He's reliving it. And what was he saying?
Like he was proud of it.
Okay.
Like he proved something to himself or to me.
Sure.
Like.
And I'm sure that while he was telling you this, he was telling you how he did it. I mean, that's part of the conquest, right?
Probably was, Jerry, but mostly I just probably shut it off. I mean,
Okay.
after
If we were to find semen on her body anywhere, where do you think it would be?
either down vaginally
Uh-huh.
or somewhere, I mean, on her body, I would say lower half.
Okay. So do you think that some of the semen could have been, say, like on her legs or anything, or
Maybe, I
her
mean,
stomach, or?
he didn't,
Well, try to think back. Okay, it's very
Right.
important.
I know. Can I just go hypothetically, or?
Well,
He
yeah,
did
yeah. Give me hypothetically first.
probably a little bit on her legs.
Okay. And why do you think there?
Why?
Mm-hmm.
Ben was being dumped.
Okay, Ben was being dumb.
I mean, I don't know why. I just, if I knew Jared, I'd tell you.
Chris, you're doing a wonderful job, man.
Mhm.
Seriously. You're being a trooper here. Yeah, Ben, it probably would have been dumb if he would have done that way, right? I mean, if he
Right.
would have done on her legs. Because pretty tough to
Yeah.
kind of clean it all up, right? If that was the case, And, because, you know, DNA's coming back.
Oh, I know this.
I'm going to ask you a real blunt question.
Did I do it?
Could any of that semen been yours?
No.
Okay.
That's straight up true.
Okay.
Sorry, man. That just don't get me
Don't
rock.
sorry me.
That don't get me rock hard. That's sick and disgusting.
Okay. They'll probably clean that. We got chairs and tables and all that in there.
That's straight up disgusting to me. I don't know how anyone could do it.
Well, trust me, it's been done. I don't know how many times. I don't know if you remember. You're probably too young, but the Paul has a Rose Michelbacher.
Yeah, I
You know,
remember
that type of stuff happened, and it happens like quite a bit. And so, you know, different strokes for different folks. You know what I mean?
That's just sick.
You know, but it's, you know, it may be sick, but then again, to the person doing it, it's not sick. I mean, it was just kind of, hey, you know, if opportunity's there, and you take it. You seize the opportunity, you know. So, if Chris did it, that's okay. I mean, Chris did it, but what we're still trying to do is just piece together the puzzles. Now, if hypothetically Chris was to go ahead and do that, fine, you did that, but we're still concentrating on, okay, Chris still isn't the one that plunged the knife in and killed her. I mean, if you were to somehow do any of the sex stuff with her, that's okay, because, I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's yuck though. Cold chills. Thanks.
But then again, you wouldn't have had to have sex with her. I mean, you could just, well, you know, but then you're the one that said you're sick. You're the one that said that you wanted to do her. Remember?
Not that way. God, not that way. Alive, yes. Dead, no. Yuck. Yeah.
Okay.
You're sick.
No, I'm not sick. But all I'm trying to do is I'm trying to give you an out.
Yeah.
You know, with the agreement and everything you signed. Okay. Because DNA is coming back.
Sometime in the next 3 years. Yeah.
Well, it could come back today. It may come back, you know, Tuesday when we get back from the holidays.
Is it holiday this week?
Oh, Martin Luther King Day on Monday. But all I'm saying is I'm trying to give you an out because you're showing good faith in the agreement.
Yeah.
That if you did it anyway.
And Jared,
okay.
You probably know me by heart. Could just out of your opinion, you think I could do it? You know me. You pretty much know me.
Let's put it this way, okay? I probably wouldn't have put it past you. Okay. But that doesn't mean I think anything less of you. Absolutely not.
Right.
Because you and I are too tight, and I wouldn't think anything less of you. Like I say, what people do, you know, sexually, that's their business,
right.
You know. And so, like, if that's what you want to do, to say, okay, well, here's to you,
right.
You know, that's fine too. I don't have a problem with it, and I wouldn't hold it against you.
Right, but I know me.
Okay.
That was my thing. I had my girlfriend. What more could I need? That was my thing. I had my girlfriend. And that's all I want. That's all I want. I mean, that's all I wanted. Okay. I still want it.
Okay. Now, what were they arguing about? Do you recall? I mean, you're sitting in the living room, you're kind of pacing back and forth. You know, Ben's kind of getting in her face a little bit. And what were they arguing about?
I think it was the Deanne thing, you know, how Angie was somehow tied up with the breakup of him and Deanne.
Mm-hmm.
He would, to me, what he first came over there for, he was going to try to get everything underneath the bridge, say, shh.
Concerning Deanne?
Yeah, try to get, you know, because he wanted Deanne back.
Mm-hmm.
And try to say, hey, this is the truth.
Mm-hmm.
But,
But, so when you guys were driving around that day, he was talking...
We were just talking about anything.
Okay.
It was not a specific guy. What have you been drinking? Have you smoked any bud?
Okay.
How, you know, who you laid lately?
But he's still pretty... He was jamming a lot on Deanne. I think when we talked the other day, you said that when they're at the boat dock, or down the river, and when she drove up, you know, they started talking, and they kind of got a little tit for tat, and then he walked over, and I think you said he colored a bit, and he just,
Yeah.
and stuff like that. And I thought you may have told us you killed that bitch sometime.
I mean,
Do you recall any of that?
I do. I recall it. I mean, because when was it? In June?
Mm-hmm.
And when him and Deanna broke up, what? April, May? Was it April, May?
When they broke up?
Yeah.
I believe it was in May.
May.
Mm-hmm.
See. He was still mad at everybody.
Was he?
Yeah. He was. I mean, there's only a few select people he wasn't mad at.
Yeah.
Luckily, I was one of them.
Sure.
With the.
So when you guys were driving around, was it just eating on him?
That, I think it was.
Okay.
I mean, if it wasn't eating on so bad, I don't think they would have gone over there.
Okay.
I'm not trying to, give him an excuse, but I mean, it had to be eating on him hard. It had to be. I mean, that was something he never really discussed well.
Mm-hmm.
He said he was upset, but that was something he never really gave me great detail with.
Here's a big question for you, and gonna ask it hypothetically. Okay.
Two of them now?
Well, the artillery's out now.
Great.
No, could, and this is going to recall a little bit of speculation on your part, do you think that he had any intentions of it hurting her prior to going up into the apartment? Did he really think that he'd be able to resolve it, or do you think he was there looking for a fight, pretty much knowing how it was going to end up, as far as, you tell me?
Like I told him, I was going to be there as a mediator.
Okay.
So I guess it was kind of he was looking. He thought a fight might break out.
A couple of days before, you mentioned, I know in our last interview you mentioned like a couple of days before you guys went up there, or it was like 2 or 3 days before you guys were talking, and he was talking about something like he'd like to kill that bitch or something. Do you remember talking to us about that, or that conversation?
And you just told me.
Okay. Okay, so I was walking in.
Okay, so as far as you're concerned, you look like he's probably leaning or looking for a fight type thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I was always a peace-loving type of person who tried to talk things out, try to work things out.
Sure. Sure. Now, get back to another area here. Okay, we need to cover it. And yesterday, the other day, you're hurting pretty good at the time, and we were talking about the evidence and the knife and that type of stuff. And to remember, you made the statement that
Maybe.
I tossed it. Do you remember making that statement? When I asked you again, I said, "Okay, where did you toss it, Chris?" When you kind of, you're in deep in thought, and I asked you.
And that's my thing, Jared.
Okay.
I screwed up there. Okay, I'll point up to that right now. I'll be a big man. I didn't do nothing with it. I mean, that's no ifs, no ands, no buts. Because right now, everything, all my cards are out on the table.
Okay, great. All we're trying to get at is we're not trying to prove you wrong. We want the knife. We want it desperately.
And that's my thing. All my cards,
Desperately.
all my cards right now are out on the table, and I'm trying to.
So, any ideas where we can find that knife?
No. One thing he told me was he took care of it. I mean, that's one. That's well,
So when you showed us the diagram of John Hole's, the bridge in there.
That was just speculation.
That was from the book of Chris.
That's about it.
Okay.
It's all speculation. Because right now all my cards are out on the table. I'm giving you everything you guys need or want or trying to help you with.
You betcha.
What we're going to do now
Oh,
is really throw some cards out on the table. Okay?
Yeah. I know where you're going with this too, by the way. Seriously, here we go.
Poker night?
This is probably going to be a little bit traumatic for you. Okay? When we go in and do a crime scene, we take pictures of the crime scene. Okay? I'm going to show you one of them. I want you to tell us if that's how you remember it, if that's how you don't remember it. Maybe it's going to jog some memories for you, and we're going to go from there. Okay?
Can I smoke first?
What's that?
Can I smoke first?
Let's get this out of the way.
No, we're here.
Let's get this
We're
out of the way.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
When you walked in, is that what you saw?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember that now? Okay. When you had those thoughts when you walked in, let's think about those thoughts. And what I'm going to do, and I hate to do this to you, but we're gonna show the picture a little bit, okay? This is a picture a little bit farther away. When you walked in, sneak over here and be friends with Jared a second. When you walked in, where did you walk to look at her? Did you walk this side? Did you walk this side? Did you stand back in here? Is it coming back to you? You remember seeing everything in here? Like this? Did you walk all the way up? Did you stop back by your feet? Where did you go?
Just basically right about here.
Okay.
Just looked over, see what happened.
What did you do from there?
Right out back on me. Wasn't alarm, no breathing, nothing.
When you walked up, again, we're gonna, like I said, this isn't the fun part. We're gonna hit you with the pictures. Do you remember seeing the look of this when you were there?
Just about there. Seriously, we're just about there.
I told you it's gonna be traumatic for you. And we don't mean it to be,
I know.
but we've got to get everything in. Okay. We talked about knives. I mean, we've got the wounds, we've got everything else. We'll set this down for a few seconds. Okay. It's another type of knife. It can be operated with something like this. Does that look like it could be anything like the knife?
A lot closer to the one you showed me.
Okay.
So I don't think it was.
You don't think it was serrated like
No,
that?
I don't think so. I could be wrong. I mean, yeah, take that with you.
Okay. When you left the first time, was she on her back, laying down? Had she fallen when you left the first time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So they were still
Going, yeah.
going in this area. Okay. The argument that took place, you said, was over what?
Probably Bennett and Deanne. They were probably trying to get shit straightened out.
You were in the room, so we're trying not to
Right.
get a probably.
Right. It was over Deanne shit because Angie was saying shit to Deanne that Ben was sleeping around, and Deanne took everything Angie said pretty highly.
Okay. So when this conversation was initiated, did Ben approach her and start talking to her? How'd the conversation, did it start off as a her saying you asshole, or him saying you bitch? Or
No,
did it start off as what the hell you doing?
It started off pretty halfway decent, like it was going to be like a good conversation.
How'd they
Like
start into it?
It was like going to be just a easy going. They're going to try to sit down, work things out. But I guess Ben's attitude, Angie's attitude, sooner or later they're all going to collide. And that was the thing. The attitudes collided. And that's when it all started, World War.
Okay.
I treat, I say, come on, relax, calm down, but no one's ever gonna listen to me after the tempers are going.
Did you try and step in between them at any time?
No. No. Sorry, Ben's not real big, but Angie is. I'm more scared of Angie hitting me than I would be Ben, if that makes any sense to you.
Okay. Want to take a smoke real fast?
Yeah, please. You gonna come out with me, or do I gotta go? Oh, do I gotta go all by my little lonesome?
That's a good try. Oh, all right. Okay. Now, on this one picture, okay, right there, where do you recall seeing the cuts or the tears in the shirt? Do you remember?
Probably around here.
Was it a tear? Was it a cut? Was it a hole? Do you recall at all?
It's like a tear.
Okay, and whereabouts with the tear?
Probably somewhere around up here somewhere.
Okay. Okay. Now, on this picture right here, could you have at any time after you walked in and you saw Ange and everything like that, could you have maybe sat on the bed or anything and just said, jeez, at all?
No. I want to stay around longer than I have to.
Okay. Let me throw this one out at you. Okay. Could there have been anybody else up there? Could there have been, was there another person that went with you and Ben?
No, it was just me and Ben. Because the only other person that ever hung out with us was Jared.
Okay.
And Jared was off with April.
Okay.
Or was it Amanda?
All the above, I think.
Yeah, it's only women that he choose from.
So could Jared have been there?
No, he was too busy with his own women, probably.
Is there a possibility he could have been there?
Maybe.
And so with Jeremy, his total involvement in this whole thing was what?
A little less than what I've done.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. A little less than what you've done. Everything that you know that he was involved in.
Everything, probably with the idea.
No, there's no problems.
With the knife.
Okay. What about the knife?
I know. Can I speculate or?
Yeah, that's fine.
Because I think it was his knife.
And why do you think it was his knife?
Because he used to have a knife like that.
Okay.
Okay.
And where did he usually carry that knife?
Either in his car or at home.
Okay. Could he have ever had it in his truck?
His Volts?
Yeah.
Probably.
Okay.
Everything was in the Volkswagen.
Do you recall ever seeing any of his knives in the car or in the truck?
Just a black one, like the ones they showed me.
Uh-huh.
I've never seen. That's about the only one I've ever seen.
Where?
I used to see it in the car when we first got the car.
Okay. Whereabouts would he keep it in the car?
Over on, I think on the side.
Okay.
Whatever. You normally put your dust mop and everything else.
So his involvement then could have been his knife.
And the knowledge.
And tell me again what knowledge did he have, and what part did he play in any of this?
With the alibi, that help us, try to figure
And
out.
where was that at? Where was that conversation at? I think you said it was either in the car or is it one of the apartments?
Yeah.
Do you recall which one?
Had to be at the apartments.
And which apartment would that have been?
Maple.
And the discussion was?
That I wasn't going to be down at the river that night.
Who brought that one up?
Jer.
It was Jer's idea that you wouldn't be there.
Yeah.
Okay.
That, I wasn't down at the river. I was just trying to click everything, going back to that point. That I wasn't down at the river. That him and Ben were together doing something.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess they came over to where I was living. And we, got high. That was a normal routine. Everyone would believe that one.
Do you think Ben could have given Jer back the knife?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Okay.
I mean, like I said. No one important?
No.
Okay. Ever since, after this happened, the friendship got stronger, then it got weaker. Until now, where it is. To almost nothing.
So Jer's involvement possibly was his knife. Now, didn't you say, though, that Jer was flaming on Ben?
About the knife.
And that conversation was?
What the hell? That's all it was.
Did Ben tell him, say where he got the knife from or anything?
Had to have, that's my thing with that right there, with that conversation. Ben would have told Jer where he got the knife. Had to have.
Okay, and then he helped plan the alibis.
Yeah.
How often did you guys talk about it, the three of you?
After we got down the alibis?
Yeah.
To a certain T? Nothing.
Okay.
Then, after everyone said their little piece, I don't remember talking to the cop in June.
Yeah.
I don't.
Okay, so their little piece you mean to the cops?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then nothing was really brought up anymore.
Alright.
And that's when, everyone started separating.
Sure.
The West Yellowstone trips, my trips over to the west side.
Okay.
And that's when Ben took off to west. That's when I took off to rehab. And Jared took off his own way.
Did Russ have any knowledge of this? Do you think?
Nah.
You guys were like the four musketeers.
We were always tight together.
Okay.
Russ would have said something to me. He would have. Me and Russ were friends long before we already hooked up with Jared, Ben, in the friendship. I've known Russ for a long time.
Okay.
I met him when he was first married.
What's Mike's involvement in his relationship with you and Ben and Jared?
Mike.
Mooch? You know Mooch?
Yeah, I know Mooch.
Okay. What's his full name?
Mike something.
Do I know him?
I don't think so. He was kind of a quiet kid.
Was he?
Yeah, I've met him. I met him through the two-way crowd.
Yeah.
Seemed like a pretty nice guy. Last time I saw him was when I got out of treatment. I went to a goddamn high school dance with the old lady.
Yeah.
And it was at the West Bank.
Mm-hmm.
And I went outside to have a cigarette. And he drove by and he saw me. And we said hi to each other. He says, "Where the hell you been?" I said, "Well, I did the rehab thing." I said, "Here's my corn." I showed him all that. He was real happy and real impressed. Mooch wasn't really into our group whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
To me, he wasn't.
Okay.
He didn't do drugs.
Oh, I see.
That's when he came down the river, we'd all say hi, what's up?
Yeah.
But he wasn't into our little group. He was the bud smokers. Wheezy.
Come in.
It's a 5-0.
Come on.
See you later.
What's the good news and what's the bad news? Good news? There's none. Bad news?
No, we're okay. No, we're okay.
Sorry, when something like that happens, it's like, what's the good news, what's the bad news?
Do you think you've told us everything?
I hope so. I mean, I hope I have.
Well, no.
I mean, I've answered all your questions.
You've asked quite a bit. You have. You've done like a tremendous job. Okay.
Whatever I'm missing, I'll try to help.
Okay. 2 areas I want to talk to you a little bit more about.
Who does?
Me.
Oh.
It just come to our attention that it looks like Jared was probably more involved than. Okay.
From what I've said?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll help you out with that.
Oh, okay. Would you please?
Yeah, that's, like I said, man, all my cards are out on the table right now.
What involvement? I mean, it looks like he probably was there at one time. Yeah.
Yeah. How could he have been there? I remember Jared being there, wouldn't I?
I would think.
And I don't remember seeing him there.
Could he have helped dispose of the evidence?
Jared?
Yeah.
Maybe. He could have. I don't know for sure. I'm being honest with you. I don't know for sure, but maybe he did.
Would you cover up for Jared?
No, right now I ain't covering up for nobody. I'm just trying to, on the idea of it all, I got a sinking ship my own. I don't need anyone extra weight to get my ships. You know, it's halfway full and halfway there.
Mm-hmm.
My cards are all out. I'm trying, screw it. All friendships are aside, man. If the roles were reversed, it wouldn't be nothing for me.
Okay. Would you be covering up as far as, I shouldn't say cover up, could you be holding back that there's a third party there?
Yeah. I'd have to remember if someone was there, wouldn't I? But I
I mean,
don't.
could someone come in after you?
After I did?
Before Ben? You know, let's say you watched Ben come out, could anybody come in after you?
Maybe. I didn't stick around to find out.
Apparently, new evidence is starting to come up that there's probably a third person involved. Okay.
That's fine. I mean, I didn't stick around long enough to find out if anyone did come behind me, did come for me. Nothing.
Okay, but it's your testimony that it was you and Ben.
To my recollection, yes. I ain't covering up for nobody. Honest truth. Honest injury. I ain't covering for nobody.
How sure are you that Ben had sex with her?
He said he did. That's all I can go on. I didn't ask him to see it. If that, helps any. I didn't ask him to prove it.
Well, okay, prove it, but you don't know.
That's what he told me. I'm just going on everything what he said to me. Does that help?
We're just missing some puzzle pieces here. Is all.
That's cool.
I mean, you've done a well of a job. You really have, Chris. But we're still kind of apparently we're still missing some pieces here. And, really,
are they big pieces or just?
Yeah, pretty big pieces because, like I said, the information we just got sounds like there's probably another person involved. Okay, I mean, and that's pretty critical, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it is. I mean, but I'm not trying to cover up for nobody. I'm not. Because I got such a great deal.
Yeah, you've got a great deal.
I got an outrageous deal, and I ain't going to screw that up. God, no.
That's pretty important.
Right there, and I ain't going to screw that up. I mean, they're all talking about maybe I can go home tonight. Maybe.
Well, that's That's up to.
That's up to them guys. But, I mean, I ain't gonna screw it up. Screw that noise. Screw that. I'm not covering.
And so Sargis?
Maybe he was there. I mean, maybe he did show up after I did. I don't know.
Could Ben have gone and got him?
Maybe. Because I did a quick.
Well, I understand that, but you know,
You
you
could-
guys were, but see, remember, you guys were talking.
We were all
Remember,
talking.
the three of you were talking, right?
I think okay.
Okay. So was it brought up during that time? I mean,
That Jer was there?
yeah.
Not to me, it wasn't, no. To me, it wasn't, no. They could have had their own discussion right then and there before, you know. They had a lot of secrets, too, they kept to themselves
Uh-huh.
between them two. Because it was a lot tighter than me and Ben were.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was like, it was Ben and Jer, me and Russ.
Yeah.
That's how tight it was.
Okay.
Because it was whoever met first, then all of us just coalesced together.
Yeah.
Because we thought of a great, partnership. Hey, we know a lot of people in town. We can do good business.
So what the deep dark secrets did they have? I mean, what did it surround? I mean, could it have surrounded
This?
this?
It could have. It could have. I mean, they had a lot of things. That, a lot of times they did a lot of traveling together. They're the ones who went up to West.
Yeah.
Me and Russ never got invited. I mean, I even asked to go.
No.
I got kicked to the curb.
That probably didn't make you feel real well, did it?
No, it didn't. It pissed me off.
Especially after all you went through.
It pissed me off to the utmost respect. I mean, it was all good. They were gone. Business went real slow, but
yeah,
pissed me right off.
I bet it did.
Because I needed to get out of town.
So who's the one that blew you off, Jer or Ben?
Both of them. Both of them blew me off. It was like, we don't have enough room in the car. Like, I take up so much room. I could have had money to go. I had the money to go.
So, possibility Jer could have been involved. Ben maybe tripped on over his place.
Maybe. I just don't know. Last time I talked to Jer, he had an attitude with me.
How come?
Why?
Yeah.
Because I paged him.
Don't. Okay.
Yeah.
It sounds like this really bothers you, and you look like you're maybe making up a story here.
No.
What's the attitude about?
What's the attitude about?
Yeah.
Because I told him, I paged him up.
You told him, no, don't stop.
All right.
You told him.
I told him I was a suspect for the murder.
Okay.
And then he got a humongous attitude with me.
Yeah.
He's like,
Walk me through it.
what the hell are you being a suspect for? I was like, hey man, I don't know. Just blowing it off. And it was just an attitude.
When was this?
How was it? In December? Because I was talking to one of my little friends.
Yeah.
And he runs around with the crowd that Jerry and them do now.
Yeah.
And what word was around, but he told me that Jerry wanted to get hold of me.
Okay.
So I said, fuck it, with Jerry.
Yeah.
That was the attitude. Humongous attitude.
Why? What did you say? Tell me the conversation.
I told
Walk
him,
me through it.
I said, hey, what's up? He goes, not much. He asked me who this was. I go, it's me. Me who? And I had to go Mexican. He goes, Mexican? I go, yeah, what's up? And it was just, what you been up to? I go, not much. And he was saying something about he's talked to the cops. I go, yeah, so did I. I had to go and give a DNA thing. He asked why, because I said I'm a suspect. He goes, what the hell do they think you're a suspect for? That. Like he was pissed.
Okay. And then what?
I was like, well, he's like, well, where you at? I said, well, I'm over at this house. I said, if you want to come over, stop by. So he said he wanted to see me.
Okay, so we stopped by.
No, he never stopped by. We kicked it there for an hour.
What was he going to stop by for?
Just to see me. More evidence.
Special delivery. Whose little Chris lives by your mom?
That's my homeboy.
Okay, and his name is?
Chris.
Chris?
Homeboy.
Chris?
You remember when you came to pick me up and that little dude that,
Across the street,
Yeah.
that waved to you.
Yeah.
It's by the truck.
Yeah.
And what's his name?
Chris.
Chris. Okay. And how long have you known him?
Oh, God.
me and my mom, we moved over that trailer park in what, 80, 81,
Okay.
and I've known him since
How old is he?
16.
Oh, he looked a lot older than that.
Uh-uh.
I went by.
He's still a little kid. He's still a little kid.
So, did he tag around with you during the summer all down the river?
Every once in a while he'd show up.
Did he?
Yeah,
How would he get there?
his truck.
Oh, okay.
It was just basically show up when he wanted to see if he can get a bag. You know, he was my friend, of course.
So did you guys hang together down the river when you weren't hanging with Jer and Ben?
Me and him?
Yeah.
No, his river wasn't the thing.
Wasn't it?
No, hell no. He lives in a whole entire different group than what I did.
And he goes to school.
He used to go to school over to Fairview
Okay.
because he didn't make it this tribe. There was too much room or something.
Okay.
But, I mean, he's always been my little friend.
Kind of looked out for him.
Yeah. It's basically been an older brother, little brother kind of deal. And whenever since I've gotten clean, now the role's been kind of reversed. He's been looking out for me. You know, he tells me
Sure.
who's looking for me, who wants to talk to me, or whatever. Because I always say, well, you find out what the hell they want first before I even make any notions.
Okay, so has Jared been ragging on you at all?
Jared?
Yeah.
Except for that one time we had contact.
And when was that?
Sometime in December.
Sometime in December, so that's,
Last month. And then one time he came over to my house in September.
and what that
I didn't
transpired
answer the
there?
door.
How come?
Scared.
Why?
Don't know. Be honest with you, I don't know.
Well, something had to frighten you pretty bad that you didn't want to
I didn't want to
get
do
into
drugs.
it with him.
I didn't want to do drugs. That was the main thing. I just barely got home from treatment and the halfway program. I was at my mom's house.
Could you have been leaning on you, thinking that maybe you're going to narc off everybody? I mean, is that a possibility,
Maybe.
Chris?
I just don't know. I really don't. Maybe. Jared's never been the enforcer type, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It was whoever did the enforcing was like every once in a while I would do it because I'm just a big guy and people would always listen to me, or it was us. But it was Jared who showed up at my house.
It's just kind of different, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
And so was he leaning on you then? Was he getting scared?
Jared?
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't talked to him. I really haven't.
Should he be scared about all this?
Might be.
Well, should he be scared?
My opinion?
Mhm.
I think so.
And that's,
Look what he did, the same thing I did, Jared.
okay, so now the same thing you did, you were up in the apartment. So if he did the same thing you did, then he was up in the apartment?
No, I'm not saying that. When you guys wanted to talk to him and stuff,
Yeah.
okay, look, he did the same scenario I did. After we did the talking,
Oh, I see.
and then I got scared,
Yeah.
what'd I do? Go hook up on a lawyer.
Yeah.
And ain't that what you just told me like a few days ago? Was
Well, we hooked him up on the polygraph and he failed it pretty bad.
And now he's doing the same thing. He can't say nothing until he gets a lawyer, and it's when his dad gets back in town.
Something like that.
So I mean, maybe
Where was his dad at?
I have no idea. Like I told you, I haven't talked to him since December, and that's honest goddamn truth.
How'd you know his dad was out of town?
You said it.
I did.
Yes. I can feel nuts.
Well, it's less of a distraction that way. I want you to think real hard, okay? I'll go in and talk to him for a second, but there's a third party there. Third person's involved. Okay. And I want you to think long and hard about it. And, part of the agreement.
It's being straight up and honest and truthful with you, and that's what I'm feeling.
Let me run in there, but there's a third party involved. We got Ben, we got Chris, we got Jerry there, but there's another person involved. I mean, Jerry's out in the periphery, you know what I mean? But the main players right now are you and Ben, but there's also a third person. Okay. So
Think about it real hard, okay?
Cool. Can I talk to my lawyer?
Yeah, sign it. All right. Hang in there.
Can I go get a drink quick too before they show up?
I was going to
Take off?
no, whatever. Well, I am. I'm going to go back to the office, make arrangements on the bond.
Chris Tapp is released to his lawyer's custody. After DNA tests prove that Ben Hobbs didn't kill Angie Dodge, police call Tapp back in for another round of interrogation.
He wanted to know what we did earlier when me and Ben was just cruising.
Don't want to know that right
Nothing
now.
now?
Let's get right to the heart of the matter. Cool? And let's jump right into that, and then later we'll kind of do the cleaning up, some of the house cleaning stuff from before. Cool?
Cool.
Okay, so let's backtrack. Take me right from the river.
Me and Ben went cruised around.
Okay.
You know, we was waiting. I don't know what the heck we was waiting for. We just cruised around, and then we paged Jared around that evening. Cause we was gonna hook up with Jared.
Yeah.
It was just basically gonna be, us three. We were always real good, real tight. We were just gonna go hang, go get fucked.
Mm-hmm.
So we did a lot of driving.
Okay.
That's enough.
What time did you hook up with Jerry?
Jared. I think about 11:30. Because normally he had to be home by 11 or 11:30.
Okay. So you hooked up with him. Where'd you pick him up at?
Over by his house. He dropped off the car.
He dropped off where?
His car.
Okay, where at?
I think at his house.
Which house? He was between April and Amanda at the time.
Right, but he was living with his mom and dad.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Okay. So you picked him up where?
Over at his parents' house.
Okay. About 11:30 or so, give or take. Okay.
Give or take a half hour or so.
Okay.
And
then where'd you guys go from there?
it was basically a little bit more driving.
Okay.
Just getting high.
Uh-huh.
It was just basically, I thought it was all good. It was good all night.
Sure.
Go out, get fucked. Real fucked.
Yeah.
Then go home, sleep till like 1, 2 in the afternoon. And then you do it all over again.
Exactly. Next night.
Next night.
Okay, so were you guys talking about when was the idea first proposed to go over to Angie's?
When? After we were high.
Okay.
Well, I couldn't say we weren't high. But after we were higher, I guess, after we got done smoking some more.
Okay.
I guess Ben wanted to get shit off his chest or something.
Okay.
So the idea was proposed.
Okay. Whose vehicle are you in?
Ben's.
So the three of you then trip on over, go to Angie's.
Yeah.
Okay. About what time do you get over there?
12:31.
Okay, 12:31.
And Kimmy, I don't wear a watch, Jared.
I understand.
I
So
never care about time.
is everything pretty much banged on the door?
Yeah. Pretty much is all the same.
Okay. Well, walk me through it.
Angie came down, couldn't figure out what the hell all of us were doing there.
Uh-huh. What was the excuse, or what she?
What was the excuse?
No, what she say?
She couldn't figure. It was basically, what the hell are you doing here?
Yeah.
Attitude. I understood it was late.
Understand. Okay. So what was the excuse for get into the door?
Because Ben said he wanted to talk.
Okay.
And it was basically he said he wanted to talk, and everything would be good. So,
Okay.
we walked up the stairs.
Alrighty.
Stuff was said like, why was you talking to Deanne? Telling Deanne this shit. And Angie was just saying, hey, she was my friend. I'm trying to help my friend out.
That makes sense.
I didn't know anything that went on for that couple months before the breakup, because I was doing my own thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I was trying to piece everything together myself in my own head about the breakup. But, and then that was said, and Ben was just, getting a little agitated.
Angie was getting agitated.
Things are heating up.
Yeah, Jared was, saying like Ben wasn't doing this, Ben wasn't doing that. I'm just sitting there, hurry up.
You're sitting in the grandstands eating popcorn,
Yeah.
watching the whole show.
It's like, come on,
Yeah.
I want to go.
Where was what room were you guys in at this point in time?
We started in the living room.
Okay, so they're in there. They're kind of sparring back and forth as far as the verbal stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
An attitude started to fly.
Yeah.
Ben and Angie's.
Yeah.
And that's when, got in each other's face.
Okay. So they're in each other's face.
And that I knew that was a mistake right there.
Yeah.
I knew that.
Why'd you know that?
Why?
Yeah.
Don't get in anyone's face. I knew Angie. You never get in her face.
Yeah.
You don't get in Ben's face. I knew that about both of them. Because
Okay.
I've seen people get in Angie's face before. And
So what you think was going to happen then?
I thought sure Angie was going to hit Ben.
Okay.
Honest truth. I thought sure Angie was going to take a swing at Ben. But it was vice versa.
Okay. So what did he do?
He took a swing at Angie
And where did he hit her?
in the face.
Where?
Just like I explained to you yesterday, was it?
Yeah.
It was just basically one of the quick pop shots.
Okay. Which hand?
Is right.
Okay. So he hit her, and then what? What'd she do?
Stumble back
Okay. You're still where? What room?
in the living room.
Okay. So you're still in the living room. So he pops her. She kind of stumbles back. Then what?
She, shook it off.
Okay.
Didn't shake it off. It was stunning.
Yeah.
I'll give it that much.
Okay.
Then she told us to get out.
Okay. Then what?
I said, come on, let's go. I hate my hands.
Yeah.
This is bad enough. Come on.
But it's too late by that point.
Yeah.
Then what?
Ben's still going on.
And going off. Explain to me going off.
Verbally.
Okay.
Bitch. Hoe. Like he was, I don't know, trying to prove something
Mm-hmm.
to us. Because we were his friends. I
Well, he's got an audience now.
grandstanding, I guess.
Exactly.
So Angie was coming over and was going to forcibly remove us. I would walk out peacefully.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Just verify
Okay. So,
Okay. Here we go again.
Yep.
Alright. Use your pen. Up the stairs. Photocopy my drawing. I like this. Like I said before, it was up the stairs. Because this was the living room. Or was this the living room?
this was probably living room.
We was in the living room.
Okay.
Why was we here?
This is going to be the bedroom.
And we had in the bedroom.
So how'd you get back in? So you're back in the bedroom then, right?
Yeah. Because it was late.
Okay. So how did you get from the stairs to the bedroom?
Walked up the stairs.
She wouldn't automatically just taking you back in the bedroom, would
Yeah.
she?
She was tired, probably laying down.
Well, okay, now wait a minute.
Because
Now,
that was,
did she even come down the stairs or did you guys just go on in?
no, she came down the stairs.
Okay.
All
right.
I don't like believe in breaking and entering.
Okay.
Because everything started off was in the living room. I know that.
Okay.
And that's where all this stuff started.
Okay.
Was right in the living room.
All right. Let's do this. Okay. Let's back
Can
the
you give me
diagram.
in the house?
Yeah.
Honest truth.
We can probably get you in the house. Let's get back to the. Okay. We're there.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's get rid of that for a sec. Okay. Bring you back to it. Ben pops her. She's back. She says, "Get out of here." At that point in time, she's starting to forcefully
Trying
get
to.
herd you guys out.
Right.
And then what?
That's when Ben started to lose it.
Okay.
Shoving her back.
Okay, so he pushes her.
Yeah.
And then what?
She was like coming after it, like trying to do it again.
Yeah.
I mean, it just wasn't happening. Ben wasn't moving.
Exactly.
I was trying to move.
Yeah.
But.
And what was Jared doing during this time?
Watching.
Okay.
In my opinion, can I give that?
Yeah.
In my opinion, I think Jared thought Angie deserved, you know, not what she got, but maybe what was coming to her.
Yeah. So he's there probably stirring the pot, agitating that a little bit.
Yeah, because he was, you know, like saying, hey, Ben wasn't doing this, doing that.
Okay. Okay, walk me through it. So she's herding him out, and
That's when Ben, you know, pushed her off again.
okay.
Got into his pocket.
All right.
And from there.
Okay. So he takes the knife out of his pocket. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you see him open the knife?
No.
Okay.
It was basically one of them.
Did Angie see the knife?
I don't think so.
Why?
Ben had it hidden.
Okay. Was she being distracted at the time? Okay. You're shaking your head, yes. What,
Jared was saying things.
okay.
And I know I was saying a few things. Just saying, come on.
It's pretty heated right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just do it. Come on, let's go.
Okay, so Jared's kind of getting in. She's a little bit distracted. Ben pulls the knife out. And then what?
That's when Ben went for her.
Okay. And how did he go for her?
Like I, just, you know, all the dive, like.
You showed yesterday.
Yeah, like everything like I showed yesterday.
So he walked up, kind of
Yeah.
grabbed her, and drove the knife. And then what?
You know, she started to go down. And I was like, come on.
Okay. Then what?
It wasn't done there. Ben tried to, you know, Ben did it again.
Okay. You said Ben tried to, what?
Try to, you know, force her down.
Okay. Doing good. Okay. Then what?
Then after she got on the ground,
How many times by this time had he stabbed her or cut her before she went to the ground, in your opinion?
twice,
Okay.
maybe 3,
In what area of the body?
somewhere.
Okay. In the chest area?
Yeah.
Okay. What was Jared doing during this time?
I'm not going to say he was like me in a daze.
Yeah.
And I wasn't really paying much attention.
Yeah.
I was just trying to figure out my own life at that time.
Yeah.
But once Angie got on the ground, because Ben got her on the ground,
Uh-huh.
and Jerry went over and held her arms where she wouldn't fight or nothing.
So was she trying to fight at that point in time?
Yeah. She was trying to struggle away, trying to save her own ass.
How was Ben on top of her? I mean, you said he's on top of her. What way?
Just like sitting on her.
Okay, so he was sitting on her at that point in time?
Yes.
Okay.
And she's trying to fight.
So Jared moves in. And what does he do?
Grab the arms. Holds it back.
What position is he to her?
Behind her, I guess. If she's on the ground,
Uh-huh.
I guess like this, holding her arms down on top of her. Would you put it?
Okay.
I don't know. Would you call that on top or
Are you talking about Ben or Jared?
Jared?
Okay, if Ben's sitting on her.
Okay. Okay. Here's the body.
Yeah.
Here's Ben.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's Jared.
Yeah.
Above her head, but holding her arms down.
Okay.
Would that be above or
Yeah, that'll be fine about it.
okay?
Hold her down. Okay.
Holding her down. I said, come on.
And what room was this in? That back bedroom or the living room still?
To me, I think it was living room. I mean,
Okay. Okay, so now he's on her, then what? Jared's holding her down.
I was like, come on, let's go. This is nuts. No one's listening to me.
Well, too much adrenaline going right now. Then what?
I was gonna cut her in the throat.
Okay. How'd you cut her in the throat? Okay, like this.
Yeah.
Then what?
Off I went. My own little Mary Ray, if you call it that.
Okay, and Jared was doing what at this time?
Still there,
Still,
holding.
okay, still holding her down. So let me see if this is straight, okay? We need to try to work through these details as much as possible. That's why we keep bringing it up.
Right.
Okay, so you're at the foot of the stair. You guys drive around. You come there. Ben wants to get stuff off his chest.
Right.
Bang on the door between 12:30 and 1 o'clock.
Yeah,
Give or take.
give or take.
Bang on the door. She comes down. What's up?
Yeah. What's up with us or what's up with her?
Well, no, she says, what's up? What you guys doing here?
Right.
Ben says, I want to,
Try to work things out, you know.
I'm sure we can work things out. You go up the stairs. So you're trekking up the stairs. You go inside the apartment and you go into which room? Do you go all the way down the end of the hall and down, or do you see lamps and couches, or do you see maybe like a dresser?
I saw
and
the
a bed?
kitchen.
You saw
That's the
kitchen.
first thing I looked for was the kitchen.
Okay. So
You passed the kitchen.
you pass the kitchen,
Yeah.
and is she leading the way, or are they leading the way?
She's leading the way.
Okay, so she's leading the way. So you get up into the one room. Could they have dragged her at any point in time, or
Maybe, I mean,
while you were there? I don't want to talk about
no,
what you
when
were
I
there.
was there, no.
So you guys were in the same room the whole time.
From when I was there until I left.
You were in that one room, in the same room. Okay. So now you're in the room, and we'll see if we can get you over there.
Thank you.
So they're in there. They're arguing back and forth. Ben's calling her on about Deanne, when she's starting all this stuff. She replies, well, she's my friend. You know, she needed to know this type of stuff, right? Okay. Things are getting a little bit heated. Jared's involved too. He's telling her, you know, why'd you say this?
Right, trying to defend Ben.
Okay. If at any time I'm missing anything, please jump
I'm
in.
just adding, I guess, better words.
Please do. Please do.
He's defending his best friend.
Okay.
They were best friends.
Exactly. Okay. Gets a little bit more heated. Who shoves who first?
I think it was basically a mutual agreement. Ben shoved her first.
Okay. So Ben shoves her. And then how does she retaliate, or what does she do?
Basically the only way she could.
Okay.
Just right with another one.
Okay, so she come back. Is that when? And then Ben drilled her, hit her somewhere in the front of her face. Okay. At that point in time, she stumbled back, came back. Did he shove her again, or at that point in time, had the knife already been taken out, or what?
Mysteries.
That's fine.
It was already out.
It was already out. Okay. So the knife was already out after he punched her. After he punched her, the knife was out. Then what?
She was telling us to leave. Get out.
Did he have a knife concealed at that point in time?
Yes.
Okay. Where was he holding it?
Like in his hand. Up in his coat.
Okay.
I swear.
And when did you see him take the knife out and unfold it?
No. If I would have saw that, I would have.
Okay, could the knife have been out and unfolded as you guys were walking up the stairs?
Maybe.
Could that have been a possibility? Did you see that? Very important.
Honestly, no. I'm gonna be direct. No, I don't think so. But I really didn't look at much. The stairs or the hall. I'm high. Me walking upstairs is tough.
So he pushes her, hits her, she comes back, and at that point in time, he stabs her, walks up and just drives it in, right?
Yeah.
And she starts to go down a little bit, and then what? Did you say he stabbed her again? Okay, how far in between stabs from the first one to the second one, in your opinion?
Not far.
Okay, was it pretty close?
Yeah. Two quick ones.
Okay. And then she starts to go down. So she goes down, Ben's on top of her. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And she's laying on the floor and she's trying to fight. Now, did Ben say something to Jer, or did Jer just automatically come around from around the top of her and pin her arms down?
Ben said help.
Okay. Ben said help. So Jer moves around, pins her arms down, and then you see him. Then did you see him stab her anymore in the chest? I think you said you thought maybe about 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
So when he was on top of her, did you see him stab her anywhere else? Okay, except for to the throat. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You saw him cut her across the throat. Do you recall which side of the throat? Okay, she's laying down. Okay, she's laying down. Do you recall which side of the throat?
Left to right, I think. No. Wasn't left to right. I went right to left.
Okay, I'm laying down.
Thank you.
I'm Ange. Okay, you're Ben. Show me what.
Oh, gee, thanks.
Anytime.
Made me be the bad guy.
Anytime. Okay.
It was basically like.
Okay, it's sitting on you. Sitting on my waist. Okay, you got me straddled.
Yeah.
Okay, and then what? Okay, so he goes across, cuts her across the throat from the right ear towards the left ear. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And Jer's,
Like doing this number.
where's Jer at? Show me how Jer is sitting. Okay. So Madge,
Basically just.
so he's at the very top of her head, kind of straddling her head.
Mhm.
Is that correct? While Ben's doing her. Okay. Did Jer do anything else?
No.
Okay.
To my knowledge, no. From there, I did the grand poobah.
Okay. All right. And you're all in the same room.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see them? Did you see any stuffed animals or anything like that?
Look, to me, Jared, nothing really sticks out of my mind about that place.
Okay.
That's my problem. I mean, there was nothing that sticks out in my mind.
All right. So you blitz out of there, and you go where?
Down the stairs,
Mm-hmm.
like I'm heading towards the river.
Mm-hmm.
I thought maybe I could hide.
I think you told Detective Finn you went by the temple. Is that right?
Yeah, I was heading towards the temple.
Okay. And then you kicked her for a bit, and then you came back down, right?
Yeah,
Then you waited for them to leave. Is that what you told Detective Finn?
yeah.
They left. Which way did they drive?
Like heading towards Anderson.
Did you see were they all cleaned up? Did they see you?
No.
Okay. And
They might have.
okay.
But, I mean, I don't think they did, because they probably would have yelled for me.
Okay, so they get in Ben's car and drive towards Anderson. Then you trip back up
Up the stairs.
to the stairs. And what'd you see up there?
Elaine.
Okay. Now when you went back up in that room, okay, where she was laying, Was that the same room she was in with the guys when you left? Was she in the same room? Was she laying down pretty much the same place?
No, I don't think so. I had to go farther down the hall. I walked in. Does
Okay.
that help? Or I want to get in that place.
Okay.
Be more
Well,
direct and
okay.
more.
Let's back off on that for a second.
Thank
We'll get you up there. So you go, you see her there. Did you touch her? You did not touch her at all.
No, I was too scared.
Okay. You saw her laying there, and then you blitzed out. Is that correct? You didn't sit on the bed. Did Jerry ever sit on the bed? You remember when we showed you the picture yesterday?
Yeah.
And showed you the bed there and everything.
He might have. I mean.
Did you ever see him sit on the bed?
No.
Okay. So you're out of there, and away you go. Then where do you go?
I did a lot of walking.
I bet you do.
A lot of walking. I headed up, like I was heading towards, I was heading up like towards railroad tracks.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was going to head home, take the railroad tracks a little ways,
Yeah.
and cut through a few neighborhoods, and end up back where I was living.
On Avalon. Okay.
But didn't do it.
Okay, where'd you go?
I walked by George's place.
Okay.
I just did the walk through
They're
town.
on Maple. Uh-huh.
I did the walk through town. And stupidity. I told what was the guy yesterday, Detective Finn?
Yeah.
Not Brown.
Yeah.
So I walked by here.
You walked by here? Okay.
Should have stopped.
Mm-hmm. Well, don't worry about that right now. Okay?
But I just
So then where'd you end up? Where'd you land?
home real late.
About what time did you get home?
Oh, jeez. 4, 5.
Okay.
It was getting, the sun was starting to come up. I'm like, oh, God. Time to go to bed.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to go to mom's house because that's always been my safe haven.
Yeah.
Anytime I was in trouble or anything, I just,
Sure.
here's the mom's, but thought ran through my head about it.
Yeah. So you land at your place. So you crash there, you get up, then what?
Go hook up with Ben.
Where?
He came over.
He came over to your place?
Yeah.
On Avalon?
Yeah, he didn't come over, up my stairs, into my place. Secret telegram.
Okay.
It'd have to be Maple. It'd have to be. Because I remember it was just a quick thing when I went to when we hooked up.
Okay.
It was just a quick, hey, what's the difference then?
Okay. So you hook up. What's the first thing you guys talk about? What's the first thing he says? Walk me through that.
Did you say anything?
Huh?
Did you say anything?
Is that what he said to you?
Yeah. What'd you do? And I just said, I did some walking.
Okay.
How did I find myself? Couldn't find it.
Yeah.
He goes, that's good. So I didn't say nothing. He says, better not say nothing whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, why? What the hell are you gonna do to me? Just attitude.
Mm-hmm.
I had a good idea what the hell he could have done to me. I could end up the same way. I thought it burned my head was dead.
Yeah. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Okay. So now, when does Jared get involved with you? You've been holding out on him for quite a while. How come? I mean, we've had to like flip and pull teeth to get anything out of Jared. What has Jared got on you? That that you
What
guys
Jared got on me?
I mean, you rolled on Ben pretty quick, but what hold does Jared have on
I guess just friendship. You look better than I have with Ben.
you? Okay.
I've known Jared. It was just basically me and Jared did a lot of time together too.
Mm-hmm.
Just a lot of cruising, just me and him.
Mm-hmm.
Over the summer, when we was down at the river a lot, it was me and him, just us two, just going out and getting high by ourselves.
Okay.
We wouldn't take anyone else, so just a better friendship in my mind.
Now,
Nothing important to
when did he threaten
next day.
you? Jared come over and threaten you?
No, Jared never threatened me.
Okay. Yesterday you told me that he was
I
he
had an
paged
attitude.
you and you had an attitude, and then he come over to your place that one day and you wouldn't open up the door.
He didn't page me, I didn't have the pager. It's my old lady's pager.
Okay, whatever.
He showed up at my house after I was out of rehab and I did my 2 weeks.
Yeah.
He came over to my place.
And you said you didn't open up the door.
No.
You're scared.
I turned off the lights, everything.
Okay. Why?
I didn't want to talk to him.
Okay.
I didn't know.
He must have been putting some sort of leverage or pressure on you. I mean, you're pretty scared of him this time. So what's going on there?
It wasn't scared, Jared. It's just I didn't want to say nothing. I didn't want to talk to him. That's all.
What do you want to talk to you about?
I don't even know. I even asked my homeboy Chris,
Yeah.
Nothing. Chris didn't say nothing to me until, what was it? September, October. I think the end of October, early November.
Okay.
That Jared wanted to get hold of me. And I didn't get hold of Jared till December.
All right. Now, let's back up to before. You guys are driving around. I mean, this was premeditated all the way. I mean,
For them?
Ben knew what the hell he was going to do.
Just didn't say nothing to me, I promise.
Well, they talked about it in the car.
They just said they want to go to Angie's. So
Okay.
Ben said I'm putting they, but he wanted to go to Angie's and talk things out. And Jared thought it was a good idea.
Okay. Were they laughing at that point in time? Did you see anything sinister about it? Or?
No.
Okay. Everything was cool.
Everything was alright.
Okay, so getting back to the knife. You've told me two different stories. You saw him pull it out, and then you told me it possibly could have been out the whole time, up inside his coat sleeve. Is that right?
Right.
Which is it?
It has to be pulled out because when you shove somebody,
Yeah. So he shoved it with both hands.
yeah,
Okay.
because you would have to see something then. Because when you shove somebody with both hands,
Okay. So he shoved it with both hands. Now, she's got to be. I mean, when Ben pops her, okay, and then she's back, starts shoving this type of thing.
Mhm.
And then when he takes the knife and he stabs her, Angie's got to be screaming. I mean, she's got to realize at this point in time, I'm in trouble. So what is she doing? She's got to be screaming. She's got to be doing something. I would think she's got to be fighting. Try to work through that one. And if she is, are they silencing her? I mean, what's going on there?
it's basically like a surprise.
Okay.
It's one of them surprise ones that nothing can, I guess, come out.
And just the shock of it was so heavy that when he stuck her the first time, she just froze.
It was just basically silence.
Okay. At any point in time, did anybody that you saw, and this is pretty important, put anything over her face or her mouth to muffle her screams or cries or anything?
I don't see it. I mean, my hand was so his hand
Someone's hand was over.
When she was already on the ground,
Uh-huh.
someone's hand went over her mouth.
Over her mouth. Whose hand?
I think Ben's.
So Ben's got one hand over her mouth and one hand on the knife, and he's stabbing her. Is that correct? And Jeremy's doing what?
At what time? On the ground or
Well, yeah, while she's on the ground now, and Ben's got the hand.
holding?
He's holding her hands down. Now, here's a big one for you. Okay?
I didn't do it. I swear. Whatever it is.
I'm not asking you that one.
Okay.
This is a big one. And we got to get this information out. There's sex act done on her. Okay? There's some sick things that happen at that point in time. And you have knowledge of. And we need to talk about it. Okay, Chris? Now this is you know where we talked a little bit about, the sickness and the gross, and you know where you're saying, oh, that was cold. Do you remember talking about that yesterday? About the sex act? Now there's some pretty sick things done to her, and we have a pretty dang good idea, what some of the sick things that happen to her. Okay. Now I only want to open up this door briefly, then we're going to slam it shut, and then we're not going to go back to it. Okay. Fair enough.
Fair.
Okay. But you gotta open up the door and let me through it, and let's talk about it, and then get on and move. Cool.
Cool.
Okay. So tell me about all the things they did to her and made her do. Apparently, they made her do some stuff before she died. Correct? I mean, what they did was wrong, and so we're going to try to right that wrong. But come on, Chris, let's kind of walk through it. Apparently, she was doing some stuff, or they were forcing her to do some stuff before she was killed, right? And that's the part that's so ugly, isn't it? Yeah, sure it is. So, okay, let's open up the door just for a minute, okay? Let me in, okay?
I'm trying.
All right. So, what'd they make her do?
Well, I guess. I didn't guess. It was just forcibly sex.
Okay. You saw them force her to have sex. Is that correct? And that's before they cut her? Okay. So they're basically raping her. Is that correct? Okay. Who raped her?
I guess a little of both.
Okay, so they're both doing her? Okay. I believe that. Okay, so they start raping her, right? Both of them are doing her? Okay, so when one is on top of her, how'd they rape her? They doing it straight? They doing it vaginally? They doing it anally?
A little of both.
There's a little both. Okay. Who was doing her from behind? Okay, Cher was doing her from behind. Who was doing her in the front then?
She was Ben.
Okay, Ben was doing her in the front. Okay, who tried to have her do the oral sex? Who tried to have her give him the blows?
Sure.
Jer. So Jer was forcing her to give him a blow. Is that correct? Okay. One point in time, was one of them trying to make him give him a hand job? Do you recall that? Okay. Do you recall any of them ejaculating on her?
No.
Okay. So at this point in time, when all this was going on, Chris, okay, had she been cut at any point in time before this? She had been cut.
Yes.
Okay. Where was she cut at the time when they started making her do all this stuff?
When Ben first got her.
Okay, so when Ben first stabbed her, then he started doing all this, right? And so he'd only stabbed her how many times when they started forcing her to do all this other stuff?
Twice.
Okay, so he stabbed her twice. Now, are we still in the same room? Or did they move at this point in time? He started in the living room when he started doing all this sex act and stuff like that. Did they go into another room? Okay, that's fine. Okay, no big deal on that, okay? Okay, so while all this sex stuff is going on, if I heard you correctly, so he stabs her a couple of times. So now she's hurt. Okay. Help me through this, okay? Are they forcing her? I mean, do they got threatening her with the knife? I mean, is she a willing participant? Is she still putting up a fight? What's she doing here?
She wasn't willing.
She was not willing.
God, no.
Okay.
Basically just threatening her.
Okay. Was she actually, so she was still okay? I mean, she was wounded, but give me the sequence as best as you can concerning the sex acts. Okay. Walk me through that. Okay.
Pull down her sweats.
Who pulled down her sweats?
Ben.
Okay, Ben pulled down her sweats.
Then he started going for shit
From the front or behind?
from the front.
Okay. And then what?
He stopped. And Jerry started.
Where?
On the front.
Okay.
Then he stopped and went to the back.
So then he rolls her over and does her from behind. Does Ben do her from behind?
Mm-mm.
So what's Ben doing while Jer's screwing her?
Keep her mouth shut.
You said what?
He's just keeping her mouth shut.
How was he keeping her mouth shut?
Something was in her mouth or his hand was over it.
Okay. Alright. So then Jer's doing her from behind. Okay. And then he stops, right? And then what?
You roll her back over.
Okay. You're doing okay. Then what?
That's when they was threatening to cut her throat.
Okay. Who was threatening to cut her throat?
Yeah.
Okay. Why were they threatening to cut her throat? Was it that point in time that they wanted to do the oral thing? Was she refusing? Okay, so she's refusing to do the oral sex on who?
Jared,
And so Ben said,
do it or I'm gonna cut you.
and so what happens there? Does she do it?
Not willingly.
I understand, of course.
It was forcibly.
Okay, so does she start giving them a blowjob? At any time, do you think Jeremy ejaculated?
I don't know.
Okay, all right.
I was just a frack.
Of course. Okay. Okay, so after she gives Jared the blowjob, then what?
Ben cuts her.
And Ben cuts her. And then what?
I even know. After his own I took off. I wanted to see no more. I don't want to be part of that no more. I just want to go home.
It's out, isn't it? Okay, now with everything we just talked about, anything else? I mean, anything else that may have happened? I mean, well, we got the door open.
No, I just want to close it, Jerry. I mean, if anything does come up, you have to be the first to know.
Okay. Did you have any part in any of this?
No.
Okay. Now we've got quite a few pubic hairs. There was, we've got some pubic hairs all around the body. Okay. Now, are we going to find any of your pubes there,
No.
Chris?
No. I swear on my mother's.
All right. Okay. Let's go get a smoke. What do you say? You want to do that right now? Okay. Let's see if we can. You got your own smokes, right?
Oh, yes.
No, you don't need to cry.
I refuse.
You don't need to cry now. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Daddy. Different one.
Yeah, these are newer ones.
I like those.
These are newer ones.
Not so. That's a little bit small.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, you're going home. So you don't gotta worry about that.
I won't have to see you guys again until maybe Tuesday.
Yeah, it may even be a little bit longer than that.
Oh, hey, I like that.
So
Might give me a chance to go try to get a job.
We're gonna work on it, work together. How do you feel about Jeremy?
Jeremy?
Is he going to come after you? Is he going to...
Personally?
Yeah.
I ain't gonna... Sorry, I will explain to Kurt.
Yeah.
Look how big Jerry is.
I know.
And look how big I am.
I know. But what we want to look out for, too, is your protection here, too. Okay?
Well, me and my mom discussed it last night.
Okay.
About anything goes on. You know, my mom knows I can take care of myself. I don't like to, but I will fight if I have to. But Jared, no. As long as he doesn't know I said anything.
Okay.
You know,
Well,
unless you guys...
I don't know whether he knows anything about you talking or not. You know, there's...
Rumors flying everywhere.
Rumors are flying. You've been in jail. Rumors are flying out back and forth. And people do put two and two together.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Nothing happened last night.
Okay.
I mean, I got home about 10 last night. Then I left again at 11 to go eat with my mom. But...
Are you going to be staying at your mom's or your girlfriend's or...
If anything, Harry goes on, I'll probably go over to a friend's house. You know, I was in rehab with and everything. Because he's just a really good guy. I mean, he doesn't know any idea I've even been in jail.
Who is that?
His name's Carl.
He doesn't even have any idea I've been in jail. I haven't contacted him in the last 2 weeks.
Does your attorney know his address?
No, I don't even know his address. I just know.
Do you know his last name and stuff that you give? I'm not going to ask you, but can you give it to your
I
attorney?
can give it to my attorney,
Okay.
and I'll, and if anything happens, my mom will know how to get a hold of me.
Okay.
Because I got a few places I know I can stay there safe.
Okay. And what we'd like you to do, just so we know you're okay and everything else, until the point we get a hold of you, is check in with your attorney like daily. If you can, just a phone call to him or something.
Right, because I was going to get a hold of Jerry after I left here. I was going to go call Jerry and talk to him for a little bit. And, because Kurt's leaving town, I guess.
Yeah, he's going to go to Salt Lake. So.
Yeah, lucky.
So, that's...
I gotta go. I'm trying to go here. But,
we would prefer you not to make any contact with
Sargent, no way.
Sargent Snow. Okay.
I mean, even my homeboy across the street, he doesn't even know I'm out yet.
Okay. Do you know Jeremy's old pager number?
No.
Do you know what company? Did you guys go through the same pager company or?
I don't know who my old lady went through, to be honest with you, because the pager I have is my girlfriend's.
Okay.
Because me and her shared it. When me and her first got together, I explained to her what I was about, what I did for a living.
When you guys paged him that night, did you just do it from a payphone, or where'd you page him from?
Just a paper.
Okay. And then you went over and picked him up?
Yeah.
What'd you think about that?
His parents' house.
Okay. Are you positive it was his parents' house, or could it have been one of the girlfriend's houses?
Because April lives way the hell out in Oklahoma States. Does she still?
Yeah.
It was her mom, I think it was.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, she might.
I think it was her mom.
What about Amanda?
Amanda was living way out by the Grand Teton Mall with her mom's house. Because I know where Amanda lives now.
Oh, Amanda wasn't in her own apartment then?
No, Amanda didn't get her own apartment until I think last month. Because she lives right by my mom's house.
Did. So Amanda was never, at the time of the homicide, she wasn't living in her own apartment?
Mm-mm. She was over with her mom. If I remember correctly, she was living out on 17th, off of 17th Street.
Where she live now?
Right by my mom's house.
In an apartment or
Yeah.
in a trailer?
In an apartment.
In an apartment.
Because I walk from my mom's.
You know what street it is? Is that over on those Hanson apartments?
Yep.
Is that where it is?
Yep.
Okay.
Because I do a lot of walking. From my mom's house, where she lives up to Common Sense. I always run out of smokes during the day. So I do a lot of
Do you know Amanda very well?
I know Amanda. We never really sat down and talked. It was basically just Jared's girlfriend. I thought she was cool. I like people. I thought she was cool.
Is there... I know Amanda and Jared are still pretty close. Can you see Amanda protecting him, too?
No. In the last
if Jared were to call her up, just say, for instance, if Jared were to call her up and say, hey, Amanda, I was with you this night. Don't ask any questions. And if the police ask her, this is where I was at. Would she do that?
I don't know. In the last couple months, before I left,
Yeah.
Amanda was having problems because she knew that Jared was screwing around with April.
Right.
And there was a lot of conflict.
Well, it seems like the last 4 months that he's kind of bounced between Amanda and April. Not April. He's trying to find a place to land.
He can't figure out which one he wants.
Yeah.
He gets something from both of them.
So.
I know he does.
Okay.
He gets money from one and money from the other. I mean, I don't even know.
Okay. But as far as you know, she was living with her mom.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that, what's Amanda's last name? Do you know? I've been trying to remember. I've talked to her a couple of times, and I can't remember. Alderson, is that it?
I have no idea. Because my problem is, I know everyone's first name or how they look. Did you ask me last name?
Yeah.
You sure that's it?
Well, if they already signed a number to everybody, I can probably remember numbers like.
Yeah, it's like I know that one and that one.
Yeah.
So last names is just. Cause a lot of people know my last name, or they didn't even know my first name.
Okay. One thing that I wanted to hit you back on again, just real quick, is we've got all this stuff out on the open, and like I said, you've done great with this. When you and Jeremy and Ben were talking like the day after, whatever, and we keep hitting you on this over and over again, the evidence part of it.
Do I know where it's at?
Did Jeremy mention anything about it?
No.
Okay.
I mean, no. If
if I knew, I would take you there right now. I would get you in the cars and I would take you there. And that's honest truth. You would hook me up to that machine again. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Because I'm being the most corrupted person I can be.
Yeah. And it was hard today. You know, it was hard.
So
it was hard yesterday. I mean, you and I were, I was feeling with you yesterday, and I went home just totally emotionally drained yesterday. And I know Jared's feeling that way right now, and I know you're feeling that way right now. So it's
about the only thing I want to do right now is just go home, be with the old lady, get back in her arms again.
Yeah.
That was the most comforting feeling I've ever had in a long time.
Yeah.
Was just being home in her arms.
And this, like I said, this is what we have to. This is what we have to get out. This is what has to come out. Thinking back over everything you said, and you know, I know that when you and Jared got into what happened, you know, with the sex and the rape and everything else, I know that's hard to visualize and that's hard to remember. During that time, no, I'm not going to ask you that. During that time, can you remember anything else? I mean, just sit back and think. I know those are thoughts you don't want to see go through your mind. I know those are thoughts that you don't want to be there. But can you think of anything else that you and Jared didn't discuss, that didn't come out, that you can think of offhand?
Can I put this into the proper terms?
Yeah.
If anything does come up, I guess it's trying to protect me, because my agreement. Can I call you guys up or get hold of my attorneys?
Sure.
I mean,
sure.
Right now, I didn't even want to do that. I mean,
it's tough. Like I said, that's got to be the hardest emotional part. I don't know what's harder, seeing somebody be killed or see that happen to somebody. I mean, that's the total degradation of a body right there. So that's that's one of the hardest things, and especially when you as a person feel helpless. You know, as far as victims in the room, I mean, you had more than Angie as a victim there. As far as victims in our society, I mean, look how many victims we have out there on this.
Because in treatment we talked about murder, because I, you know, at one point period of time in my life, when I was really tweaking real bad, I always had a gun in my back pocket. Always.
That's what you said, you used to carry a gun, didn't you?
Yeah, I used to, always. And one day I got into it with this dude real bad, and I had a bunch of my boys show up, and he had a bunch of his boys show up over where I was living. And I had a gun, you know, all of my friends, all of us had guns. And we just no hands, no buts. We all had guns. I never pulled it on him.
Yeah.
You know, because we talked it out. Because that dude I was on palms with, we were friends back in high school. But we talked everything out, and in treatment we discussed it. I mean, the murders, I mean,
because of what happens.
Because you hurt this person, you do this to one person, and it's just a ripple effect. The families and everyone else who got involved. It all gets hurt.
It's hard. It's hard. It's hard for you. So that's
just being done. That's how it was. Just being done.
What do you think the length of time was? I think I asked you this yesterday. That you were out of the house before you came back in. If you were to think. I know time is I mean, we'll go talk to people. We'll go, how many seconds were between those gunshots? And they'll go, oh God, it's probably 30. But in reality, if you count to 30,
3, 4.
yeah. So, you know, I mean, time is, I mean, especially when that type of stuff is involved. But if you were to sit and think about it, how much time do you think they actually spent in the apartment after you left by the time you got back?
Oh, jeez. I'd say 15 to 45 minutes. It wasn't much longer.
Where did you walk to? Do you remember that?
I was like heading up towards the temple.
Okay. Did you walk around the temple? Did you walk up around the blocks? Did you walk down the river? I mean, that can give us kind of a sense of time too.
I was walking up. Okay, I left there. I booked. I ran. I ran probably about, 1-2 blocks before you hit the main street of Memorial.
Yeah.
Okay, that's where I ended my running. After smoking all the dope and smoking all the cigarettes I do, lungs are shot. So I had to stop there, try to catch my breath.
I walked over across the street, you know, I was like starting to head towards Broadway, because I was thinking about going to my mom's house.
Right.
But I'd probably say I walked up to that cross street. There's Memorial that it goes.
Yeah, the D Street, I think.
Yeah.
Is what it is. Yeah,
Probably
Memorial and River Parkway or whatever.
Yeah,
That D
it's River
Street
Parkway,
up
there you
yeah,
go.
Where that stoplight is.
Yeah, that's about where I got. Stopped, turned around.
And did you just walk back or did you run back?
Oh, just casual.
Just casually walk back.
Mm.
And I think you said you were by one of the trees yesterday, one of those big elm or maple or
Oak or whatever, yeah.
those trees are.
Just hiding there.
Okay. And when they came out of the house and came back to the car, were they running and jumped in the car? Were they casually walking and jumped in the car? Did you hear them talking or laughing or oh my God, what are we gonna do now? Or did you hear anything like that?
No, it was, to me, it looked a little bit more of a brisk walk, because if you're running that late at night in that neighborhood, you know somebody thinks might be something's up.
Right.
That's pretty much a high crime neighborhood.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of drugs going on in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
I know this, so.
Okay. But as far as them saying it, did you hear, I mean, even just muffled conversation, or was it just like they were going to get in?
Just going to get in.
You remember who drove?
I don't.
Did Ben generally drive? Did Jim generally drive?
If we was in Ben, if it had been Ben's car, so Ben had to drive. If we were in Jared's car, Jared drove.
And you went over and picked up Jared, right?
Yeah.
And was he waiting for you outside when you picked him up?
Yeah, because I don't remember the Cavalier if he was in the Cavalier.
Where was he? Do you remember where he was waiting at when you got him?
By his mom's house, by his parents' house, over there on Ridge.
Okay. I had to picture where Ridge was.
Over there.
Okay. Was he out front? Was he sitting on the step? Was he out on the sidewalk?
It was on the side. Because they drive away. Here's the house. Here's like the garage. And this is where they park all the goddamn cars. They have the boats. And they had an alleyway behind the house. So it's like towards the out. I'd say by the alleyway.
Okay.
Just where he dropped off the car.
Now, the night at the river, he was with April for a while. And he left with April. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. I just making sure that everything's in line for that. You didn't see him back down at the river or anything after him and April met, or that he went to meet April or whatever he did.
No.
Now, did they meet at the river, or did he go somewhere else to meet April? Do you remember that? Okay.
It was basically, she knew a lot of people too, so they mostly met down there.
Right. Okay. You paged him from a payphone? Do you remember which payphone it was?
One of them in town? Honestly, no.
Okay, you paged him, did you just hang around the phone and wait for him to call back?
Wait for the call back.
Did he call back right away?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you talk to him or did Ben talk to him?
Ben.
Okay.
But it's cold. I ain't getting out of the goddamn car.
Okay, so you didn't hear any conversation between him and Ben at all then? And Ben got back in the car and said, hey, we're going to fly up to Kentucky with him.
Going to the pickup chair.
The next day when you and Ben got together and talked, was Jared there?
No.
It was still just Ben.
No.
Okay. And then it was probably how many days after that when
Couple.
all three of you got together?
Couple days
Maybe
later.
like Friday, Saturday, something like
Yeah.
that. Okay. Like I said, I don't have anything else for you. Like I said, we do have concern for you. So if you would, at least give one of your attorneys a call.
Okay. I'll call Jerry when I get home and explain that they want me to call you at least once a day. Tell you that I'm alright, no concerns whatsoever.
Right, and that's, I think if you talk to Jerry about it, he'll understand why.
Yeah. We're dealing with a major homicide case here. You just don't know what people are going to do once, rumor gets spread.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things we want to have concern for you too. So.
That's understandable.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all she wrote.
The case will be continued in our next video.